Chapter 151, Great Root. A mysterious island filled with yellow sand, the island of white earth, Baldy! This is the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Mr. Long, something has happened. The war that took place in the Navy headquarters today was an incredible event. The intelligence controller of the Revolutionary Army headquarters base, wearing a rat hat, yelled in shock. The Revolutionary Army, which even the world government must be afraid of, has done particularly well in intelligence control. The shocking news that came out from the battlefield on the top of the Navy headquarters was naturally known to them for the first time. Calm down, Terry, what happened? Has the war between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy come to an end? Lindbergh, the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Southern Army, drank the fur of the flying squirrel. No, Terry. The intelligence controller of the Revolutionary Army shook his head repeatedly. It's the One Piece Roger, who was publicly executed in Rotterdam 20 years ago, is resurrected. What did you say? Nanny. Roger One Piece? What a joke. In the highest meeting room of the Revolutionary Army, the uproar suddenly became a film. Patiteri Kildeo pressed a switch. In the meeting room, the eyes of the phone worm projected pictures. Pluto Rawley, resurrected pirate King Roger, Samurai Mitsuki Mita, and intelligence controller Terry took a deep breath. A legend from 50 years ago, the white-bearded father, Roger, Cap, and Rayleigh's common teacher. A godlike man appeared. Terry Kildeo screamed with all his strength, as if he wanted to spit out all the shock accumulated in his body. As his roar fell, the huge conference room fell into absolute silence for a moment. The top leaders of the Revolutionary Army attending the meeting, the commanders of the 4 Revolutionary Army of Bilo Beatty, Moi, Callas, and Lindbergh, cadres such as Haku, Ashiro, Kohler, and the young Revolutionary Army General Staff Sabo. Ghostly expressions appeared on every face. Even the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, who has always been as cold as a machine and has nothing to shake his heart. At this moment, on the sharp and sturdy face, extreme shock and disbelief appeared irresistibly. Others don't know that they don't know Luo In, but as Carp's son, he knows Luo Feng, the teacher Carp respects. Know what a great existence that is. Even calling it a god is nothing to exaggerate. All the inconceivable. If the premise of Luo Feng is added, then it becomes justified. The resurrection of Roger, the pirate king who shocked the world at this moment, returns. My father's teacher has really come back. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, murmured in shock. Hey, are these all true? Pluto King Rawley will leave aside for the time being. Why, even the undead like Roger, the One Piece King, appeared. Samurai Mitsuki Mita should have died long ago. And most importantly, what is going on with the teachers of the 4 legends, Roger, Cap, Rawley, and Whitebeard? The 4 legends of Megatron are all the same brothers. The entire conference room of the Revolutionary Army headquarters was in chaos at this moment. The cadres all talked with ghostly expressions. I couldn't believe the facts before me. However, there were some different voices in the crowd full of shocking discussions. Hey, Sister Betty, look at him, this person who is called the daddy by the Whitebeard and respected as the teacher by the big men like Roger. Do you have any special feelings? The revolutionary girl Curler's small heart kept bumping like a deer, so that even her pretty face was ruddy. Hi, the commander of the Eastern Army, Bilo Beatty, took a breath and nodded. The teachers of the legendary great figures are really extraordinary. I really want to see it with my own eyes. Yes, I think so too, Curler said with a look of longing. Decided, Mr. Long, I want to go. At this moment, the young chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, the blonde young Sabo, suddenly stood up. Sabo Long's eyes fell on Sabo with a shocking and profound gaze. I remembered everything. Ace and Luffy, they are my brothers. Under the stimulus of the huge shock, the blonde youth Sabo, who finally recovered his past memories, burst into tears instantly. Uck. New World, IWC Totland, Central Cake Island. This is one of the New World Sea Emperors, Big Mum Charlotte Lingaling's base camp. Middle dot 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 find flowers 00 on the peaceful Cake Island. Every day is shrouded in the singing and dancing of various creatures, which seems unusually joyful. The Big Mum Pirate Group, which reigns over the apex of the sea, ranks first in the world in terms of intelligence. Long before the news reports of various newspapers were released, a series of shocking events that took place on the top of the Navy headquarters had already been introduced into the IWC region through various channels, and they were known to Mondor, the clerical officer of the Big Mum Pirates. Mom, big event, there is an urgent big event. The 19th son of the Charlotte family, the cheese minister Mondor, rushed into the central afternoon tea courtyard of the Cake Castle with a panic face. Mondor, how decent is the yelling? 001 of the 4 stars of the Charlotte family's big long-legged stroke-slammed star Smoogie. Mondor, it's tea time for my mother to be happy. I'll talk about it later. The eldest son of the Charlotte family, the Minister of Candy Perospero, reprimanded. Well, today is a special day. The war between the old man with Whitebeard and the Navy should have started for some time. It would be great if both lose and loose. I can't wait to know the result. For Emperor Charlotte Lingaling laughed. Now, Mondor, the big event you want to report to me must be about war. If not, Charlotte Lingaling flashed red in her big eyes. The meaning was already very obvious. If it were not related to the major war events, but to interrupt her happy tea time, the consequences would be very serious. Gudong Mondor swallowed hard, and quickly nodded affirmatively. Yes, Mom, it's really about war. Really? The results came out so soon. Come and listen. Charlotte Lingaling said with interest. No, Mother, the war is not over yet. It's just that there have been some great people in this war. Mondor was shocked and at a loss. Then talk about it, Mondor. The 4 emperors. Big Mum Charlotte Lingaling said with interest. Gold Roger, who was publicly executed in Rotown 20 years ago, the One Piece, has returned from his resurrection and has appeared on the battlefield. Chapter 152, The Pirate King. Goldie Roger, who started the Great Pirate Era 20 years ago, is back from the resurrection. The loud screams of Mondor, clerical officer of the Big Mum Pirates, echoed over the afternoon tea garden. As his voice fell, the huge afternoon tea garden fell into deathly silence for an instant. The members of the Big Mum Pirate Group around the long table, at this moment, their eyes widened. All of those faces have hell-like expressions. Patter. The black teacup in the hands of the Minister of Candy Perospero fell on the table unconsciously, tea splashing everywhere. The chocolate biscuit that had half-eaten Star Snug drifted down with the crumbs. There are people. I don't know how long it has been. Boom boom boom. The quiet and peaceful afternoon tea garden suddenly vibrated violently. The minister of the Charlotte family turned the stars of the stars to the first 4 emperors. Charlotte Lingaling. Every face was filled with extreme shock and fear. Shocked by the amazing news brought by Mondor. Fear of the horror of his captain's mother. Hey, Mondor, you shouldn't be joking. It's not funny at all. 4 emperors. Big Mum Charlotte Lingaling asked overxedly. That means, Mondor, this is not a joke. If your mother finds you talking nonsense, you will really die. One Piece. Is Roger One Piece really resurrected? Owen, Typhook, Paddling General Xing, Smoogie and others all asked in unison. Feeling the terrifying aura from Big Mum and his brothers and sisters, Mondor's body trembled violently involuntarily. Really? All of them are true. Mondor yelled in horror. Distribute the compiled information about the war on the top one by one to the brothers and sisters and Charlotte Lingaling. It's not just Roger the Pirate King. Even the terrifying samurai that we expeditioned to Wano Country 18 years ago, the Lord Mitsutsumitu of Wano Country, is also resurrected. Mondor once again exposed this astonishing news to everyone. Nanny Perospero quickly turned to the back page of the information. Gwengayu mission. Really resurrected. Charlotte Owen was so startled that her eyes seemed to jump out of her eyes. 18 years ago, the Beast Kaido and their Big Mum Pirate Group joined forces to expedition to the country of Wano. Except for Kategori, who is the guardian of the main members of the audience. Everyone else has participated in the War of Wano Country. The powerful samurai of Wano Country, especially Mitsuki Mida himself, was particularly impressed. It's not just Roger, the Pirate King, but even the samurai is resurrected. That bastard Mitsuki Mida's prophecy came true, and he really came back. Not good. This time is really not good. What we did in that country back then, Gwangyu mission will definitely get revenge. And not just him, but also the Whitebeard pirates, and Roger pirates. The butter minister Charlotte Opila yelled in panic. Shut up all. Charlotte Lingaling, the first 4 Emperor Big Mum, suddenly shouted. The terrifying coercion swept the audience, making the hustle and bustle of the afternoon tea garden instantly silent. Mundor, the outrageous news you brought is really difficult for me to believe. Do you have any stronger evidence? For example, who brought Roger and the samurai bastards back to life? Charlotte Lingaling asked murderously. The cold sweat wet Mondor's whole body instantly. Master Mondor, mother at this moment, an intelligence agent from the intelligence department of the Big Mum pirate group ran up and down. Big news edition. The man who resurrected Roger and Mitsuki Mida has appeared. He is the father of the Whitebeard. He is also the teacher of the Pirate King Roger, the Navy hero Cap and the Hades Rawley. What did you say? The hustle and bustle of the afternoon tea garden suddenly broke through the sky. The 4 Emperors Big Mum, who has always been lawless and fearless, suddenly fell into a chair, with a rare expression of horror appearing on the ugly old face. Blue the phone bug rang suddenly. Mom, it's Kaido. The direct contact of the 4 Emperors and Beasts. Kaido. The New World and the country. Since the war 18 years ago, this place has been reduced to the territory of the 4 Emperors and Beasts. Kaido. At this moment, the Ghost Island where the base camp of the 4 Emperors and 100 Beasts pirate group is located. Click. A huge bolt of lightning struck the sky, illuminated the dark Skull Island. A large knife of several hundred meters pierced the front ground of Skull Island. Under the shining of electric light, the cold light was reflected. The magnificent Ghost Island Palace. There are cheerful raps echoing between the small bridges and the flowing water. If I get thinner, I will be more handsome, so should I lose weight? The third in command of the 100 Beasts and Pirates, Epidemic Quinn sang, jumped and rapped happily. You not far away, in the central skeleton hall of the Ghost Island, there was a complex sound that seemed to cry but not to cry, and to laugh but not to laugh. During this period, there was also the sound of gudong of wine entering the throat. It was Kaido, the drunk emperor of the sea, who was drunk crazy. 1 day ago, at the time of gathering all the troops in the Navy headquarters, busy preparing for the war with the Whitebeard pirates. On the sea of the New World, an incredible event happened. It was a big collision between the emperors of the sea. Under a whim, the veteran 4 Emperor Beasts Kaido attacked alone as a dragon. He wants to go to the Navy headquarters to attack the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy, and fight a war. In the middle of the result, the 4 Emperors' red-haired Shanks led the crowd to block the specific battle process. Except for both parties, no one else knows. Even the Navy only knows after the First World War. The Beast Kaido returned to his hometown and gave up the attack. The red-haired pirates were missing. Brother Quinn, how is Mr. Kaido now? What was the result of the fight with the red-haired bastard yesterday? The 4th in command of the Beasts and Pirates, Drought Jack, approached the Plague Quinn, who was singing and dancing rap. Who knows? Leave it alone, and it will recover in a few days. Epidemic Quinn continued to twist the Yanko indifferently. Queen Jack. At this moment, a slightly immature shout sounded. The King Yo, Lord Jack and Quinn greeted the petite secretary who was wearing a mask in front of them. Something has happened. Hurry up and wake up Master Kaido. The war that took place in the Navy headquarters has changed unexpectedly. Chapter 153. A terrible event happened at the top of the Navy headquarters. The Secretary of the 100 Beasts, the Royal, yelled anxiously and horrified. Hey, Don't have to be so exaggerated. Plague Quinn spoke nonchalantly. What's the matter? Jack Kern asked angrily. Wow lala! Suddenly a gust of wind blew between the courtyards with small bridges and flowing water. A toothless pterodactyl surrounded by flames descended. Big brother Jin! Jack shouted. Oh, idiot Jin! What are you doing? Startled me. Plague Quinn patted the fat on his body. There is no time for you to play treasures. Hurry up and see Mr. Kaido, idiot Quinn. The situation will only be 100 times more exaggerated than you think. Yanzin Jin said coldly, throwing several fresh newspapers onto the face of Plague Quinn. Nanny, I at %. 10 minutes later, the three major disasters of the 100 Beasts brought the Secretary King to the Central Hall. Hey here, Jin, Quinn, and Jack are all here. Hurry up and sit down and drink with Lao Tzu. 100 Beast Kaido drunk 28 opened his mouth. Mr. Kaido, it's no longer the time for a leisurely drink. Something big has happened. Jack said. Master Kaido, just now, the news from the Navy headquarters revealed that unexpected legendary figures appeared on top of the war. The secretary's voice trembled. Legend? Is it Ski Bastard or Rawley? Those old guys are still alive. Bai Beast Kaijuo asked nonchalantly. Not only Rawley, but also the undead of the past. The royalist panicked. You, dead souls, stop joking. Can't you get confused by drinking? Kaido laughed. It's you who are confused about drinking, Kaido. Roger One Piece has proven to be resurrected. Yan Calamity Jin said faintly. What are you talking about? One Piece Roger Bastard. The beast Kaido, who was sitting paralyzed, suddenly sat upright. Not only Roger, the Pirate King, but also Mita, the monster warrior Mitsuki Mita that we killed 18 years ago. Mitsuki Mita is also resurrected. Plague Quinn was full of horror and astonishment. Unexpectedly, I couldn't believe that Mita's prophecy, which was ridiculed by them 18 years ago, had come true. Nanny, even that mission. The beast Kaido was completely awake from alcohol, and his forehead was instantly covered with cold sweat. Pain unconsciously appeared on his face, and his big hand covered the cross scar on his abdomen. That was the only wound on his body that couldn't heal. That was the wound that Gwengayu mission left on his body 18 years ago, and it still aches. Mr. Kaido, it's really bad this time. Even Jack, the iron-headed baby who has always been fearless, was panicked now. 18 years ago, just a single light moon mission was already extremely difficult, let alone the monster Whitebeard pirates. That mission would definitely come to us for revenge. The Plague Quinn was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. This time we will not face Gwengayu mission alone. The Whitebeard pirates will definitely come, even the Roger pirates. The expression under the hood of Yanzin Jin was solemn and solemn. Wow! The four emperors and 100 beasts, Kaido yelled in uncontrollable panic. Hurry up! Contact Ling-a-Ling quickly. 1 minute later. Master Kaido, I have been connected to all countries. The Royal King hurriedly sent the phone worm to Kaido. It's been a long time since I contacted Kaido. 4 emperors. Big Mom came from Charlotte. Ling-a-Ling. Ling-a-Ling, come and save me. The 4 emperors and the beasts, Kaido yelled without image. Kazunokuni, Hananoto, the country of Japan, which has been pursuing a closed-door policy for 800 years, has severed all ties with the outside world. The people of the country have no access to all news from overseas. But now the Oki regime, which is cooperating with Bayou Kaido, naturally has a way to learn about big news from the outside world. At this moment, General mentioned Tangchi, the prosperous capital of flowers. In the almost boiling soup pool, a black pig-like figure could not stop shaking. He is the current general of Wano country, Hitanoki. It's cold. It's cold. Hurry up and keep burning. Even in the hot water, even if the body has been reddened by the hot water, the black charcoal snake still shouted cold. The body shivered uncontrollably. It was a chill of fear emanating from inside his body. Master Rocky can't continue. The water temperature has exceeded 70 degrees. The servants of the general's mansion shouted in amazement. To shut up, the black charcoal snake screamed. He glanced at the newspaper on the shore abruptly, looking at the face in the newspaper. The fear that had been carved into the bone more than a decade ago revived, making the black charcoal snake suddenly fall into the ice cellar of thousands of years. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Why? Why is Guanyu mission really resurrected? This is unreasonable. It will die this time. It will really die. The black charcoal snake shouted hoarsely. It's cold. Why is it so cold? The water temperature is not enough. Hurry up and add fire to this, general. The hoarse roar of the general Hitanoki resounded throughout the general mansion of the flower capital. At the same time, there is a small courtyard where there is a spring ding-dong not far from the black charcoal snake. Boss Guangxi Lang, you heard it too. That's the situation. What should I do next? Hurry up and think of a way to persuade Lord General. If you continue, Lord Snake really wants to cook yourself. The retainers under the command of the black charcoal snake said with trepidation. Regarding this, the imperial merchant of the Hitan family and the capital of flowers underworld Boss Guangxi Lang is unheard of. Still looking drunk and dozing off. Boss Crazy Death, the voice of the general's retainer, rose slightly. The sleepy madman finally woke up from his sleepy state. The body seemed to tremble in hindsight. Ha ha ha, Guangxi Lang greeted with a smile. Don't worry, our general is a big snake, and the big snake is not so easy to be cooked. Crazy Dead Lang Hun said indifferently. Crazy Dead Man, the face of Oki who was closest to his retainers, was a deep one. If you are really worried, let the Oiran come over and persuade you later. Guangxi Lang swayed to his feet. Real. Hearing this, Oki's retainer suddenly smiled. He brought the Crazy Dead Man for exactly this purpose. I want the black charcoal Oki to be his favorite Oiran to distract him. Also, about the resurrection of the dead Guanyu mission. The Crazy Dead Man who walked near the door suddenly paused and turned his head to reveal a cold smile. Don't worry. Anyone who hinders the general will definitely be killed under the madness. Crazy Death Lang said coldly. Gudong, the general's retainers, grumbled with difficulty, and a barely curved face was pulled out. It's really reassuring to have the boss of the Crazy Dead Man. Then, I will retire first. Guangxi Lang went out staggeringly, leaving the general mansion. A quarter of an hour later, Guangxi Lang returned to the base camp on Rakshaw Street. Boss Crazy Death Boss, you are back. The younger brothers of Guangxilang's family greeted him, wanting to help their boss. After all, the drowsy state of today's Crazy Dead Man is more profound than usual. The journey is always vacillating. All go. Crazy Death Lang gave a cold cry, until back to the space of being alone. Guangxi Lang's strong self-aggregated power was finally completely relieved. He sat weakly by the door. 2 lines of tears could not stop dripping. Mita-sama, you are finally back. I will pass on Jiro. I am here to look forward to your arrival. Chapter 154. The whole world is boiling and chaotic because of a series of shocking news about the war on the top of the Navy headquarters, the Great Sea route to Street Ting Island, the land of the desert Alabastan. Master Cobra Falcon Bell, the deputy captain of the kingdom soaring in the sky, yelled and rushed forward. Finally, he flew straight into the palace hall, bringing big news that shocked the world for King Cobra and others in the hall waiting for news. Bell, how's the situation going? On top of the war, God, has Lord Shinrafing really appeared? King Cobra asked anxiously. Where is Master YY? Did Master YY show up? Ikalam and Jackal Garka also hurried forward. Pure Bell continued to take a deep breath, calming the incomparable strong shock in his heart. Lord Cobra, yes. Lord Rain really went to the Navy headquarters, and not just him, even the legendary pirate King Gaudy Roger was resurrected. Bell yelled uncomfortably. Nanny, what did you say? Immediately afterwards, Cobra, Ikalam and Garka shouted with shock and disbelief. What exactly is going on? Master Cobra, take a look at the news first. Bell really didn't know where to start. Simply shove a pile of newspapers pinned to his waist to the 3 of Cobra. Ever since. Next second, shocking shouts in the palace hall suddenly came and went. Nanny, One Piece Roger is really resurrected. What? Whitebeard. The 4 Emperors Whitebeard turned out to be the son of Lord Rain. What a shock. One Piece Roger, the naval hero Ka, the Hades Raleigh, he They are all the disciples of Lord Shinra Gaze. Wang differ. The exclamation of the main hall of the Albana Palace lasted for 10 minutes. This finally came to an end because of the exhaustion of the four of Cobra's strength. In the main hall, the four King Cobra sat on the ground feebly, back to back with each other. Their expressions were fanatical or sluggish. The four great legends of the last era turned out to be the disciples of Lord Rain God. Master Rain God is really a god. Wai Wei's ability to worship Lord Shiliuofeng is really the blessing of our Alabastan forever. Cobra murmured with emotion. It doesn't matter anymore, even if Wai Wei's identity is exposed. With Lord Shinrofeng, even the world government can't attack us. Right, Master Cobra is right. There is nothing to fear anymore. Famous city with great sea route, capital of water. The atmosphere at Kara's #1 dockyard is particularly warm and extraordinary. Look, everyone, a terrible event happened in the naval headquarters war. One Piece Roger is resurrected. It's a miracle. And that Mr. Luofeng, he turned out to be a Whitebeard father. The bastards of the original Frankie family screamed hoarsely, continuously spread this series of shocking news throughout the dock. After a while, a loud noise erupted from the huge #1 dockyard. Nanny, is that Mr. Luofeng? Such a big man? Barry, the ship's master, yelled. Mr. Luofeng is really the teacher of the hero Kapu. Another marine master, Deluston, opened his eyes wide. Not only the hero Ka, but also Roger, the king of the pirate, Rawley, and the four emperors Whitebeard. These four legendary characters are all the disciples of Lord Luofeng. How lucky we are to be able to meet such a big man at close range. No, even the dead One Piece is resurrected. Could Mr. Luofeng be a god? Yes. It must be a god. Look at it. A shipmaster pointed at the Golden Mary with a photo on the front page of the newspaper. There can be no mistake about this ship. It is the burnt down Mealy of the Straw Hats. But now it is also resurrected. Who else can do it besides the gods? Wow! Upon perceiving this shocking fact, the huge #1 dock was immediately shocked again. At the same time, Dockyard Headquarters Building, the master of Water City, Isbegu, stood in front of the French windows, and the shock on his face couldn't be concealed. It turned out that it was not my illusion at that time. The wizard of the ship like never before. I really want to see it. Isbegu whispered expectantly. Great Sea Route, Ghastly Island, Crikana Island. Here is the site of the kingdom of Siskia. The country was destroyed by civil war hundreds of years ago. As a result, the entire island has been haunted by ghosts for hundreds of years, and no one dares to live. Before being used as a base by Kiwusi Hawkeye Mihawk, this place has always been in the form of an uninhabited island. But going out in Hawkeye Mihawk now, this island has ushered in a pair of difficult sisters and brothers. Princess Mononoke Perona, who was shot flying by a bear on the horror bark, and Rora Noah Sauron, a pirate hunter who was shot by a bear on the Chambord Islands. At this moment, in the ruins of the ruined kingdom, Sauron, a young man with a green algae head covered in bandages, lay on his back on the steps, with blood constantly permeating from the bandage on his body. All because of the shocking reports of major events that are now appearing in front of him. The blood in his body is boiling. Dairis is Senior Luofeng. Wai Wei's teacher, that Senior Luofeng, is not just Luffy's grandfather. He is actually the teacher of the pirate King Roger, Uncle Lee and the four emperors Whitebeard! Sauron was so shocked that his eyes almost jumped out of their sockets. Hey, what a naive boy, Rora Noah. Do you really believe in such outrageous things? How could it be possible? Princess Mononoke Perona shrugged and laughed mercilessly. Shut up, wordy woman. Sauron let out an angry reprimand. The eyeballs quickly passed from the newspaper. This is Mealy. When he saw the picture of the golden Mealy on the title page, Sauron couldn't help but his blood pressure soared, and the blood in his body couldn't stop surging again, so that the wound was full of blood. Pouch. Chapter 155. This is our golden Mealy. Luffy is safe. And now even their melee has appeared intact. What is going on? Could it be that Senior Luo Feng resurrected the melee? That's it. It must be so. Above the ghostly island resounded with the shocking shouts of the Straw Hat gang of swordsmen Roranoa Sorona breaking through the sky. After seeing the companionship that I thought I would never see again, the Golden Mary appeared again. The excitement and shock in Soren's heart had already reached the point where it could not be added. His blood pressure surged suddenly, the blood gradually agitated and finally broke through the limit. Pouch blood arrows from the wound on his body shot out like no money. If it continues, it will inevitably die because of excessive blood loss. At the moment when Soren's life is critical, Perona, who was stunned by Soren, finally recovered. You dare to kill me? Perona was anxious. Negative phantom, an intangible ghost, quickly floated out of Perona's hand and penetrated Soren's body. Soren stiffened. The turbulent blood all over my body seemed to be extinguished by a basin of cold water. Sorry, I'm really not as good as a maggot when I was angry with Princess. I might as well die. Soren propped his limbs on the ground, sinking into a trough of depression and loss. Hey, Perona laughed cheerfully. Asshole, how dare you? The negative ghost effect passed, and Soren, who had recovered, was furious. However, before Soren became angry, Perona raised her hand and immediately became a negative ghost, repeating this a dozen times. Perhaps it was a mistake. Perona's mischief caused Soren's blood pressure to drop because of his excitement. He pulled him back from the brink of death. The second daughter island of the Great Root, the kingdom of Kamabaka. This is the paradise of the ladyboys, and the country where the ladyboy king Ivankov belongs. At this moment, the always quiet and peaceful Shemal Island was bustling with the sudden arrival of a tough guy. That hapless tough guy was Sanji Haizu, the chef of the Straw Hat pirate group. Oh, the depressive screams that were not like people's screams exploded over the peach-culled beach. That was Sanji, who was experiencing a nightmare. Ah, don't run away, sweetheart, little sweetheart, we will all love you so much. Behind Sanji, stepping on the maiden running posture, chasing after a large group of 5 big and 3 thick hoe-tied lady boys in floral dresses. Wow, no. Go away, I want to see Miss Nami, Sister Robin, and Mealy. Senior Luo Feng, help me. Sanji cried uncontrollably, and was cried directly by the hoe-tied lady boys. Unfortunately, Sanji's call was not answered. Patter, a lady boy, flew and clasped his ankle, causing Sanji to fall to the ground. Immediately afterwards, the other lady boys leapt up and swarmed, completely submerging Sanji. Miss Nami, Sister Robin, and Miss YY, goodbye. Sanji closed his eyes with a serene expression on his face. The kingdom of birds, the kingdom of Trino. It is different from Sanji's sad experience. After the initial misfortune, the Straw Hat Regiment boat Dr. Chopper, who was shot and flew here by the tyrant bear, gradually got to know the people here and become a peace bridge between humans and giant birds. Mr. Tanuki, this is sent by the little bird wearing clothes just now. Can you understand it? A teenager from a primitive tribe sent a newspaper to Chopper, who was concentrating on grinding medicinal materials. I'm a reindeer, not a civet cat, bastard. As always, Chopper went wild, frightening the tribe teenagers and fleeing. Chopper trotted and picked up the newspaper on the ground. After a while, his reindeer eyes suddenly went around and wide. Teacher Luo Fengdu is still the teacher of One Piece, Uncle Lily and Whitebeard. Chopper's shocked cry resounded across the sky. And this is the Mealy. It's really a super miracle ship, the Golden Mary. Oh. In the future kingdom of the Agency Island, Frankie, the Straw Hat crew engineer who was photographed and flew here, couldn't help crying bitterly when he watched the emergency report in the newspaper. And Senior Luo Feng is really super incredible, like a god. Mr. Tom, I met a god. Great Sea Root Impoverished Kingdom, Harahitania. You ho, as I thought. Luffy is fine too. Then everyone else must be fine too. Brook, who was dead with only a handful of bones, laughed happily. But then again, Luo Feng, the teacher of One Piece, Rawley, Carp, and Whitebeard. I seem to have heard of it before. That was when I was in Xi High more than 50 years ago. And it seemed to be. By the way, it turned out to be him. Brooke seemed to have thought of something. The face of the skeleton without a trace of flesh is involuntarily shocked and moved. Grapefruit, Boeing Islands. It looks like an island, but it is actually a few huge carnivorous plants named stomach barren, the barren of the stomach floating on the sea. The forest of temptation in the depths of the island is full of plants with enticing food, and the aroma attracts sea beasts and sea kings. Afterwards, the mouth swallows prey from the center of the island. Mr. Usopp, where are you going? Yelled Hercules, the inner-horned fairy warrior native to the Boeing Islands. Oh, Straw Hat Sniper Usopp just ran aimlessly, crying and laughing. The whole person's emotions are shocked, excited, and uplifted to the extreme. Mlee, wait for me. He'll be back soon. Mlee. Small Sky Island, Visalia. This is an artificial weather research island. All the people living on the island are senior meteorologists in the world. On weekdays, the old men gather together to study meteorology, and their days are moist. It's just that this quiet and peacefulness broke 5 days ago because of the sudden arrival of a naughty girl. What followed was a lively new life, although it was noisy, but for Visalia, who hadn't had young blood for a long time. The arrival of the Straw Hat Navigator Little Thief Cat will also add a bit of joy to the island. Only hey, Father Harrider, you can take me back to the Chambord Islands, Nami said coquettishly. Okay, you don't have to say it. This time we are going to the destination not too far from the Chambord Islands. The old man Hardedard said. Not too far. Nami's eyes suddenly brightened. Oh, girl, don't be too happy. Tell you the truth, you have been targeted by an incredible big pirate, and we can't help it. Harada sighed dejectedly. Unbelievable big pirate? Who? Nami's expression couldn't help being stunned. Ha. Suddenly, there was a loud laughter in the sky. Little girl in the Straw Hat group, don't be afraid. The old man is Shiji, the golden lion Shiji. Chapter 156. Small Sky Island, Visalia. This is a man-made air island specially used to study the different weather of the world. The whole island consists of most clouds and a small part of land. The inhabitants of the island are all well-known elderly meteorological scientists from all over the world. It wasn't until 5 days ago that the genius of the Straw Hat crew was shot by the tyrant bear and flew to this island. The calm of this peaceful small island was broken, and troublesome storms followed. However, the most troublesome thing was the sudden contact of a big pirate. Ha. The arrogant and violent laughter suddenly resounded across the sky. The elderly meteorological scientists and Nami on the Small Sky Island stared in shock and horror. A group of floating islands jumped out of the clouds and appeared directly below the small islands. At the same time, a lion-like figure rose to the sky and descended on Visalia. Regarding the weather, it has always been a knot in Shiji's heart. The Battle of Atworth more than 20 years ago. Ski's flying pirate fleet surrounded Roger pirates, leaving Roger pirates in desperation. If it hadn't been for that sudden storm, I am afraid that even the Roger pirates would not be able to ask for much. From then on, the golden lion Shiji has had a deep heart shadow over the various weather on the sea. This is also the fundamental reason for his continuous search for navigators over the years. Visalia, a small island specializing in climate research, is also one of his dormant discoveries over the years. However, golden lion Shiji did not arbitrarily collect them all. For one thing, these old scholars should not be pirates if they are killed. Secondly, Golden Lion Shiji also wants them to study freely, so that they can get more results. But let it go, these annuity lions have always kept in touch with them. Even occasionally Golden Lion Shiji would send his navigators to this scholar island to learn about the weather. This time, his connection with the island just came in handy. Visalius old men, it's quite cooperative this time, so I don't have to run again. Ha. Golden Lion Shiji glanced over the meteorologists such as Harida. In the end, His eyes froze on the only young girl Nami. It is to be confirmed that this girl is the Straw Hat Group navigator whom Luo Feng told him to find on the small sky island 10 days ago. The golden lion Shiji's face suddenly raised a big arc. Teacher Luo Feng really expected everything. This little girl is really there. Golden Lion Shiji secretly sighed. The other side, feeling the gaze from the legendary flying big sea pirate Golden Lion Shiji. The weak, poor and helpless Nami shivered unconsciously and got goosebumps. Jai ha 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 ha, don't be afraid of the little girl. The old man is Shiji, the Golden Lion Shiji. Perceiving Nami's fear and trembling, Golden Lion Shiji quickly showed a kind smile and introduced herself. However, know his identity. After learning that the terrifying big pirate in front of him turned out to be the flying big pirate Golden Lion Shiji. At that moment, Nami's little heart was beating faster and faster. The inner tension and anxiety can no longer increase. This what the hell is going on? Harada. Nami's eyes widened, and she whispered in surprise and fear. Sorry, little girl, I can't do anything about this. The little old scientist Harada shrank his neck apologetically. Jai ha 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 ha, the little girl in the Straw Hat Group. I used the lives of everyone on this island to threaten them to bring you here. Golden Lion Shiji explained. Aha. Nami was dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, it would be such a reason. She thought that she had done too much these days. These old men were really angry, so she wanted to retaliate against her and send her to the flying big pirate. Unexpectedly, it was the Golden Lion Shiji who threatened the lives of the residents of the island. Only Nami couldn't understand even if she wanted to break her head. When did he actually become sweet and delicious? It is worth the legendary flying big pirate Golden Lion Shiji so painstakingly to find himself. Obviously this is the first time I have met with Golden Lion Shiji. Why should a big man like the Golden Lion pay so much attention to himself? Thinking of this, Nami has a kind of rush to tears without tears. Ha 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 ha. Don't talk nonsense, let's go. Golden Lion Shiji raised his hand and threw out a rope, wrapping Nami from head to toe. Middle dot 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 fine flowers 00 akaji ha 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 ha. The girl's scream echoed in the sky accompanied by the Golden Lion Shiji's jealous laugh. 3 minutes later, the Golden Lion Shiji brought the frightened Nami to the luxurious palaces on Winter Island. In a hall, Nami meets 2 women, one large and one small, who were also brought by the Golden Lion. Sister Luju, look, is she Luffy's partner? The green-haired girl with a turban looked up at Nami and whispered. It seems so. She is the navigator on the Luffy ship. Luju also recognized Nami. Whispering to Mukino and Luju, Nami was unheard of. At this moment, all her mind was attracted by the news reports scattered in the hall. 0. Hey, this is Teacher Luo Feng. Teacher Luo Feng has gone to the Navy headquarters. And not only Luffy's grandfather, even the Pirate King Roger, Uncle Lee, and the Whitebeard are all disciples of Teacher Luo Feng. Nami's shocking voice echoed one after another in the empty hall. Wow! The newspaper turns pages. This is Luffy and the Golden Mealy. Mealy is also alive. I know, it must be Teacher Luo Feng. Teacher Luo Feng is really the most incredible person in the world. When she saw the familiar Golden Mealy on the front page of the newspaper, Nami's whole body was like chicken blood, and she was extremely excited. Well, you are Miss Nami from the Straw Hat Pirates, right? Listening to Nami's excited voice, Mukino and Luju became more affirmed of Nami's identity, and immediately couldn't help but step forward to greet them. What? After hearing the call of others, Nami finally came back to her senses. I am Nami, you are. Looking at Mukino and Luju, Nami couldn't help but look confused. Sure enough, it's Luffy's partner, Miss Nami. When we first met, my name is Mukino, it's Luffy's. My sister is almost the same, Mukino said. Oh, Nami was shocked. He looked at the dignified young woman subconsciously. My name is Luju, Luffy's mother. Luju smiled. 0. Chapter 157, Meeting for the first time. Miss Nami, My name is Makino, I belong to Luffy. My sister is about the same. Luju, Luffy's mother. When the self-introduction of Makino and Luju fell, the huge and luxurious hall fell into a dead silence for a moment. The needle drop can be heard. After a while, the girl broke through the sky with shocking exclamation. You are Luffy's sister and mother. Looking at the two dignified women, one big and one small in front of her, Nami was so shocked that her eyes popped out of her eyes. She never imagined that she would meet the family of her Captain Luffy here. The level of surprise and shock is almost 5 stars. Compared to the previous encounter with YY on Judicial Island, it is not much more to do. Only the first meeting with Liu Feng, as well as the news reports in the newspapers I saw before. Can the horror be slightly better in terms of the degree of surprise? Well, don't be so excited, Miss Nami, calm down a little bit. Makino approached intimately and patted Nami's beautiful back. I actually have no blood relationship with Luffy, but I have taken care of Luffy before, so I think of myself as Luffy's sister without authorization. Makino Hao-yan explained. Makino, what is arrogance? You are the sister of Ace and Luffy. We are a family with no blood relationship. Luju smiled forward and gently hugged Makino. Yes, Sister Luju, I made a mistake. Makino smiled. Are you really the mother of Luffy and his brother Ace? Nami's almost dull gaze fell on Luju. Yes, Nami. Luju smiled and nodded. 14 years ago, Carp flew to the Kolbo mountain with his 3-year-old Lulu. From the moment Luffy was entrusted to her to raise him, Luffy, like Ace, was her son. It's the same with the little blonde boy who Ace picked up at the Uncertainty garbage station later. Papa Luffy is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, so you are the dragons. Thinking of the secrets disclosed by the hero Kapu in the Water City not long ago, Nami's beautiful eyes couldn't help but widen again. Hearing the Nami's words, Luju and Makino looked at each other and couldn't help but chuckle. No, Miss Nami, isn't Luju's husband the son of Mr. Carp? Makino said. Question mark. Nami is blinded again. My husband, Nami, you should have seen it just now. Luju pointed to the newspaper in Nami's hand. Nami's gaze fell on the report of the big event, her little head running wildly. Synthesizing a series of information, finally came to a correct and surprising conclusion. Aunt Luju is your husband Roger One Piece? Nami screamed in surprise. Luju nodded happily. So far everything is clear. Nami is not an idiot with a lack of roots after all. Speaking of this, it is enough to clarify everything. Ace is the biological son of Roger, the Pirate King, and Luju in front of him. Luffy is the adopted son who was fostered under Luju's name. Whether it is an adoptive mother or a biological mother, it is always a pleasure to meet the captain's family. Aunt Luju, Ms. Makino, Nami, Luffy's partner. Even though the other party knew herself, Nami still introduced herself seriously. Everyone is a good boy, and Luffy will have to trouble you to take care of that boy in the future. Luju spoke gently. The atmosphere in the hall is harmonious. Luju, Makino, and Nami took Luffy as the center of the topic, and conducted intense discussions and exchanges, until within 5 minutes, Golden Lion Shiji returned. Listening to the familiar laughter, Nami finally realized the fact that she was captured by the flying big pirate. Let's take a look at Luju and Makino, who are also closed here. The thoughts in Nami's mind were running fast, and she soon figured everything out. The Golden Lion Shiji, the enemy of the Pirate King Roger in the last era, deliberately captured them here, inevitably to use them to go to the Navy headquarters. Thought of this, Nami was brave once in a while. She plucked up all the courage to keep Luju and Magino behind. Compared with Luju, who had lived in the village for most of her life, she was so courageous that she was also a pirate who offered a reward of over 10 million. It is natural to stand out here. Golden Lion Shiji, although you don't know what you want to do to catch us here, I advise you to quickly dispel bad thoughts and let us go. Otherwise, the consequences will be more serious than you think. Nami threatened fiercely. Jai ha 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 ha. What a funny little girl. She's totally different from just now. Golden Lion Shiji laughed. Don't worry, Let us go quickly, otherwise, my teacher. Your teacher? Golden Lion Shiji gave a sigh. Yeah, tell you the truth, this is my teacher. Nami pointed to Luo Feng in the newspaper. Teacher Luo Feng is my teacher, and the four of Pirate King Roger, Hero Kapu, Pluto Rawley and Whitebeard are my seniors. I am not afraid of you. Nami mustered up the courage to face the legendary flying big pirate. It's a senior sister again. Golden Lion Shiji was silent. His expression tangled. She was completely fooled by Nami. Of course, it's not that Golden Lion is too simple. Mainly because Nami is the little girl Luo Feng specially ordered to find her back. How can Golden Lion Shiji not think much? Huh. It's good to know if you are afraid. Nami raised her chin proudly. Although I don't know how big people like Golden Lion Shiji are so easy to fool around, it is naturally best to be able to get out of the siege. Jai ha 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 ha, don't be so excited, Master Nami. Little girl, in fact, I have no malicious intentions. The reason why I arrested you was all at the orders of Senior Luo Feng. Golden Lion Shiji smiled and said, daring not to offend Nami, senior sister again. Senior Luo Feng. Nami's expression was stunned again. Just wanted to refute. In the next second, Luju and Makino moved forward together. It's true, Miss Nami. Mr. Shiji was really entrusted by Mr. Luo Feng to take us to the Navy headquarters to meet Luffy and the others. Makino explained. A few days ago, when the Golden Lion Shiji suddenly appeared in the small bar of Windmill Village, Luju, who recognized his identity, was shocked. But then when Shiji talked about Luo Feng and the sleeping Roger, Luju finally believed what he said and set off together. A few minutes later, after listening to Golden Lion Shiji explain the cause and effect, Nami touched the back of her head dazedly and reluctantly accepted. Ha 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 ha. Luju and two little girls are ready to get ready and arrive at the Navy headquarters in 30 minutes. Golden Lion Shiji announced. Really? Great. You'll see Luffy and the others soon. Makino was extremely pleasantly surprised. It's still half an hour, we can finally get together, Roger and Ace. Luju's face was full of longing. It's really great. He'll be able to see Luffy, Mali, and the most amazing teacher Luo Feng right away. Nami Hai smiled. Chapter 158, The Islands of Chambord, the Highland of the Live Broadcast Square. Looking at the big stage of the world, the battlefield of the Navy headquarters has experienced frequent major events. This year's Supernova Pirates finally can no longer contain the shock and excitement in the heart. Really, I can't help it anymore. I'm going to the scene to witness with my own eyes. Big Stomach Girl Joe Ellie Bonnie stood up suddenly, leaving the live broadcast square with his subordinates immediately. Era the captain Yustaskid yelled suddenly, ready to set sail for the Navy headquarters. Yes, everyone in the Kid Pirate group nodded silently. If you can't participate in the biggest event in ancient and modern times, wouldn't it be a trip for nothing? Let's go. Bo. Death Sergeant Trafalgar grinned. Little ones, set sail. Captain of the Flame Tank Pirate Regiment, Karpenberg, waved his arms. Then came Hawkins, Drake, and up. The 8 Supernova pirate groups gathered here all made the same decision. Board the ships in the harbor and set sail one after another, aiming at the Navy headquarters. 10 minutes later, there was a wave of waves on a calm sea about 2 nautical miles away from the Chambodian Islands. An unpredictable high uplift of the C-28. A lot of seawater poured down like a waterfall. Such an abnormal situation suddenly attracted the attention of a group of supernova pirates. Teach. Godfather, look over there, there is something big coming out. Wit. The cadre of the Flame Tank Pirate Group, yelled in horror, Kid, what is coming? On the other side, Kira, the deputy captain of the Kid Pirates, looked solemn. Is it Neptune? Supernova Monkurgi guesses. No, it's not a Sea King. A new storm has appeared. The magician Hawkins yelled. Wow, the sea was surging, causing a violent wave of waves on the calm sea. Under the shocked gaze of the Supernova Pirates Group, a behemoth rushed out of the sea. It is not a sea beast, nor is it a sea king. The huge thing that broke through the sea as a ship snapped. The coating that showed colorful rays of light burst in response to the sunlight. Wow! The double knife pirate flag on the mast blown by the squally wind blasted. In this sea, no matter who it is, seeing this ship can't keep calm, because that flag represents one of the rulers of this sea. The pirate ship of the four emperors red-haired Shanks, the Red Fourth. They are the four emperors red-haired pirate group! Exclamation mark. Four emperors red-haired Shanks. When I saw the red-haired man standing on the bow of the huge Red Fourth pirate ship, the supernovae couldn't help but once again stared in shock and yelled. Appeared the second emperor of the sea. Not to mention that even Big Mom and Kaido will come next. Big stomach girl Joelle Bonnie bit her thumb again subconsciously. The ball is gone, you must never come again. I can't stand it anymore. Heart pirate Tuan Pabeiksan Bibo drooped his tongue, unable to vomit. Even if the Big Mom and Kaido did come, I wouldn't be too surprised. Captain of the Flame Tank Pirate Regiment, Karpenberg said in a deep voice. The legendary teacher above the top, the four emperors with Whitebeard, the king of Hades, Rawley, the One Piece Roger. Now even the four emperors with red hair are here. This war is destined to be recorded in the annals of history, and the storm of the new era will soon coming soon. The magician Hawkins said solemnly. I've heard a rumor that the four emperor red-haired Shanks was once a member of the Roger Pirates and was an intern on the One Piece ship. If this is true, it would be terrible. DJ Skillachmanap shook his head in horror. It can't be wrong. The four red-haired Shanks is indeed a crew member of One Piece. The fallen Rear Admiral Drake paled. On the other side, Yustaskid gritted his teeth and said nothing. The unnamed man whose eyes were always locked on the bow of the Red Fourth, clenched his fists unconsciously. Obviously it has been decided. Obviously made up his mind. After entering the new world, you will want to challenge those overlords. But when he really met those who stood at the apex, he found that he couldn't afford any will to fight. The unparalleled dominance of these people standing at the apex of the new world. The power that can't be expressed in words makes him desperate. Am I scared? What a joke. Kid strongly suppressed the trembling of his body, but the more patient, the more instinctively his body trembles. Not only because of the red hair of the four emperors, but also because of the legendary adults far away in the Navy headquarters and the existence above the legend. Just when the eyes of the supernovae stared at the red-haired pirates, the members of the Red Group on the Red Fourth were also aware of their existence. Boss, there seems to be this year's rookie kids over there. Leikilu took a bite of flesh and blood with great interest. They seem to be talking about something interesting. Could it be that something interesting happened when we were on the bottom of the sea? Should we go and ask? Jesus Cloth carried a spear on his shoulder and was full of spirits. Ahahaha, I also heard a little bit, so let's go. Standing on the bow, the domineering four emperors red-haired Shanks waved a big hand. Come here. The four emperors are coming to us. Okay. Seeing the red-haired pirates approaching, Bebo, the pet white bear, the heart group on the deck of the submarine, turned around in fear. Calm down, Bebo. Think for the better. Maybe the other party is just passing by. Pekin wearing a penguin hat began to escape reality. The newcomer over the red-haired Shanks called to the heart pirates on the deck of the submarine. Then, whether it was on the deck or the heart group in the cabin, everyone stiffened and fell straight to the ground. The four emperors have red hair, what's the point? As the supernova captain, Trafalgaro forced the shock in his heart and asked in a deep voice, "Ahahaha, nothing, just want to read the newspaper in your hand." It seems that something interesting has happened, isn't it? Shanks the red-haired smiled. Trafalgaro did not hesitate at all, activated the fruit of surgery ability, and sent the newspaper in his hand to the pirate ship Red Fourth. Thank you. In the future, if you encounter any difficulties in the new world, you can come to me. If you want to join, I'm always welcome. Red Hair spontaneously speaks. This is really a big event that scares me to death. Boss, come here. This time it's really amazing. Oh, boss, It's Luffy. Luffy is also at the Navy headquarters. The uproar of the cadres of the red-haired pirate group who were watching the newspaper became a succession. Ahaha, let me see. Shanks the redhead took the newspaper. Just a glance. The red-haired Shanks, the Emperor of the Sea who is famous in the New World, looked straight. Deputy Captain Raleigh, Mr. Meter, and Captain Roger. The red-haired Shanks, who has always been elegant and easygoing, flushed his eyes at this moment. Chapter 159. This is Deputy Captain Raleigh, Mr. Meter, and Captain Roger. When you see the big event reports in the newspapers, the four emperors red-haired Shanks, who had always been elegant and easygoing, were no longer calm at the moment. The eyes of the Emperor of the Sea, who possessed the huge energy of calling the wind and calling the rain on the sea, were red. It's not just red-haired Shanks. At this moment, the members of the Redhead Pirates on the Red Fourth pirate ship are all calm. When I saw the big shocking events reported in the news, up to course senior cadres, down to ordinary newcomers, everyone's eyes suddenly widened like brass bells, and their chins almost drooped onto the deck. The sound of exclamation from his mouth made the calm sea full of violent waves. Is it really possible for this kind of thing to happen? The resurrection of the undead or something? It's possible. Of course it's possible. This is already alive. That Gwenu mission will leave it alone for the time being, but Roger, One Piece Roger, we can't be more familiar with it. 20 years ago, the One Piece who opened the Great Pirate Era with his own death was really resurrected. Yes. Besides, Roger One Piece is the boss former captain. The shocking uproars of the Red Band pirates on the deck of the Red Fourth came one after another. Called Ben Beckman, the deputy captain of the Redhead Pirates, inhaled a cigarette. The resurrection of Roger One Piece is indeed worthy of our surprise and admiration. But now the most important thing should be this man. Roger One Piece, the naval hero Raleigh the Hades, and the teacher of the four emperors and the four Whitebeards. Ben Beckman pointed to Luo Feng in the newspaper and spoke in a deep voice. The most eye-catching common teacher of the four legends of the last era. This is no longer a simple description that can be described with a pen. Sniper Jesus Boo unconsciously shook his head in admiration. The resurrection of One Piece Roger and Samurai Mitsuzuki Mita must be inseparable from this teacher, and the power to control life and death is no longer a realm that mortals can watch. Grave accent. Ben Beckman looked faintly. Beckman, you mean the teacher of this legendary big man? Is he a god? The cadre with long blonde hair screamed in shock. Hey, god or something? This is really an exaggeration. Everyone was shocked. Ben Beckman breathed out the shocking smoke ring again, and his gaze fell on the silent and sluggish red-haired Shanks. Shanks, what do you think? Do you know your former captain and deputy captain Roger, the Pirate King, and the teacher of Raleigh, the Hades? Ben Beckman asked. As his voice fell, the eyes of everyone on the Red Fourth ship focused on the red-haired Shanks. The four emperors red-haired Shanks who had been silent for a long time raised a silly smile as usual. The teacher of Captain Roger and Vice. I've heard of it more than once before. He is indeed a godlike existence. It's great to be lucky enough to see the last one in this life. Shanks the red-haired grinned happily. Wow, there was a sudden uproar on the deck. Well, little ones, without further ado, hurry up. The red-haired Shanks waved his arms. Oh. The pirates in the red group all shouted in high spirits. Wow, lala, the waves are surging. The Red Fourth pirates, carrying the fully grown interns, headed straight to the battlefield of the Navy headquarters. Let's go to the Navy headquarters to confirm with your own eyes. A group of supernova pirates also set sail after the red-haired pirates. At the same time, the Red Earth continent is directly above Holy Land, Mary Jo. This is a dream city, but also the most evil capital in the world. At this moment, Mary Jo is deep in the central hall. The five old people who represent the world's highest power on the bright side looked at the video telephony bug projected on the big screen, and all the old faces were sinking. Damn it, as expected, it's coming. The 5 old stars with blonde hair and golden beards spoke with a ferocious expression. Even the pirate King Roger is resurrected. This is the worst situation. Old Xing, a warrior with a sword, had a distorted face. I have been to the last island, Ravdru, and the One Piece who has seen the truth of all the world is resurrected. If Gould Roger disregards that secret. Dai Gao, the 5th old star with curly hair of a medieval European nobleman, said with a solemn face. The situation has reached the most serious point. If you continue to let it go, the consequences will be unimaginable. It must be stopped at the first time. You can't continue to let those wicked parties do whatever they want. Gyeofu, the 5-star star with a birthmark on his bald head, looked cold. Diaresis, having said that, how should we respond? The curly-haired aristocratic old star Dai Gao is full of haze. Pirate King Roger, Hades King Raleigh, and the 4 emperors Whitebeard, these 3 people alone are scary enough, and the restless navy car. He will never go against that man. He will not go against our government in turn. It's already better. The old blonde star said confidently, up to now, even if Rank Kong leads the 3 secret forces of our world government, I am afraid it is not enough for that man to have a finger. The old samurai star smiled bitterly in the final analysis. The root of the problem still comes from that horrible man. The power that man showed 50 years ago. I still can't help but be afraid of trembling when I think about it. The bald-headed birthmark, the 5th old star, cough, couldn't help shaking his hands. Ta-ta-ta, the sound of rapid footsteps came from the depths of the hall. Wearing a dark blue suit and white hair, Wang's and white beard all reaching the waist, the 5-star boss walked quickly. How's it going? What did Master Yim say? What the hell do you want to do with that man? The 4-5 old stars in the hall stood up and looked nervously at the old star in the dark blue suit. After a moment of silence, Master Yim is ready to go. Ferdinand, the old star in the dark blue suit, spoke calmly. Wow! The 4-5 old stars who understood the meaning of his words were all in an uproar. At the same time of shock, the old faces were full of excitement. Master Yim is going to make a move. In this world, no one will be Lord Yim's opponent. Even if the opponent is a god, it's no exception. The 5 elder stars shouted in excitement. Well, we should almost get ready. We must not let those wicked parties do whatever they want. Chapter 160. The Navy headquarters is on top of the war. When Roger the One Piece, Cap of the Navy hero, Raleigh of Hades, and Edward Newgate of the 4 Emperors Whitebeard, the 4 most dazzling and powerful legendary figures of the last era, are all present to the central disciple of Liu Feng. The entire Navy headquarters and the world are boiling over! An unconcealed atmosphere of shock and silence envelops the huge base square. The pirates who followed the Whitebeard followed the manner of their own father, bending over to salute in the direction where Liu Feng was. On the battlefield, more than 100,000 naval elites just opened their mouths and stared blankly. Some of the sea soldiers who were not strong enough were even eager to move. If it weren't for being stopped by a partner, I'm afraid he would also salute the god who should be the enemy. All raise your head. Liu Feng calmly opened his mouth, breaking the silence that enveloped the audience. He Roger gave a silly smile and got up first. Then came Cap, Raleigh, and Whitebeard. Then there are the owners of the Whitebeard pirates, such as Guanyu Mission and Marco. Senior Liu Feng not far away. Guanyu Mission took 3 steps and made 2 steps, and hurried forward. Came to Liu Feng with a face full of restraint and tension. Really thank Senior Liu Feng for giving me this opportunity to rebirth. Guanyu Mission once again paid a big salute. This time it was not a courtesy. It's for the gratitude of rebirth. For Guanyu Mission, being able to come back from the present 18 years later is of great significance. Grandfather Senior Liu Feng, we too. Really, thank you very much for your miracle. The captain of the 16th Division, Izang, Kappa Kaesong, Inu Arashi, and Cat Viper, the retainers of Mission, also visited together again. Tears of excitement filled their eyes. Don't underestimate life. There won't be another next time. Liu Feng said quietly. Yes, Senior Liu Feng, The life you gave will definitely not be let down again. Mitsuki Mida takes care seriously. Ah ha ha ha. Roger was happily happy. Snapped. Luo Feng's palm slammed down on Roger's forehead. Roger's smirk stopped abruptly. You still have a face to smile? Are you not the same? Luo Feng squinted at Luoji with a smile, and said in an angry tone, "Hey he." Roger held his forehead and shrank his head weakly, not daring to speak anymore. Puff ha 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 ha. Seeing that Roger was crippled by his teacher Luo Feng's lesson, Ka, who had always been the most uncomfortable with Roger, suddenly laughed happily. Then came Rawley and Whitebeard, as well as the white group pirates such as Marco and Joz. The battlefield should have been bloody and fierce, but at this moment, it was full of joy and laughter. It's a pity that this is a carnival that belongs only to the pirates. Except for Ka, none of the Navy people can laugh on this occasion. Ace. At this moment, a cry full of affectionate brothers suddenly came from far and near. Get out, get out, get out. In a tumult of hustle and bustle. The team headed by Straw Hat Luffy, Haixia Jinping and Ivankov, the king of Shemels, flew the navy that was blocking the road, all the way to the center of the square inches. The bay finally came in front of Luo Feng and his group. Luffy looking at the brother who came in front of him. Ace's face that had been tense for a long time finally stretched out completely. Luffy, you fellow, it's such a mess. Ace wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes, smiled and cursed and hugged Luffy tightly. Ha 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 ha. Straw Hat Luffy just smiled happily. Correct. Suddenly, Straw Hat Luffy seemed to have thought of something. He quickly explored his hands in the inner pocket of the clothes and took out a green bin fairy bean. Luffy, Ace couldn't help but look confused. Ace, this is the miraculous bean that my master gave me. As long as you eat one, no matter how many injuries you have, you can heal instantly. Your complexion doesn't look good right now. Come one soon. Straw Hat Luffy handed the fairy bean to Ace. Seeing Straw Hat Luffy still keeping the fairy beans, Luo Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. In the original plotline, Straw Hat Luffy was tortured by Magellan's poison for 2 days, and finally passed by Ace. That's why Luo Feng gave him a fairy bean. I want to see if he can rescue Ace successfully in the second chance created by fairy bean and bring some variables to this war. The result is still the same. Luo Feng thought it was the power of the world's correction. Only now did I know that it was Straw Hat Luffy who had been hiding the fairy beans and was not willing to use it. Oh, this kid. Luo Feng couldn't help but let out a laugh. Ace, eat it quickly. Straw Hat Luffy looked at Ace with hope. Seeing his brother's eager gaze, and then at his wounds, Ace couldn't help feeling infinitely moved. My words are okay. Your condition is worse than mine. You still eat. Ace firmly refused. No, no, you eat. No, you eat. The two brothers were modest. Roger, Rawley, and Babyard all smiled knowingly. Two fools on the other side. Ka, who was anxious to get angry, couldn't help but get started. Two iron fists of love landed on Ace and Luffy's heads. It hurts. Ace hurriedly clutched his head and cried out first. It's just the second scream, but it didn't appear for a long time. If it were in the past, Luffy would definitely be the first to make a sound when they were beaten. But this time it was different. In the next second, Ace knew the reason. The iron fist of love from Carp is like the last straw to crush the camel. At this moment, it became the last straw that crushed to death Luffy. Under the impact of the iron fist, Straw Hat Luffy's body, which was barely kept alive by the power of the overdrawn vitality hormones, finally collapsed. In the past week, the injuries accumulated in the body broke out. Luffy, seeing Luffy who fell to the ground unconsciously and his eyes lost, Ace yelled anxiously. Brother Luffy Jinping, the seaman who followed Luffy with the straw hat, also yelled out loud. Straw Hat Boy Ivankov, who was shocked and lost because he thought that Luffy hadn't brought out the fairy beans to help himself even if he was dying, finally recovered. Luffy, watching his beloved grandson fall, even Carp was completely panicked right now. Chapter 161, Damn Old Smelly Man. What are you doing? Why do you put such a heavy hand? Looking at his angry younger brother, Ace burst into tears, and couldn't help but scream at Carp, who started. If you change to the past, Carp, who was scolded by the junior ace, must be on hand to find his place. But this time it was different. Carp just stood bewildered, letting Ace complain about him. At this moment, seeing his grandson who was punched to the brink of death, Carp's heart also collapsed. Obviously, I don't know how many times I have eaten Luffy with a fist of this level before. Why is it so serious this time? If Luffy is really dead. Carp's face paled, and he couldn't imagine the result. Luffy, what's the matter with you? Hurry up and say something. Ace looked at Luffy in his arms, sweating nervously. Ace, brother Luffy is really desperate on this journey. Haxia is very flat. I know the best of the efforts of the Straw Hat Boy. 3 days ago, his body had reached its limit under Magellan's poisonous attack. The reason why he was able to show up here was all in exchange for the overdrawn vitality. Yeah, Ivankov said with a sad expression on his face. Rao is the one who loves to play treasures the most. He is not in the mood to be funny at the moment. Luffy, you are such a hopeless idiot. Ace's tears finally burst uncontrollably. Teacher Luo Feng, please help Luffy. Carp looked at Luo Feng anxiously and eagerly. Luo Feng stepped forward without saying a word, squat down beside Straw Hat Luffy, and opened his palm. He took out the fairy beans in his hand, threw it into the dying Luffy's mouth, chewed under his chin, and swallowed. After a while, a miracle happened. Resurrection. Straw Hat Luffy stood up suddenly, raised his fists, and shouted vigorously. His dilated pupils reunited in an instant. The fresh breath of life suddenly burst out of his body. From the Chambord incident a week ago to the Advanced City invasion incident, the injuries accumulated in his body were gone. The whole person is back to peak state. Everyone in the room just stared at this scene in a daze. It's a bit confusing all at once. This Carp's old face was almost dull. How? Luo Feng asked with a smile. I thought it would be more difficult. Carp waved at a loss. It's just a serious injury. It's not dead. There's no need for bells and whistles. Luo Feng Dao. Ha ha. Yeah, Riley let out a laugh and patted his head. Let's care about it. It's a mess. Xiao Luffy has already introduced that magical fairy bean by teacher Luo Feng. Roger couldn't help shook his head. Originally looked at Straw Hat Luffy's dying state, then listened to Ivankov's eloquent narration. Their emotions can't help but be infected. For a while, he even forgot the fairy bean that Luffy took out earlier and its magical resilience. Cool la 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 la. Really worthy of an old man. Still omnipotent as always. Whitebeard laughed. Luo Feng's face raised a little disgust. He. It's really risky. I thought it was really going to die. On the other side, Straw Hat Luffy had a bright smile on his face. He didn't care at all about his previous experience that he nearly died. Still optimistic as always. Brother Luffy, quietly relieved. The Straw Hat Boy, it's really great. Shemal King Ivankov cried bitterly. Luffy, you idiot. Ace once again held his stupid brother Luffy heavily in his arms. Ace, are you crying? Luffy asked in surprise. Idiot, I won't cry. Ace wiped away tears, pretending to be a majestic way. Ahahaha, he is really a joy boy. Roger looked at Rawley. Yes. When Shanks found me 10 years ago and said that he had entrusted Roger Straw Hat to the next generation, I was still worried, but after I actually met Luffy, I knew, he is the future we see on that island. Rawley said with emotion. But now, I am afraid that there is no chance for Luffy to appear on the stage. Lee said. Yes, let us old people bear the weight of this era. And there are teachers. Roger grinned. Middle dot 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 fine flowers 00. But speaking of Shanks, that kid doesn't know what's going on now. Roger spoke expectantly. Ha ha ha, don't worry, Shanks is more talented than we thought, and now he is one of the 4 Sea Emperors who is on par with Newgate. Lee said. That's it. I really want to see it. Roger scratched his head. There will be a chance. Maybe Shanks is already on the way. Lee said. Ahahaha, that would be really better. Roger nodded. Captain Roger. Just as Roger and Rawley were communicating, a shout that was so excited that it broke the sound suddenly sounded not far away. Get out, get out, get out. Zero. Captain Bucky is here. The idlers retreat. Don't get in the way, Navy. The seamen, immersed in shock and dullness, were roughly pushed away. A shiny red nose emerged from the crowd. Captain Roger, Deputy Captain Raleigh, and Mr. Meter. The big red nose. Bucky's body was torn apart. He held Raleigh in one hand, and Meter in the other. His head and torso smashed into Roger's arms. Oh, isn't this Bucky? You are here too. At a glance, Roger recognized Bucky, an intern who was at the same time as the red-haired Shanks. Captain Roger. Bucky hung on Roger, tears streaming down. Ha ha ha, Bucky, is your kid here to rescue Roger's son Ace too? Meadow asked with a laugh. Bucky's cries suddenly stopped. After a while, yeah, Bucky responded quickly without flushing and heartbeat. Ha ha ha. Roger and Raleigh looked at each other and smiled. How could they not see Bucky's expression? Thank you, Bucky. Roger touched Bucky's head. Captain Roger. Bucky was about to blurt out the reunion in his heart. At this moment, he noticed that someone had grabbed his separated hand, followed by a tingling pain, as if the blood in the body was losing. Who the hell is it? Didn't you see Captain Roger in my family? I'm really looking for. Excuse me, please, Zero. Chapter 162. Wow, Captain Roger, it's great to see you again. Bucky, an intern who used to be the Roger Pirates and the red-haired contemporaneous group, sticks in Roger's arms and cries bitterly. Bucky's tears at the moment are except for the resurrection of the former captain. At the same time, I was so excited that I finally didn't need to worry about it anymore. 6 days ago, it started when Straw Hat Luffy invaded Propulsion City. Bucky has been living a life of fear. Be pitied by Straw Hat Luffy, chased by the jailers pushing into the city, and played by the jailer beasts wantonly. During this period, he walked through the poisonous Red Lotus Hell, rushed through the Beast Hell, almost baked and died in the Hunger Hell and the Hot Hell, and finally almost died in the Cold Hell. All the way through a lot of hardships. Relying on his own natural fortune, he has repeatedly turned his dangers into danger and finally escaped from Pushing City. In the end, it was once again taken by Straw Hat Luffy to this top battlefield, which was even more dangerous than Propulsion City. First, he fell from a height of several hundred meters. After surviving by fluke, he was involved in the encirclement and massacre of the Whitebeard pirates by the Navy. Almost killed by a laser shot by the pacifists. After that, he was framed by his idiot brothers to take the top rank of the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. All these terrifying experiences have made Bucky's careful liver tremble. Fortunately, all of this has now come to an end. As a member of the legend of the original Roger Pirates, One Piece Roger's #1 Mart's our younger brother. Now that Captain Roger is here, plus Deputy Captain Riley and his senior mission, who dares to make trouble with him again? Uncle Bucky is going to walk sideways in this Navy headquarters today! Just when Bucky was thinking so relaxed, a sharp tingling sensation suddenly struck, making the complacency on Bucky's face instantly stagnant. Even without having to look, Bucky knew that someone was hitting his arm. Suddenly, Bucky couldn't help but feel angry. With the original Captain Roger beside him, Bucky dang even wanted to swear. However, he didn't wait for him to finish. Next second, when he saw that it was his deputy Captain Raleigh who was holding his arm, and after the person holding a large syringe to poke his arm to draw blood was the highest existence in this battlefield and even this world, Bucky's head was suddenly as high as a cockfight. Bucky, what are you talking about? Raleigh asked. No. Nothing. Excuse me, Viceland Seniors. Please. Bucky shrank his head and spoke cowardly, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. After all, it is the teacher of the captain and the deputy captain who is attacking him now. Ahahaha, Teacher Luo Feng, what do you do with Bucky's blood? Roger asked curiously. The faces of Carp, Whitebeard, Raleigh and others also had puzzles on their faces. It's nothing. I just think this kid's fortune is a bit interesting, so I will take a sample and study it, Luo Feng said casually. When he encountered Bucky hidden in the downhill canal of the Upside Down Mountain, Luo Feng thought about when Bucky would be captured to study his overlord luck. I just met right now, and I happened to get some research materials first. As expected of teacher Luo Feng, he can see Bucky's extraordinary luck at a glance. Hearing Luo Feng talking about Bucky's fortune, Roger was also intrigued. Yes, Bucky, don't say anything else. This luck is indeed first-rate. Rawley also echoed. Ha ha ha, I think so too. Mission felt the same way. Cooler la la la, this is really invisible. This red-nosed kid actually has this kind of talent. Whitebeard laughed. Even teacher Luo Feng is curious and lucky. Carp is also amazed. When these big figures standing at the top of the world's evaluations have fallen one after another, the Pakistani people looked dumbfounded. However, the boys in the city prisoners who followed him to escape are all exploded at this moment. Good, good. So awesome. Captain Bucky is amazing. Really amazing. Have you heard that before? That Pirate King Roger, Hades King Rawley, Whitebeard, Hero Kapu and even their godman teacher are all talking about Captain Bucky. I heard that. We didn't see the wrong person. Even the godlike teacher thinks that Captain Bucky is extraordinary. What luck is that we can follow such an extraordinary man. Captain Bucky, I want to follow you all my life. A group of people who were not so good at Advanced City screamed feverishly. Is it because I missed it? Bucky is actually really hiding it. At this moment, even the wise Candle 3 Galdino was bluffed for a while, subconsciously looking at Bucky with admiration. Another incredible character has appeared. Buggy the Pirate Clown. I really underestimated him before. It's not easy for this man to get the favor of that legend's teacher. In the future, the investigation of him must be stepped up. The people on the Navy side looked at Bucky without the slightest contempt at this moment, but some were only deeply jealous. Ah ha 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 ha, Bucky, you are also an amazing captain now. Roger laughed. No, 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 why? Captain Roger is too acclaimed. The fluttering Bucky, who was touted by everyone, scratched his head in embarrassment. However, the more so, the more unfathomable it feels to people who don't know the truth. In the minds of the Navy, Bucky's risk index is rising. Luo Feng, who witnessed this series of changes in the audience. This kid's fortune is really hard to guard against. For a while, even I accidentally said, Luo Feng couldn't help but be surprised. By the way, teacher, is the junior sister still on it now? Carp asked suddenly. Little junior sister? Before Luo Feng could say anything, the white beard on the side pricked his ears. Father, do I have a junior sister? Baby Ard asked quickly. Luo Feng nodded calmly. Cooler la la la, this is really great. I finally become a senior. Whitebeard laughed, his face full of surprises and surprises. For more than 50 years, he has always been a junior Luo Fengman, a junior brother. Now that he knows that he can finally graduate from a junior generation, how can Baby Ard be unhappy? Besides, the creature of junior sister must be more than 10,000 times more cute than the so-called brothers. Whitebeard rubbed his hands in excitement just thinking about it. I can't wait to see you before, and I heard a sweet call from the younger brother. I've also spent a year since today, living the addiction of seniors. Ah ha ha ha, Newgate, look at you so happy. Ah, Roger pretends to be old-fashioned, helplessly spread his hands. It's no wonder, after all, Newgate is also the first time a senior. Rawley echoed the jokes. Humphrey, the smile on Baby Ard's face stagnated, and he snorted proudly. The pale golden eyes were once again locked on the Golden Mary, waiting for the appearance of the little sister. However, the younger sister did not wait. A group of big men in black suits appeared in front of Whitebeard's sight. The reinforcements of the world government finally arrived. Chapter 163, Ta 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 ta. The sound of uniform stepping sounded, not the footsteps on the ground, but the air. The people in the square inches, the Navy headquarters, all looked up in the direction of footsteps in unison. A neat army appeared on the endless clear sky. Except for a few people, everyone else is dressed in black suits and sunglasses. Step on the moon, step and descend from the sky, like a heavenly soldier. Standing at the forefront, the leader of this team is an extremely sturdy old man. He has a Mohican haircut and an M-shaped goatee. And he is not angry but proud. This is the natural majesty of those who have long been in the upper ranks. That person is. It can't be wrong. That person is our former admiral, the commander-in-chief of the current world government. Gangbone Kong, the commander-in-chief of Kong. Oh. Waiting to see the strong old man with the Mohican hairstyle recognize his legendary identity. The Navy elites who were still standing on the battlefield boiled at this moment, and tears of excitement were streaming out. 28 This war has continued to the present, and the result is completely contrary to what they expected. The headquarters, which gathered 100,000 naval elites, was completely suppressed. First, the Whitebeard picked the two generals and didn't let go of the wind, with awe-inspiring domineering. After that, the chaotic entry of the Straw Hat team in the city was pushed forward. Then the encirclement battle carefully prepared by their navy was completely defeated by the terrifying Tanwai. The legendary great pirate Hades, Raleigh, comes on stage. The world-shaking pirate King Roger and Samurai Mido are resurrected from the dead. In the end, it exploded a legendary character who was worthy of the gods. The legendary teacher who taught the four legends of One Piece, Navy hero, Hades, and four emperors and Whitebeard! At this point in the war, the public execution of Fire Fist Ace is already a joke. In front of the legendary Godman teacher, they couldn't even have the courage to fight with it. Can only watch the pirates use their sacred navy headquarters as a stage to celebrate their reunion. Don't dare to be angry, let alone speak. This aggrieved. Only those who are on this battlefield can experience it firsthand. Now, with the appearance of the former Navy Marshal and the current military commander-in-chief of the world government, the Navy side can't help it. Finally, the legend of their Navy is also on the stage, and the war is not over yet. The arrival of the military commander-in-chief of the world government made a sudden increase in the morale of the Navy. The cheers of the Navy can be heard everywhere. The morale boost that the former admiral brought to the Navy is evident. After all, this is also a legend who has commanded the Navy since Roger's time. In the square inches the bay, feeling the high fighting spirit of the Navy, the people of the Whitebeard pirate group could not help but feel a little uneasy and restless in their hearts. It's just a former Navy Marshal here, what's to be proud of? That's right. We have an invincible grandpa on our side. It's useless no matter who comes, our grandpa is a true god. The pirates of the White group responded unwillingly to their weakness. Suddenly there was a tumult on the battlefield. The war has not yet restarted. Both sides have already taken the initiative. Luo Feng's cheeks couldn't help but faint with the sound of the Baituan pirates. He gave Baybeard a subconscious glance. Feeling Luo Feng's blaming gaze, an aggrieved and innocent expression suddenly appeared on the old face of the Whitebeard, indicating that he had never taught them how to call it empty. It's been a long time. Roger stared at the steel bones in the sky, and spoke faintly. It's not enough just to be a steel bone. Don't those old guys of the world government plan to show up? This is too underestimating us. Riley grinned domineeringly. Cool la 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 la, what a bunch of idiots. Haven't you been scared of being beaten by your father 50 years ago? Obviously, as long as you hunker down, you can be more stable for a period of time. Have fun with them. Whitebeard also laughed domineeringly. Empty. Commander, while the Marshal Warring States was shocked, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The appearance of the steel skeleton now represents the change of command power on the battlefield. He doesn't need to make a decision next. All he has to do is to obey orders, nothing more. Under the public eye, 1,000-man troop led by the commander-in-chief of the three armies of the world government stepped onto the battlefield in neat monthly steps. The powerful air is connected into one piece, making the air seem to be solidified. Part of the gaze of the videophone worm at the Navy headquarters fell in the direction where the steel skeleton was located. Ever since, the reporters and onlookers watching the battle at the live broadcast square of the Chambord Islands saw the world government reinforcements and the army commander-in-chief falling from the sky, and they couldn't help but boil again. That's the former admiral, now the commander-in-chief of the world government. Steel bone empty. The legend of the Navy has finally appeared. Maybe there will be a turning point now, maybe. Great. I really didn't know what the result would be. Even the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies of the world government has already arrived. It will definitely work. The people at the Shambong Island Live Plaza are all exhilarating and self-comforting. Although they believed it on their lips, they knew it in their hearts. At present, the situation on the battlefield of the Navy headquarters is far from enough. Even so, they can only believe. After a moment of silence in the live broadcast, Ganga Kong, who looked resolute, finally spoke. People of the world, the old man is the commander-in-chief of the whole army of the world government. Here, I solemnly declare as you that we have not lost yet. Please trust us, the Navy, and justice. Justice will win the final victory. Justice will prevail! Ganga Kong shouted impassionedly, declaring the victory of justice. Oh, the naval elites in the square inches. The Navy headquarters regained their morale and confidence with the encouragement of Ganga Kong, and uttered a sky-shattering roar. Fu-fur-furu, a justice will win. Pirates are evil. Navy is justice. This kind of thing can rewrite as much as he can. The kid who doesn't understand peace and the kid who doesn't understand war, their values are different. Only those who stand at the top can rewrite good and evil. Now only this place is neutral. Justice will prevail. Of course, because only the winner is justice. In the square inches the bay, Theon Dan Yasha Don Quixote du Flamenco listened to Ganga Kong's declaration of justice and couldn't help laughing loudly, and there was a conversation between his mouth. Kula la 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 la, that bastard Kong, who gave him such courage to say such things. What a courage! The Whitebeard laughed. Teacher, the other party has already said this. Of course we have to respond. Rawley called for the battle with high spirits. Then play with them for a while. Luo Feng spoke calmly. Kula la 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 la, little ones, let's make a big fuss. Oh, the Whitebeard pirates fully challenged. Chapter 164. Under the leadership of the Commander-in-Chief of the 3 armies of the world government, Ganga Kong, the Navy headquarters is on top of the war and restarts! The fierce confrontation broke out again. The huge Navy headquarters once again turned into a battlefield of blood and fire. The Navy, which had been succumbed for a long time under the horrific power of the return of the One Piece and the legendary teacher Luo Feng, now turned this stalemate into combat power and exploded in an all-round way. For the onslaught of the Navy side, the people on the side of the Whitebeard pirates will naturally not give in the slightest. Ace, the biggest purpose partner of their trip, has now been successfully rescued, and there is no more worries about the future. Coupled with the support of the legendary One Piece Roger, the Hades King Rawley, and the existence of the most important Grandpa. The Whitebeard Pirates group is also very powerful, facing the total combat power of the Navy headquarters. At this moment, the people of the Whitebeard Pirates are not just thinking about a safe retreat. At the same time, they wanted to show off the style of their Whitebeard Pirates and perform well in front of Luo Feng. Grandpa, Kula la 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 la, Daddy, leave this small matter to us. Whitebeard took the lead, and dashed into the encirclement net of the Navy. The supreme sharp knife Kong Yun cut across the army with unparalleled shock waves. With just one blow, hundreds of naval elites were blown away from a distance. When Baby Yard stomped the clouds into the ground heavily, with his hands claws, he held it towards the atmosphere in front of him. Crack! Click! The originally invisible atmosphere and emptiness became tangible in the hands of Whitebeard. A deep 5-finger mark appeared between the atmosphere in front of it. Drink! Accompanied by the loud shout of the Whitebeard, his hands suddenly pulled diagonally downward. The power of the superhuman system that destroys the world and shakes the fruit is fully opened. Boom! Rumble! The sky and the earth are shaking at this moment, as if they are going to be overturned and overturned. The unparalleled horrible shaking force caused the entire Navy headquarters to tremble violently, as if a magnitude 12 super earthquake had occurred. Crack! Click! There was an overwhelmed click from the earth at this moment. A huge crack gradually formed, which almost penetrated the entire Navy headquarters. divide the entire battlefield into two. Boom! The symbolic building of the Navy headquarters justice collapsed at this moment. Oh, grave accent, oh daddy mighty. Did you see it, Navy? After seeing this power, do you still want to continue to resist? Hurry up and put down your weapons, and surrender obediently. Seeing this exciting picture, the people of the Whitebeard Pirates group shouted in excitement beyond restraint. On the other hand, the people on the Navy side inevitably cast a heavy haze on their faces. The fiery morale raised by the arrival of the steel bones extinguished a lot of the destruction of the all-terrain destruction of the Whitebeard. After all, this is just a Whitebeard. The enemy also has Samurai Mitsuzuki Mida, Hades King Raleigh, and One Piece Roger, and above the apex of these legends, he is the god revered in the legend! How can this not be desperate? Really terrible. Even if he was far away from his family's town, Huang Yuan, the general who was almost affected, looked solemn to the extreme. How powerful is the teacher who taught a monster of this level? The old man doesn't want to run into him at all. General Huang Yuan shrank his head. Damn Whitebeard. The Marshal Sengo near the headquarters clenched his fists and clenched his teeth. The other direction, the commander-in-chief of the three armies of the world government convulsed unconsciously with an empty face. In a flash, calm was restored again. He looked at the thousands of troops behind him, his lips slightly agitated. Next second, 200 big men in black suits with dull expressions stepped on the moon step and landed on the ice battlefield, heading straight towards the mothership of the Whitebeard Pirates. The mothership Moby Dick. Father, the world government guys want to do something against Moby. Marco, who was flying in the air to observe the situation, yelled in anger. What did you say? Dare to do something about our pride? What a courage! The captains, such as Jaws and Beast, were also very angry. Cool-la-la-la-la, I destroyed the Navy building, so do you want revenge? Come on, if you want revenge, just try it. The Whitebeard laughed boldly, dragging the supreme sharp knife Konyanki straight back to the ice battlefield. After him, powerful captains such as Marco, Jaws, and Beast who also hurriedly followed up. Ace and Jinping are no exception. Roger, Lilian Senior Luo Feng, I will also help Baixioji. Kagetsu Mitamachi. Go ahead. Luo Feng said calmly. Yes. Guang Mission nodded, and followed him with Song, Inulan, and Cat Viper. Ahahaha, that guy Newgate is really passionate today. Roger laughed. It's also natural. After all, it's been a long time since I saw the teacher. Not just Newgate, I was also a little bit on fire. Raleigh grinned. If that's the case, let's go and make a big fight again. Roger proposed. Teacher, that's it. Lee and Roger Chi-Chi asked Luo Feng for instructions. Darius is what do you think of me? Luo Feng glanced at the two old boys sideways. If you want to play, just go by yourself, the boss is not too young. Do you want me to take you? Luo Feng scolded with a smile. Ha, we are leaving. Roger and Raleigh smiled at each other. Chi-Chi swept in the direction of the reinforcements brought by Ganga Kong. During that time, they felt the aura of a strong man with more than one hand. Roger and Raleigh can be regarded as strong. Their lowest strength is already above the general. Although the number of reinforcements brought by Ganga Kong this time is not large, the strength is not weak. Among the thousands of people in the ranks, the worst is also the power of a Navy admiral. Among them, there are more than 100 lieutenant generals. In addition, there are at least 6 generals including Ganga Kong. This is the foundation of the world government that has held the world for 800 years. It is not comparable to any pirate group. Even the Whitebeard pirate group is no exception. What are you still doing here? What should you do? Don't be afraid of your hands, Wang Dizhao. Of course, if you really don't think there is an opponent to fight, you can try with me. Luo Feng smiled. 3 of the 4 legendary disciples have already played, so the object referred to in Luo Feng's words is naturally the remaining couple. Forgive me, teacher Luo Feng. I'll be watching from here. You can be your guard by being a teacher. Carp grinned reluctantly. Joke. try with teacher Luo Feng. Isn't that for a beating? Carp shook his head resolutely. I definitely don't want to war with Luo Feng. However, not everyone on the top battlefield of this era is as self-aware as Carp. When the Pirate King Roger, Hades King Raleigh, Guanyu Mission, and Whitebeard were all dragged by their opponents, the remaining top powerhouses of the Navy and the world government finally set their sights on Luo Feng. Not one, but three. Idiot. Stupid. Don't be impulsive. Carp yelled anxiously. Chapter 165. Why is there a fight again suddenly? What should I do next? Seeing the resumption of the war between the Navy headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates, Vivian the Golden Mary was suddenly anxious like an ant on a hot pot, with a face full of confusion. From a standpoint, as a disciple of Luo Feng, she naturally stood firmly on the side of the teacher and the Whitebeard of the fourth brother. But on the other hand, as a princess of a country, YY, who is kind by nature, can't attack the Navy who maintains justice. At this moment, in terms of the degree of entanglement, YY is no longer even under Carp. This was originally war. YY. Robin patted YY on the shoulder, comforting. YY, if you really can't bear to watch it, you can go to the cabin to sleep, and when you wake up, everything will be solved perfectly. Mli suggested. No, regarding Mli's suggestion, YY just shook her head firmly. As a disciple of the teacher, how can I be so unpromising? YY spoke resolutely. Patter the sound of the bullet being loaded. Next second, boom, a gunshot sounded. Xiaoqi held a gun in one hand, and her muzzle burst into flames. The bullet accurately hit the eyebrows of a man in a black suit who stepped up into the sky on a moonwalk, and shot it down. YY, it's better for you to be enlightened. After experiencing this war, you will definitely be able to grow. Xiaoqi, as a person who came by, gave a voice of encouragement. Raising his hand was another shot, accurately hitting the enemy's vitals. Who? Miss Xiaoqi is amazing. Mli exclaimed. Haha, it's okay. Xiaoqi smiled and nodded. As a member of the Sea Overlord Locke's pirate group 40 years ago, if there were no two brushes, it would have been wiped out by the gang of wolves and tigers in the pirate group. Bang bang, the time of thinking is 2 more shots. But the next second, the calmness on Xiaoqi's face suddenly stagnated. Miss Xiaoqi, what's the matter? Mali asked. I really can't do this. Xiaoqi laughed awkwardly and shook her head. After several single trials, the big men in black suits of the world government finally moved into action. It wasn't just one person. This time it was directly 100% army, all stepping on the moon step straight to the sky. While flying into the air, these masters who are proficient in 6 forms all cooperated with their kicks. Countless blue air blades gathered and merged in midair, turning into a large Arashi athlete's foot blade that seemed to be able to split the sky. It attacked the Golden Mary, and wanted to divide one part into 2. In this situation, Xiaoqi, who was not good at fighting, had nothing to do, so she could only stare at her. However, Xiaoqi didn't panic at all in her heart. After all, this ship can be regarded as the realm of the gods in the strict sense. The world government is really deceiving people too much. Master Luo Feng's ship will be guarded by his concubine. A cold light flashed between the pirate lady Boya Hancock's narrow beautiful eyes. She was already strong and finely shot. Tapped the long legs under the high fork. Chong Sam of the female Emperor Hancock stepped away, and the speed suddenly increased. In the end, he jumped up and directly faced the falling 100 Milan athlete's footblade. Big aromatic feet. The Empress Hancock screamed. His own weird power and armed color domineering power are all attached to the slender jade feet. The power has not yet exploded, and the atmosphere of Ling has been rippling round and round. It is enough to see what a powerful blow this is. Boom rumble, the harsh sonic boom exploded in the sky. Empress Hancock finally kicked out this big aromatic foot that was brewing to the extreme. A head-on collision with the combination of 100 world government. 6 style masters. Arashi Berry blade. Boom, the shockwave of terror visible to the naked eye spread instantly. After a moment of stalemate. Crack. click there were bursts of overwhelmed crackling sounds from the 100-meter giant berry blade. A series of horizontal and vertical crisscross-like cobweb cracks emerged on it. Eventually burst into a bang. Tong a loud and loud eagle sounded. The sword beast Nighthawk rose in size against the storm, and steadily caught the falling Empress Hancock in the blue starlight of the sky. Now it's time for the concubine to fight back. Stupid men, all to the concubine body to pieces. Sweet and sweet-wind Empress Hancock placed her hands in a heart shape. Superman's sweet fruit ability is activated. The pink light with the power of petrification shone towards the big men in black suits not far away. However, in the next moment, something unexpected happened to Ling's boy Hancock. Her sweet and sweet wind really shined on the men in black suits, but nothing changed. No one was petrified. What this means, the Empress Hancock knows best. Hancock, your ability is invalid. I am afraid it is because those who may not be considered alive at all. Xiachi saw through the essence of the big men in black suits. Xiachi, do you know what's going on? The Empress Hancock stepped on the back of the eagle and returned to the ship. What? Xiachi nodded. If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid that the world government has been allowing the genius scientist to study and improve the cloned soldiers, which is more perfect and advanced than Germa's technology, and the creation of those clones is probably incredible. Monster, Xiachi said solemnly. Mechanical warriors without human emotions, that's the case. But they can't stop them with this trick. The corner of Boy Hancock's mouth raised a touching smile. Her slender fingers lightly tapped her gorgeous red lips, and she pulled out a substantial pink love heart. Prisoner's arrow. The female Emperor Hancock grabbed the pink love heart in a bound arrow posture. At the moment of letting go, dozens of hundreds of pink arrows shot out in a flash, covering the dull clones who had come by surprise. Even though these clones gain powerful physical abilities with the monster physique of the deity, they still couldn't avoid all the petrified arrow rain. In just the first wave of shooting, half of the black suit clones in the sky were petrified, falling feebly on the square, smashing pink bones. However, the other half of the people still charged with fearlessness. And not long before they approached the meatless radius of 50 meters, the blue ray of light gradually bloomed. At this time, extinguish the dragon and the secrets of justice shine through the sky boom. The unparalleled Horrorwind King enchantment instantly enveloped Qian Yang, sweeping all the black suit mechanical warriors approaching. Every night, let's go. YY tapped the deck with her toes and turned on the eagle's back. Tong the Nighthawk, the sword beast who is intimate with YY, screamed and drank. Vivi Robin cried out worriedly. Don't worry, I am also a disciple of the teacher anyhow, and the younger sister of the senior brothers. At least I must do something within my power. YY nodded firmly. At the same time, just below the Golden Merry, Luo Feng sat casually on the ruins of the execution platform, with a faint smile on his lips. As his disciple, if he is scared to move by such a small scene, it would be too unreasonable. Leave the above battle to the girls to solve by themselves. Luo Feng looked around 180 degrees. Looking at the three top powerhouses approaching, the smile on the corner of his mouth became a bit richer. The world government commander-in-chief of the three armies Gangakong, the warring states of the Admiral Buddha, and the Admiral Akagin Sarkaski. No matter who, these three are the most terrifying opponents. However, in front of Luo Feng, all of them are the generations of chickens and dogs. Now that the other party has the courage to challenge, let's have a good time. Under Carp's anxious gaze, Luo Feng slowly got up. Chapter 166. Hey, Sengoku, Commander-in-Chief. Sarkaski, are you serious? Don't be impulsive. Teacher Luo Feng is not an opponent you can defeat. You are dying. Seeing Marshal Sengoku, Commander-in-Chief Sora and General Akadogu approached slowly from three directions, Carp couldn't help yelling in anxious and shocked manner. He tried his best to prevent these three people from going to the abyss of self-destruction. However, Carp's painstaking persuasion had little effect on the three people who had made up their minds. Carp, shut up and don't need to say anything. You can watch obediently, and it would be great if you don't make trouble. If you do, I won't blame you. The martial warring states was covered with a thick haze, and he spoke in a deep voice. Between talking, the figure of the warring states period once again rose up against the storm, undergoing earth-shaking changes. When as Huang Zongdalu was ringed, it's like the ancient gods and Buddhas are singing in meditation. The Admiral of the Navy during the Warring States Week. The body shines brightly. The brilliance of light shines through the audience. The form of the big Buddha of the animal family, the fruit of the phantom beast, once again manifested on this battlefield. Father, the Admiral went in the direction of Grandpa now. Marco, the captain of the White Group 1st Division circling in the sky, reported anxiously. Kula-la-la-la-la, is that bastard in the Warring States period finally lost his mind? It's overwhelming to want to challenge my father. Marco, just watch it carefully, my father is showing his power. Whitebeard laughed. Gangbone Kong, the Warring States period, and the General Red Dog, the young people of late are very brave. Lee was amazed, and looked at the confident General Akainu sympathetically. Ha, young people grow up only after experiencing severe beatings in society, just like Shiji did before. Roger laughed. That said, thinking of the past between them and Shiji, Rawley was also very happy. At this moment, the sky is about half an hour away from the Navy headquarters. The long golden hair behind an old lion's head suddenly exploded, his body trembled 3 times unconsciously, and finally he sneezed 3 times in a row. No matter how fierce the battle at the Navy headquarters is, what a sensation in the shots of legends like the 4 Emperors Whitebeard and One Piece Roger. When Liu Feng got up from the ruins of the execution platform, his place was the center that deserved it, the center of war, and even the center of the world. Look! The Marshal of the Warring States period is about to take action. Not just the Marshal of the Warring States period, but also General Marshal and Sarkozy are still available. Pirates have legends to help out, and our Navy also has legends from the last era. Commander Kong, Marshal of the Warring States period, plus General Sarkozy. What a powerful lineup this is. Even if it is that man, he is bound to fall into a hard fight, and even lose. If only Mr. Carp could. Oh, the Marines in the square inches, the bay shouted nervously, excitedly and excitedly. The Admiral, Marshal and Commander-in-Chief of the Navy have gone in the direction of Grandpa. It's really despicable to use more to deceive less. Grandpa ... Is that okay? Don't be stupid. Who do you think it is? That's the old man's father, our grandfather. Yes. That's a godlike character who can control life and death. No matter who or how many people are here, they are definitely not Grandpa's opponent. Grandpa can kill them with just one finger. That's it. The people on the side of the Whitebeard pirates are nervous, but more of it is their strong faith in their father's daddy. Countless people on the battlefield were watching nervously or excitedly. The Marshal Sengoku, the General aka Inu, and the Commander-in-Chief Gangu Kong approached 20 meters around Liu Feng's body. The 3 of them smashed Liu Feng and besieged Liu Feng. This is the last chance. Don't get closer. Carp clenched his fists and issued a final warning. Kapu, if you are still a seaman, retreat now. This is the command of the Commander-in-Chief. Steelbone shouted coldly. Mr. Kong. Carp did not retreat but moved forward, staring at Gangu Kong with piercing eyes. As for the strength of my teacher, you should be the most clear, but give up. You can't win. Take advantage of the current situation has not further expanded. As soon as possible to end this senseless war, all the responsibilities will be borne by the old man. Middle dot 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 Fine flowers 00 take it with one effort. What do you take? We have no retreat. The faint way of the Warring States period. Carp, don't talk about this kind of nonsense. Of course I know the horror of the man behind you, but what about it? Gangu Kong laughed suddenly. While laughing, circles of pitch-black airflow suddenly diffused from his burly body. It was a strong, almost substantive, armed color domineering that came out of the body. More and more substantive jet-black armed colors flowed out, shrouding the steel skeleton in a black mist. Boom! The domineering aura swept all over the place. blowing away the shade, revealing his astonishing appearance at this time. At this moment, Gangbone Kong's body became bright and black. It is much darker and brighter than Black's, and even with white hair, it is pitch black, standing upside down like steel needles. The top level of seeing and hearing color is categories for seeing the future and the Red Earl's innate reading of people's hearts. In the same way, the extreme cultivation of armed sex domineering will also produce many unusual changes. Obviously, this man, who is known as a steel bone, has this background that has caused a qualitative change in the appearance of his armed forces. Being able to fight against the existence of the realm of gods, if you miss this opportunity, you will regret it for your life. I missed it once 50 years ago. How can I miss it again this time? Ganga Kong grinned, full of fighting spirit. Today, it's a glorious defeat. Hey, Commander Kong, I'm afraid this statement is wrong. In the other direction, General Kainu took off his navy hat and touched his small flat head with a relaxed expression on his face. How can you say you lose before you fight? And then what is a god? I never believe in the existence of a god. After all, he is just a stronger enemy. Admiral Akinu grinned confidently. Gudong hot magma bubbles emerged from him and exploded, sending up a terrifying heat that was distorted by the atmosphere. Tricky, stupid, idiot. Nothing to do. I don't care about it. Do whatever you want. Carp finally gave up persuading. 0. Chapter 167, It's up to you. I don't care about it. Carp turned around cursingly and simply quit, because he knows that the matter is here. No matter how much he spends more words, the final result will not change. The Marshal Sengoku, Ganga Kong and the General Akidog are determined to send them. So what else could Carp have? He could only stare. Nothing. You have done your best. Luo Feng smiled and patted Carp on the shoulder, comforting. Teacher Luo Feng, these three guys are idiots. Please be merciful. Carp pleaded finally. After all, he was a partner for many years, and Carp couldn't bear it in the end. Don't worry, the teacher has his own measures. Luo Feng smiled mysteriously. I've already thought about it in my heart. The martial warring states is not the main battle itself. Now it's just like a puppet, following the command of the Commander-in-Chief. Just lie down for 3 or 2 days. The Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Ganga Kong, has completely become a running dog of the world government. Not only did he restart the war without authorization, he even targeted the Golden Mary, which should have been severely punished, even if he was killed. But seeing that he actually stimulated Weiwei's growth, and the previous sentence, it's a glorious defeat to fight against the gods, was pretty easy, and he managed to lie down for 10.5 days. As for the final general, Akakin Sakaski. Such arrogant young people who have not experienced social beatings naturally need special care. Coupled with the previous account of Ahura, Robin's hatred, the original plotline of the Sun, Yuck, and the account that opened a hole in Newgate, even if he suffered a half-body discomfort, it would not be an exaggeration. After thinking about it, Luo Feng calmly stepped to the center of the encirclement of the 3 top navy powers. There is no more nonsense. Drink. The Marine Martial Warring States yelled. The soles of the Golden Buddha's feet slammed on the ground. Crack. There was an overwhelming click on the floor of the square inches the bay, and huge cracks opened. With that terrifying reaction force, the figure of the Marshal Sengo suddenly rose into the sky. Almost in the blink of an eye, he crossed the last 20 meters to reach Luo Feng. Bring it on! The warring states roared, and the accumulation of strength was completed. The shocking Buddha palm with glittering golden light slowly but firmly moved towards the Luo Feng hovering in front of him. The seemingly slow and harmless push of the palm produced a series of chain reactions that could be called horror. Wherever the great hands of the warring states period passed, the atmosphere was crazily distorted and dissipated. In the end, even the solid space was rippling. Before the attack arrived, a vast and boundless oppressive force came first, covering a radius of 100 meters. People who are in this range of lings are all retreating unconsciously. Feel the horrible oppression from the Marshal Sengoku body. The prisoners in Advance City in their prison uniforms screamed in horror involuntarily. unable to withstand the heavy pressure. So strong, really deserves to be a Marshal of the Navy. But as expected, Captain Bucky is also hiding it. Yes, look, under the pressure of the Admiral of the Navy, only Captain Bucky has not retreated a step. Captain Bucky is amazing. Looking at Bucky standing on the ruins of the execution platform without retreating to watch the battle. The prisoners who were not so good at advancing the city suddenly yelled again. Bucky, is it true that all of them used to be pretends? Didn't even I look wrong? Mr. Three Galdino was also gradually brought into the pit. Ooh, if your feet were not accidentally stuck, this uncle wouldn't stay in this dangerous place. Bucky yelled at the collapse of his heart, crying without tears. I thought that with the shelter of the original Captain Roger, he could walk sideways on the battlefield. Unexpectedly, the war suddenly restarted. The seniors he relied on went out to fight one by one. But it's okay, at least the most reliable senior in this battlefield is still there. As long as you stay next to Liu Feng, this senior, you will be fine. Bucky believed so firmly. Then the Hedaian trio composed of Marshal Sengoku, Commander Sora and General Aka Inu came. There is no more ease here. Worse. In a panic, he didn't stumble very much, and his feet were stuck in the gap in the ruins. Even under the pressure of the Admiral of the Warring States period, he had already become a soft-footed shrimp, his muscles stiff and unable to move. However, the idiots behind him started to make up for it again without authorization. For a while Bucky didn't know whether to cry or laugh. At the same time, on the other side, the people on the Navy side were excited and sighed as they saw the ground of the square cracked horizontally and vertically under the power of the impact palm of the great Buddha of the Marshal of the Warring States period. It's amazing. That's the power of the Warring States period of our Marshal Buddha. The power in the form of the big Buddha of the animal family, the fruit of the phantom beast, is really terrifying. Did you see it, pirates? This is the power of the Warring States Marshal. Under the power of Mr. Sengoku, even if it is, no matter how strong that man is, he is absolutely. The Marines who temporarily stopped watching the battle from the sidelines did not finish their words, but they stopped abruptly. Only a bang was heard. The situation between the battlefields suddenly changed 180 degrees. The Marshal of the Navy in the form of the Great Buddha's impact pushes his palm before he can touch Liu Feng. Next second, suddenly, the huge Buddha body flew away without warning. Boom boom patter. The body of the Great Buddha in the Warring States period continued to roll on the ground of the square like a ball, flying upside down for 100 meters, and was finally disheartened. The Buddha's form, which looked like a glaring Vajra, unconsciously dissipated and retreated. On his muscular belly, there was a clear fist mark. After a moment of dead silence, Marshal of the Warring States period. Mr. Warring States. Mr. Warring States, what's wrong with you? The nearby Marines yelled anxiously, and flew to the Marshal Warring States side for the first time. Warring States, you hopeless idiot. Ka, who was the first to arrive, lifted the Warring States up a bit with a look of hatred for iron and steel, and lightly patted him on the back. Oh, the Marshal Zango suddenly rounded his eyes, opened his mouth wide, and vomited the stagnant blood on his chest. The pale complexion finally improved a little. Card, shut up. Don't say anything now, then you just need to rest assured. Ka put a finger on the lips of the Warring States period, and shouted like an overbearing president. Chapter 168, with the Navy headquarters on top of the battlefield, the brutal war was relaunched. The sound of artillery fire and people's shouting and killing became a continuous film. However, the execution stage area of the square inches the bay is silent at this moment. The seamen and the pirates with a radius of several hundred meters all suspended the fight in a tacit understanding, just staring at the shocking picture that is happening at the moment without blinking. The faces were extremely shocked and unbelievable. What did they see? The big Buddha of the animal department is fully capable, the real body of the war Buddha is blessed, and the invincible, powerful top Navy Marshal Warring States, unexpectedly flew without warning. What happened before? Did anyone see it? Can anyone explain it? How did that man fly? A marshal of the Warring States period. That's a marshal in the form of a war Buddha. A marshal in that state should be invincible. I didn't even blink my eyes, but I didn't see anything. That man seemed to do nothing, just standing there, without even moving a finger, caused Mr. 28 to fly upside down. Seriously? There is a limit to joking. Horrible. It's terrible. Is that man really a god? The sea soldiers who witnessed this shocking scene involuntarily shouted in an uproar, and the shock and panic in their hearts could not be suppressed. Could it be that man made the marshal of the Warring States period? How? Possibly. No, that's not right. There is an obvious fist mark on the marshal of the Warring States period. At that moment, the man definitely made a move. A sea soldier near the Warring States yelled. In other words, because we are too weak, we can't even see the opponent's shots. No, it's not that we're too weak, but the other party is too strong. Strong that is not in the same dimension as us at all. Even the elite Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters burns the mountain. And now he is weakly loosening his clenched fists and sighing faintly. How the elite Marines on the Navy side fell into a sudden depression. The defeat of the powerful Navy Marshal Warring States at the speed of light was a great blow to their morale. On the other hand, the people on the side of the Whitebeard pirates who witnessed this scene are frying pan and boiling again. Oh, really worthy of being the old man's daddy. Whether it's an imposing fly or an attack that is too fast to catch, it's really amazing. We don't have much culture either. In short, Grandpa is mighty. Grandpa is awesome. Did you see it, Navy? This is the strength of our god Grandpa. Fighting against our Whitebeard pirates is your biggest mistake. It's too late to regret now. There was tumult all over the battlefield. As the news came, people on the battlefield of the entire Navy headquarters were shocked by it. The morale of the Marines further depressed. The Baituan pirates were greatly encouraged, and the more they fought, the more vigorous they became. Even in terms of numbers, the Navy has an absolute advantage, but at this moment it can't ask for the slightest bargain. I didn't expect the gap to be so big. I thought that the Warring States period would be able to go through at least 3 tricks. As a result, it seems that for your existence, no matter how overestimated it is not high enough. In a state of full-body armed color, the dark-skinned old black steel bone empty expression was extremely solemn. Scared? Luo Feng asked calmly. With an existence like you as an opponent, no one can calm down. Ganga Kong took a deep breath, and the front of the conversation also changed abruptly. But now that there is no retreat, let the old man come to learn about it. How powerful is the so-called God's power? The steel bone hollow eyes opened wide suddenly. The strong and substantive armed color domineering and powerful aura evaporate from his body, steadily rising. In the end, it seemed as if a terrifying Valkyrie was formed outside his body. Even though I am doomed to lose, I still have to fight to the end. This is the heavy justice that I have on my back. The steel bones shrouded in the pitch-black Valkyrie screamed Hal. His eyes gradually firm, without any hesitation. In the next instant, the steel frame moved in the air, and his figure was as fast as lightning. The perfect combination of 6-style moonstep and shave, under the blessing of the extreme armed state, reached the extreme. Now his speed has already broken through the sound barrier too much, and a clear white sound burst cloud above the battlefield is extremely spectacular. Ganga Kong did not rush towards Luo Feng like the previous martial Warring States, but relying on the speed of breaking through the sound barrier, he kept circling around Luo Feng's body. With his extreme speed moving, a huge tornado was born out of thin air. Such a momentum looks really vast and extraordinary, and the sight is also terrifying, so that people watching from a distance can't help but be amazed. Hal Luo Feng in the center of the tornado couldn't help yawning boredly as he watched Ganga Kong's preparations so fancy. Just then, always waiting for an opportunity, the offensive of the steel bones looking for opportunities finally started. Boom! Steel bone punched out. The pitch-black steel fist passed by, and the atmosphere escaped under his fist. Even the space is rippling. which seems to be too heavy for even a stable space. Facing the terrifying steel fist, Liu Feng remained unmoved. The expression on his face was always the same. When that steel fist was about to pierce through the void, Liu Feng finally moved. Boom! The dull sound like the collapse of the sky rang in everyone's heart in Maline Foguo. Everyone who was fighting or watching the battle on Ling's battlefield was subconsciously shocked and delayed. Looking up at the sky, it was rolling that day. The center is where the fists of Liu Feng and Gang Gukong meet. The world seemed to be divided into two halves. A hole opened in the sky, and it was unknown whether it was clouds or other things rushing into the crack. The world and space of the ultimate force against the command are silent at this moment, and everything is silent. The next moment was accompanied by a loud noise of rumbling. The sea stirred up 1,000 layers of waves, surging constantly. The island land continued to shake and crack, and various residential buildings in the towns of the Navy headquarters collapsed one after another. Wow! The people watching the battle not far from the battle center screamed in uncontrollable horror. What level of confrontation is this? It's horrible. But what's the result this time? The change, like Mr. Warring states just now, hasn't happened. It works. Really worthy of our Commander-in-Chief Mr. Kong. Facing Mr. Kong's steel fist, even that man. It's absolutely possible. This time, Commander Sora won't be easy. The excited words of the Marines stopped abruptly before they finished speaking. Boom! There was a loud noise. The Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the World Government is empty and flies! Exclamation mark. Chapter 169. Boom! The world is shaking. Under the gaze of countless people on the battlefield of the Navy headquarters, either shocked or horrified, the crack in the sky that divided the world into two solidified. The endless thick clouds were torn apart by a domineering force that seemed to be above the sky and the earth. The sky is bright again. At the same time, the huge cyclone formed under the extremely fast rotation of the steel skeleton was solidified. From a soft sound, the huge tornado dissipated like a burst of bubbles. And what used to pierce the cyclone was the body of the General Commander-in-Chief of the World Government, Master Kong. Mr. Kong, how come? Under the horrified cry of the Marines, in the shocking eyes of people, Gang Gukong, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, flew upside down like a broken kite with his blood-stained burly body. Blood shot out from his tattered right arm like no money. At the same time it gushes out from his mouth. Boom! Accompanied by the last resounding. Gang Gukong's body smashed heavily on the ground of the square not far from the martial warring states, causing the earth to sink. Master Kong, Mr. Kong. After Carp handed the good friend Sengoku to the General Staff Lieutenant General, he quickly hurried to the side of Gang Gukong with the team of military doctors. Seeing the blood-stained figure in the pothole, Carp's eyelids jerked. What a serious injury. Marshal Kong's right arm has been completely scrapped. This injury is several times heavier than the Marshal of the Warring States period. But it's okay. It's not fatal yet. The senior military doctors of the Navy quickly started treatment. Call after listening to the doctors saying that there is no risk of life in the empty steel bone, Carp finally breathed out easily. After all, in the past when he was in the Navy, he also received a lot of care from Gang Gukong. Gang Gukong was able to survive from his teacher's invincible fist, and Carp was very thankful. The Warring States and Mr. Kong are gone, and the only thing left is the little devil Sarkowski. Carp's right eyelid jerked. There was a hint of ominous hunch unconsciously in my heart. At this moment, Penalty Station Regional Center, with one punch one after another, the Marshal and Commander-in-Chief of the Navy and the government were solved, and Liu Feng remained unscathed. Even if it is one after another against the top powerhouses of the Marshal Sengoku and Gang Gukong, Liu Feng's demeanor remained unchanged, and he didn't even move even half a step. The expression on his face is as light as the wind and the clouds are light, and this temperament is like the coming of the god of war who is above the world. His strength is beyond the limit that people can imagine! Exclamation mark. Why? There is such a thing, grave accent, monster. That's a real monster. Even Marshal Sengoku and Commander Kong can't hurt him a single hair. This one as powerful as a ghost is simply desperate. The elites of the Navy headquarters all bowed their heads. The powerful blow demonstrated by Liu Feng has reached the point where it can't be added. You are the only one left, kid. In the center of the battlefield, Liu Feng calmly turned around and faced the last general, Akidog. When he noticed that Liu Feng's sight was locked with Chi Machine, the general Akinas muscles all over the body, who was also in shock, were subconsciously tight. A look of horror appeared involuntarily on his always firm face. The 6 billion cells all over his body trembled unconsciously, sending dangerous signals to him. Previously, even if he knew that Liu Feng was a legendary powerhouse who taught the 4 legends of Roger One Piece, Captain Hero, Raleigh and 4 Emperors Whitebeard, the General Akidog was only slightly shocked. But there will not be too much horror and fear in my heart. In his opinion, no matter how Liu Feng said he was, in the end, he was only a human being. As long as it is human, there are limits. Although he has taught such legendary powerhouses as Roger and Cup, but it doesn't mean that he himself is much better than these disciples. At most, it is the same as the previous Whitebeard. Being able to deal with 2 generals at the same time is already the limit. If he is the strongest general, plus Marshal Sengoku and Commander Kong, if the 3 of them came out together, they would surely be able to suppress it. However, the development of things is often unexpected. Now Akagi knew that all his so-called guesses were wrong. The strength of this man Liu Feng is so powerful that it makes no sense. Beyond imagination. He was just an inattention. The Marshal Sengoku who was not under him was flying. After that, another turn around. The Commander-in-Chief who played the horrible steel fist that even he was afraid of, Gangu Kong also flew. It's the kind that is seriously injured and half-wassed. This is simply incredible. In this world, who can punch a Navy Marshal? Now, this person appeared as a teacher to those legendary big men. Liu Feng's strength is also superior to the legends, superior to the general, the marshal and the 4 emperors. It's a god. Even if he was as confident as the General Akidog, it was completely square now. General Sakazuki, don't be impulsive. Yeah, General aka Inu, absolutely can't fight that man. He is simply a true god. He can never win. You have seen the result of Mr. Warring States and Commander Kong. No, can't continue to lose your great power. The Marines in the square inches the bay all uttered desperate dissuasion. I don't want to see the picture of a powerful admiral being punched by Liu Feng again. Listening to the unnecessary persuasion from the Marines, General Akino became more and more irritable. Naturally, he knew best about the fact that he would be killed instantly. Since the opponent can punch a marshal and commander, this general himself is bound to be a punch. It's just that the matter has come to this point, and he has no retreat at all, because he has definitely felt the dangerous air machine lock from Liu Feng. The other party didn't even intend to let him retreat. Diaresis in that case, let's fight. The General Akidog's eyes flickered, and evil grew to the gall. Gudong, his body gradually became elemental magma. The terrifying high temperature melted the surrounding square ground, assimilating it into a magma field. Wow, lala, the scorching hot, even the atmosphere was distorted. Magma suddenly soared into the sky, turning into a wave of magma, towards the Liu Feng not far away. Covered. Boom, the magma waves carrying the extremely high temperature engulfed Liu Feng's figure directly. Wang, how the endless steam rises, covering the sky and the sun. It's done. General Sakazuki's attack worked. No one in this world can resist the temperature of magma. As expected. Enough. This time, without waiting for the seaman's subconscious surprise yelling, completely fell. A majestic drink suddenly interrupted the seaman's poison milk. Idiots. You have already milked the Marshal of the Warring States period and Commander Kong. Shut up now. Don't continue milking General Sakazuki, this may end better. An elite Navy Rear Admiral drank the unprovoked tainted milk of the Marines. However, the final result will not change at all because of it. Magma kid, is your magma only this level? Give me a bath. I still think it's too cold, man. Boom! The wave of magma exploded suddenly. Luo Feng took the initiative to attack for the first time. A big foot of 45 yards fell towards the head of the General Akagu, Pangjai. 170. Chapter 170. Magma Kid. At this level of temperature, it's not hot enough for me to take a bath. Boom! Along with Luo Feng's flat and domineering voice fell. The magma wave set off by the General Akadog suddenly exploded. Countless scorching magma splashed around, making people hundreds of meters in radius to dodge far away. To the end, only Bucky stood upright in the ruins of the execution platform. Of course, it was still because of the fact that his feet were stuck in the ruins and his legs were frightened. But it wasn't just the Overlord's luck that was caused by something else. The exploded high-temperature magma did not splash on Bucky's body. The closest piece of magma just flew past his red nose. There was no other effect except that the nose was reddened by the high temperature that passed by. Ever since, impressive. As expected of Captain Bucky, this calmness is the demeanor of a strong man. The group of fellow prisoners who followed Bucky once again began to flatter themselves. Except for the prisoners who are not so good at their brains. The eyes of other people on the battlefield were firmly locked in the battle between Luo Feng and the last General Akadog from beginning to end. When the magma waves exploded, it was Luo Feng himself who was still unscathed in people's sight. For this result, the people in the square will not be too surprised. After all, so far, they have seen too much incredible. For Luo Feng, a godlike character, nothing is impossible. It's not over yet. The red dog screamed, and his right arm was raised high with his magmaized fist. However, he didn't wait for the red dog to hit his own domineering blow. Next second, the General Akinas expression suddenly changed. Luo Feng, who had been locked in his sight, suddenly disappeared. In the sky, the General Akainu, who caught Luo Feng's whereabouts, suddenly raised his head. The 45-yard big foot that happened to be welcoming Luo Feng continued to enlarge in his pupils. Hateful! The red dog yelled violently and raised his hand to block. However, the high-temperature magma barrier used to block it was exploded by Luo Feng's foot. Unavoidable. Luo Feng's soles came into close contact with his face. There was only a soft sound of pack. The General Akainu was trampled over. His left face was in close contact with the ground. The right cheek was pressed by Luo Feng's big feet. His brain was in chaos under the impact of that huge force, as if to explode. However, the pain from his face constantly stimulated his brain nerves and kept him awake. Soberly aware of the fact that I was being trampled underfoot in humiliation. What a shame this is. Damn it, hate it. Hate it. The General Akaina's heart kept roaring. Dog-pitting red lotus and angry cold light gleamed in Akina's eyes. The arm suddenly turned into hot magma and stretched out. The front end of the fist is a black and red hideous dog's head, like a hell dog guarding 16 volcanic hells. Biting towards Luo Feng, who was close in front of him, he wanted to pierce Luo Feng's body fiercely. Facing the fierce hot dog head, Luo Feng just opened his 5 fingers calmly, grabbed the hot dog head whole, and then squeezed it. Boom! As the scorching magma was splashing, Luo Feng lifted the big foot that had stepped on the face of General Akainu, and then suddenly kicked it out. Oh! Under Luo Feng's kick, the red dog's body instantly bowed into shrimps, and he felt that his spine seemed to come out through his body. His eyes burst, his mouth opened wide, and he spit out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs. However, this is only the beginning. When Luo Feng's power broke out completely, the General Akainu soared into the sky at a speed that almost broke the sound barrier, and instantly attracted the attention of the audience. Under the attention of countless people inside and outside the battlefield, Luo Feng on the square came first, and in an instant he climbed hundreds of meters in the sky. With a kick, the General Akainu, who had risen to the limit, once again fell towards the ice. Next second, before the red dog hit the ice, Luo Feng once again waited on his must-pass. One kick sent it to the sky again. In this way, go to heaven and fall, go to the sky again, and fall again. If it is repeated, I don't know how many times. All the Marines who made this scene held their breath in horror. This is no longer a battle, but a unilateral absolute crush. Well, it's so miserable. Sarkaski, what the hell have you done? From high above, General Huang Yuan pouted and said with emotion. His small eyeballs moved up and down to the rhythm of Liu Feng and the Red Dog's movement, and his eyes were full of compassion. How could this be? General Akadog was unable to fight back. On the ice battlefield, busy with the fierce battle with the white group, the seamen who had never seen the scene of the marshal and the commander being killed by the spike were shocked and lost their voices. I knew it would be like this. Kapoor stroked his forehead in the square inches the bay and couldn't bear to look anymore. Kula la 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 la, you really deserve to be daddy. Little ones, let's revel in the rhythm of daddy. The four emperors Whitebeard roared in high spirits. Oh 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 oh, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates chanted. Ah ha 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 ha, Rawley. Look, the teacher is having fun. Roger laughed. Really? Ha ha ha. Rawley laughed too. At this moment, it's not just the people in this department who saw the powerful Admiral Akadog being kicked around like sandbags. The reporters and onlookers on the islands of Chambord were shocked and terrified by the scenes before them. First, the Marshal of the Navy in the Warring States period. Next is the Commander-in-Chief of the three armies of the world government. Now it's finally the turn of General Akainu Sarkaski. Sure enough, the General Akainu can't escape after all. Everyone in the Shampoo live broadcast square murmured in shock. Earlier, when they saw Marshal Sengoku, Commander-in-Chief Sora and General Akadog coming together on the live screen, they couldn't help holding hope in their hearts. I hope that these three top naval powers can turn the tide, not to mention victory. At least they can hold back the terrifying man who taught the four great legends. However, the reality is to give them a slap in the face. Don't say it was delayed. In front of Liu Feng, whether it is a general, a marshal, or a commander-in-chief, they are all chickens. Vulnerable. That man ... is really a god. The Navy headquarters is on top of the battlefield. Due to the successive defeats of the Marshal Warring States and the General Marshal Gangakong, coupled with the miserable scene of the General Akainu being used as a sandbag, the morale of the Navy fell to the bottom again. The war ushered in another period of stagnation. The people on the battlefield just looked at the feast-off playing football in the sky with horror, shock, or excitement. Just then, the naval headquarters is located behind the penalty platform. A group of vicious thugs walked slowly with the deep darkness. The screams of the little white pirates responsible for keeping the Dragon Ball were swallowed by darkness. Thief, ha 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 ha, what kind of luck is this? Even the sky is on Lao Tzu's side. Chapter 171, The Navy headquarters is on top of the war, and the war is in full swing. Bolides fluttered in the sky, attracting the attention of everyone on both sides of the battlefield. After all, the real body of the bolide that was used as a football flipping back and forth was the prestigious General of the Navy, Akadog. As one of the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, General Sarkaski is well known for his explosive tactics, boasting absolute justice, doing absolute things. In order to achieve the ultimate goal, they even slaughtered ordinary people on the entire island, let alone pirates. Such a powerful admiral is simply synonymous with nightmare in the hearts of the pirates. However, just today, the iron-blooded image that the Red Dog spent decades building up completely collapsed overnight. Instead, there will be alternative image tags such as "He is trampled on the face," "kick the ball," and so on. This is naturally a matter of great concern. At the same time, at the moment when people inside and outside the battlefield are all attracted by the fluttering stars flying in the sky, surprising changes also happened quietly in the rear of the Navy headquarters. A group of pirates with a vicious atmosphere invaded quietly to the back of the square inches the bay. The headed person has a broad stature, a big belly, and an ugly appearance. Behind him, there are an eye-eyed sniper, a mime with red lips and a white face, a seriously ill patient riding a thin white horse, and a burly fighter. There are also swordsmen wearing flying caps, stinky women with long noses, men with cat eyes with long horns, and an oversized giant over 180 meters tall. They are the Blackbeard gang of pirates, the mastermind who planned today's top war. Taking advantage of the naval headquarters and the Whitebeard's battle, there is no time for manpower. Blackbeard quietly invaded Propulsion City with Kyuhai's position, summoning the murderers from the 6th underground floor as partners. After that, Blackbeard once again returned to this battlefield where countless powerful men had gathered, and wanted to be the last fisherman. Thief, ha 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 ha. Amidst the arrogant laughter, the deep darkness surged and spread. Quietly swallowed the white group pirate team guarding the Dragon Ball. Not long ago, when the Navy encircled the wall, the battle started. Jaws, who was in charge of guarding the Dragon Ball on the mothership Mobile, had to take the Dragon Ball with his subordinates into the square inches the bay. Later, due to the arrival of the steel skeleton, the war restarted. Both Whitebeard and the captains returned to the ice square. Before leaving, he didn't explain what the Dragon Ball Guardian team should do. Anyway, now that Grandpa Luo Feng appeared, the result was doomed. The Dragon Ball that was originally used for deterrence didn't have much effect, so you don't need to care too much. The lone Dragon Ball team finally made the same choice as Bucky. That is to be with Luo Feng, the omnipotent grandfather, and it is always the safest. Who would have thought that Marshal Sengoku and Gangakong's successive tyrants would force them to stay away? In addition, Luo Feng took the initiative to attack, and now that the General Akadog was educated, Blackbeard appeared behind them and launched a surprise attack. Without a leader-level powerhouse, they have no resistance. Good. Great. What a luck. Even God is on my side. Looking at the 6 Dragon Balls floating in his dark realm, Blackbeard flushed with excitement. Captain Titch, what the hell is this? Fighting champion Chizas Bashers was puzzled by Blackbeard's extraordinary excitement. This is a real good thing. Blackbeard is a treasure. Dark Dragon Ball. The evil King Abaro Pizarro's eyes beamed. Mother Lahu, can it be said that it is the Dragon Ball that can summon the wishing dragon in the legend? Catalina Dipping, the Crescent Hunter, smiled and thought, apparently he had heard of this legend. Thief, ha 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 ha. This is not a wishing dragon, but it is also a fantastic gem, and there is only one shot to collect it. Blackbeard smiled negatively. Captain Titch the Devil Sheriff Lafayette with red lips and white face flew back holding the Dragon Ball that Caputo gave to the Marines for safekeeping. Oh, here comes here. Good job, Lafayette. The sea is already in Lao Tzu's hands ahead of time. Blackbeard yelled in excitement, and took the last Dragon Ball into his bag. Whether it is the omnipotent wishing machine or the ultimate destroyer, the answer will be revealed soon. Yuzeliu sneered. Little ones, let's go. It's time to go to the final stage. Middle dot 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 find flowers 00. Blackbeard waved his hand. Thief dot 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 thief haha dot 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 thief ha 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 ha. The distinctive laughter sounded from Blackbeard's mouth and spread throughout the entire battlefield. The terrifying darkness rushed from behind Blackbeard like a spiral, with extraordinary power. People all over the battlefield of Ling subconsciously turned their heads to pay attention. Look! Behind the headquarters fortress, the dot dot dot. What is that? It's so big. Some Navy noticed the huge shadow hidden behind the smoke and dust behind the collapsed main fortress. It was more than twice as big as Oz. Ah, I was found. A dull-sounding voice came from the mouth of the giant creature. Dot. Those people are the Blackbeard pirates who have just become Kyuhai. Where have they been since the war? Wait, there are others. That huge creature can't be someone else. The pirate huge battleship San Juan Evil Wolf. The cat-eyed man is the evil king. Abelo Pizarro and Buck's Jute Crescent Moon Hunter Caitlina Dipping is also here. That man is the chief warden of Advancing Castle Bara. Era. Either one is a world-class criminal who is permanently hidden because of his cruel behavior. Why does Blackbeard take them with him? All over the battlefield, the seamen who recognized the Blackbeard crew were all screaming in anger. Thief ha 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 ha. Under the attention of the public, The Blackbeard Marshal Titch opened his arms and let out a wanton and flamboyant laugh. I can smell the capable person. This is simply the best hunting ground. Blackbeard laughed presumptuously, and walked to the edge of the square inches astride. His eyes swept across the magnificent battlefield, and then he was completely stunned. Behind Blackbeard, fighting champion Chishazbakis and others had big triumphant smiles on their faces. However, when they scanned the entire battlefield and saw people who were unexpected or shouldn't even exist, the 10 people of Blackbeard and the gang all looked stagnant, and then blurted out a big fuck. 0. Chapter 172. This era-watching battle that took place at the Navy headquarters was full of twists and turns. Since the beginning of the war, it is no longer known how many super events that shocked the world have occurred. Now, at the end of the war, another unexpected team has come here. It was Blackbeard and his gang, the initiator of this war. Blackbeard, Titch, what the hell did Advance City do, you bastard? How did you get here through the gate of justice? Relying on the powerful resilience of the animal-type phantom beast species, the warring states, which was barely awake, let out an angry roar, especially when seeing the infamous prisoners of Propulsion City Infinite Hell behind Blackbeard. The Marshal Zanjian couldn't help but sink, and he already realized what a bad result was. Thief, ha 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 ha, isn't this the Marshal of the Warring States period of the Navy? Don't be so angry, let me become you high, your partner. Blackbeard laughed. Warring States stared coldly at the Blackbeard group, with a murderous intent in his heart. In the final analysis, today's incident was caused by the Blackbeard. Without Blackbeard, their navy would not have to experience the despair they have now. What made the Warring States even more angry was that Blackbeard, who had obtained the position of Kyuhai as he wished, did not fulfill Kyuhai's obligations. Instead, he carried them on his back and went to advance the city to do something. After betraying Whitebeard, Blackbeard betrayed their navy. Thinking of this, the Marshal Sengoku looked at Blackbeard's expression getting worse. Thief, ha 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 ha, by the way, the Marshal of the Warring States period, you look so miserable now. TSK. What? A mere old man with a white beard beat you like this? This is really shameful. Ignoring the bad sight of the Warring States period, Blackbeard ridiculed wantonly. Humphrey, seeing the handsome Blackbeard at this moment, the Marshal Sengo snorted, his expression gloomy. Warring States Lieutenant General, he shook his head. Blackbeard, Carp sneered and let go of his clenched fists. Because Carp knew that compared to them, there were other people on the scene who would not let go of the Blackbeard. They just need to wait and watch the show. Arrogance, and arrogance are the most fatal flaws of Blackbeard. It is precisely because of this that Blackbeard can't wait to jump out and pretend if he doesn't even understand what's going on here. This behavior of him is destined to lead to annihilation for himself. Even if their navy doesn't make a move, there will be someone to clean him up. Seeing the 3 veteran legends of the navy are silent, the complacency on Blackbeard's face suddenly became even worse. With a big wave, Blackbeard walked to the front of the stage with his friends. Thief, ha 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 ha. Blackbeard stepped up to the top of the surrounding wall, opened his hands, and let out a wild laugh. It seems that I am now the center of the world, and I should be shocked by the world. However, it turns out that Blackbeard thinks too much. Except for some surprises in the first moment. Soon, both the people on the battlefield and the Melaniating crowd watching the live broadcast on the Chambord Islands all recovered their calm. After all, there have been countless major incidents before, so what can be the surprise of the Blackbeard Pirates group more than new? It's just that the eyes of the people in the Navy headquarters still fell on them, as if they were looking at a group of fools who have thrown themselves into the net. Even if arrogant as a Blackbeard, feeling the jokes from all over the battlefield, there is something wrong with his intuition. For the first time, he officially turned his attention to the dilapidated naval headquarters. I don't know. At first glance, he was shocked. Captain, something is wrong. This battlefield seems to be different from what we imagined. Devil Sheriff Lafayette narrowed his eyes. Look at the sky. What exactly is that? Belied. Otto Vanoka aimed his sniper rifle at the General Akadog, who was ejected from the sky in the trajectory of a 5-pointed star. Next second, just as Vanoka's voice fell, the fire meteor in the sky suddenly ejected and fell straight toward the square inches the bay. Only a loud bang was heard. A huge pit was smashed into the square inches the bay. The bottom of the pit. The Admiral of the Navy headquarters, the Red Dog, could not move like a puddle of mud, and his breath was like a gossamer. That man is Navy Headquarters Admiral Akinu. The meteor that flew in the sky just now turned out to be General Akinu. What exactly is going on? Why is the grandeur going to be so miserable? Who did it before? The evil parties of the Blackbeard gang were so shocked by this fact that they screamed. However, when they looked back and searched, they couldn't find the trace of the person who had shot. Blackbeard secretly took a cold breath, and turned his attention to the ice battlefield without moving. Compared to the General Akinu, he is more concerned about the current state of Whitebeard. However, after seeing Whitebeard's barely injured body, Blackbeard's eyelids suddenly jumped. Long time no see, Daddy. Do you still look very energetic? Captain Ace, you are still alive? That would be great. If you die, I will sleep and eat as the one who sent you to prison by myself. It's uneasy. Blackbeard greeted Whitebeard and Ace like an old acquaintance. But in my heart, I was swearing crazy. Damn the Navy. All of them are wine pouches and rice bags. They don't know what to eat. And even an old man can't do it. When Blackbeard brought out Xiliu and the others in the deep-sea prison, he told them that he had come to the Navy headquarters to clean up the mess. In Blackbeard's original plan, after he arrived, the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates are bound to be a lose-lose situation. By then, taking advantage of the Whitebeard's vitality, he will suffer from many diseases. They rushed up again, trying to give Whitebeard the final fatal blow. By that time, it should be the stage for his Blackbeard performance. That was the best performance he planned for decades, enough to shock the world. Once successful, he will be an unprecedented double-fruit-capable person, achieving supreme hegemony. But right now, Babyard's mental state is unexpectedly good. There are not many signs of injury seen all over the body. The trajectory of the event has been out of his control. His plan to obtain the strongest superhuman fruit-shaking ability seems to be broke. Cool-la-la-la-la, Titch, you bastard dare to show up in front of me. The Whitebeard's face was sinking, and his pale golden eyes were full of cold killing intent. Feeling the terrifying killing intent, the Blackbeard and fat body couldn't help but shook suddenly. Father, Captain Ace, I'm not worried about you guys. You see, after I found some powerful helpers from pushing the city, I rushed here to help you as soon as possible. Blackbeard said with a sincere face. Titch, you bastard. Only you can never forgive. Titch, use your blood to pay tribute to Sarch's soul today. I can never spare you. The White Group pirates such as Marco, Jaws, and Beaster all roared. Chase also blushed. His body was full of flames, and he could no longer control the killing intent in his heart. Wait, Sir Ace. At this moment, a big hand held the impulsive Ace. Since more than 30 years ago, when I was the captain of the 2nd Division, Titch has been my subordinate. I also have an inescapable responsibility for the sins he committed. Gwengayu mission's faint opening. Gwengayu mission, who had always been laughing and joking, had gradually cold eyes at this moment. Surrounding the wall, Blackbeard's sight shifted from Whitebeard to Gwengayu mission. 4 eyes face each other. The smile on Blackbeard's face suddenly solidified. Stiff. What emerged in turn was a deep shock, incredible and horror. Mitsuzuki Go. Meet a captain. Chapter 173. Captain Titch. What's the matter with you? Titch, is there something wrong with that person? Seeing the Blackbeard, who was so frightened and trembling, the black groups such as Chizas, Bashers and Lafayette were all in puzzlement and screamed in shock. No, why does that bastard look familiar? The evil King Abelo Pizarro narrowed his eyes, staring suspiciously at Gwengayu mission. Gudong, I feel this way too. Bucks Jute hiccups in the wine barrel and speaks dazedly. Titch, haven't seen me for more than 20 years, do you remember me? Hundreds of meters away on the ice battlefield, The corner of Gwenyu Mission's mouth raised a cold dark. Mitsuzuki go. Meet Captain. Finally, the sluggish expression on Blackbeard's swarthy fat face loosened, and a deep shock and disbelief appeared instead. How can I not know? How can I not remember? After all, that person is one of their legends of the Whitebeard pirates. Not as a son, but as a brother with a white beard. The former captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirate Group number 28 is the presence of his immediate boss. He has been under the care of Captain Mita from the years since Mita got on the ship decades ago. Originally thought that mission jumped to the Roger Pirates, but died in the hands of the Beast Kaido 18 years ago. They have no chance to meet again. Whoever thought? Now, on this occasion, he betrayed the Whitebeard pirates and caused the great crisis of the White Group. Captain Mitsutsumi is back. Return from the resurrection from hell. At this moment, there was a deep chill in Blackbeard's heart for no reason. With Metan present, let alone taking the Whitebeard's head, plundering his fruit-shaking ability, it is much more difficult for them to escape. Titch. You guys haven't forgotten me yet. Gwenyu Mission Yoko's pointed directly at the Blackbeard on the surrounding wall, with a murderous intent. For what Blackbeard did, kill Saki, the captain of the 4th Division. He knows. Capture Roger's son and his nephew Ace to the Navy in exchange for the position of Kiryu High. This led to today's war between the Navy headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates and so on. Gwenyu Mission has already understood the whole story of a series of events. If there is no senior Luo Feng, there is no word for Luo Feng to resurrect him and bring him to this battlefield. In this battle, the Whitebeard pirates will inevitably be extremely difficult and suffer heavy losses. Even if the Whitebeard is very strong, it is still powerless to survive the shameless encirclement of the Navy. In the end, the survivors may not keep 1 out of 10. All this is because of the Blackbeard. How can Mitsuki Mita, who is most affectionate and righteous, not angry? Captain Mita Blackbeard's Adam's apple rolled hard, and the fat on his body trembled unconsciously because of fear, and rippled circles. It's really ugly. Blackbeard, is this the show you are going to show us? The Crescent Moon Hunter Catalina Daipeng sneered. It's just a mere Gwenyu mission, and it makes you scared so far. It is really unreasonable. If this is the case, it seems that we can part ways. The evil King Abaro Pizarro sneered again and again. Captain Titch Bashers, Lafayette, Vanoka and others, who have been following Blackbeard from the very beginning, are full of worries. Bashers and others worry about the threats from the evil king, the Crescent Moon Hunter and others. At this moment, the Blackbeard hadn't noticed it at all. Under the collective killing intent of Whitebeard, Mission, Ace, Marco, and the Whitebeard pirates, his spirit has been strained to the extreme. At this moment, the shock came. Only a loud bang was heard, just like the heartbeat of the earth. The shock originated from a place about 500 meters away on the right-hand side of the Blackbeard group. A skeleton monster that seemed to be surrounded by deep purple flames swung an energy knife and tore through the ground of the Navy headquarters. What happened this time? What happened to that monster? Fighting champion Kaishaz Bashers was full of amazement. I know that ghost-like figure. That's Pluto. Devil Sheriff Lafayette yelled in horror without restraint. Pluto Silbers Riley, bastards of the Roger pirates. I will never forget one of them. The wicked King Abaro Pizarro gritted his teeth. It's not just Pluto Riley. Look in that direction. The sharpest sniper Otto Vanoka pointed in another direction. After seeing the appearance of the person standing in that position and recognizing his identity, Vanoka instantly rounded his eyes, and a ghostly expression appeared on his face uncontrollably. That person is Roger One Piece. Finally, the sniper Otto Vanoka yelled uncontrollably. The emotion named shock immediately encroached on his whole body. What are you talking about? One Piece Roger. Blackbeard finally recovered from the horror of Gwenyu Mission and Whitebeard, and couldn't help but yell in amazement. His gaze hurriedly followed the direction Vanoka pointed. After seeing the living One Piece, Blackbeard suddenly resembled a duck with his neck stuck in his neck, unable to make a sound. Roger. It turned out to be that bastard Roger. Damn. Didn't this bastard died 22 years ago? Why does he still appear here? The evil King Abelo Pizarro's emotions suddenly became agitated again, much more agitated than before. 20 years ago, when he was in the midst of the sky, crossing the sea in the name of the evil king, it was the pirates led by Roger that ended his splendor. During the 20 years of being imprisoned in Pushing City, he has been thinking about revenge all the time. Roger, the One Piece King, has been resurrected. What day is today? What kind of joke is this? Catalina Dipping, the Crescent Moon Hunter, also had a face full of absurdity and inconceivability, unable to believe what he saw before him. Guanyu Mission and Hades King Roly are now even the Pirate King Roger, who has been dead for 20 years. Who can tell me what is going on? Who on earth recalled the dead from hell? Xiliu of the original Advance City Guard Cheney yelled in horror. Titch, I'll tell you compassionately, Daddy Staddy, our grandfather is back. You can regret it slowly after you get to hell. What did you say? Chapter 174, that's Roger One Piece. Roger, the Pirate King who has been dead for 20 years, has been resurrected. What the hell is going on? Why do the dead appear on the battlefield? When you see the unexpected person on the battlefield, Roger, the living Pirate King, the whole body of the Blackbeard group of 10 people was instantly occupied by extreme shock. It is the same as the people who witnessed Roger's resurrection not long ago. The people of the Blackbeard group also gave a great response to the resurrection of One Piece Roger. Then came another bigger problem. That is what happened on this battlefield. Who is it that made the dead such as Roger the Pirate King and Samurai Mitsuki Mita come back from the resurrection? Just when Blackbeard and others were puzzled. Titch, you bastard, come to realize. Father's father, our grandfather is already here. Today you can't escape with your wings. A member of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates screamed with red eyes. As his voice fell, the group of 10 people with Blackbeard standing on the surrounding wall suddenly fell into a deeper shock. Huh? What did that guy say before? Old Whitebeard, what a joke. Devil Sheriff Lafayette's eyes widened. Their grandpa, the white-bearded father. Hey. What kind of joke is this? Meow. The evil King Abelo Pizarro smiled. Mother purring, I have never heard of the old monster man with white beard and his father. The Crescent Moon Hunter Katrina Dipping sneered. It's not right, right, it is different from the sneers of bashers, the evil king and others. The moment when I heard the 5 words Daddy's Daddy, the ugly big black face of Blackbeard paled instantly. The whole person was stunned like a demon, subconsciously shaking his head again and again. The body was shaking again because of fear. Captain Titch, what's wrong with you? Grave accent. The absurd smile on the face of fighting champion Chiza's bashers disappeared. That's not right. The old man's old man, the Whitebeard's old man is real. Blackbeard screamed in uncontrollable horror, as an old man who has been in the Whitebeard Pirates for nearly 30 years. Blackbeard has heard Whitebeard talk about the teacher he regarded as his father more than once. Clearly know what level of existence it is. That legendary man actually returned. Where is it? Where is it? Blackbeard's panic gaze swept across the battlefield, searching for it anxiously. He knows this is not groundless. That legend must have returned. Roger and Mitsuki Mita, who are now alive, are the most powerful evidence. Except for the god, who has the power to bring the dead to life. Captain Titch, look at the sky, there. Otoyoshi Fanoka suddenly yelled and pointed to the sky behind them. On the bow of the Golden Mary, floating in the sky, stood a heroic man. Obviously just standing calmly, but it gives people a feeling of being the center of the world. Is that the man? How can it be? That man is the old man with white beard. How can this be? How could the Whitebeard father be so young? The evil king, Moon Hunter, Xiliu and other members of the Black Group couldn't help but lose their voices in horror. They said they didn't believe it, but their bodies were honest. The first time they saw Luo Feng, they released a cold sweat from the whole body. Unspeakable fear instantly eroded their entire body and mind. Even the big Kask Baskjot, who has always been drunk, is also an agitated spirit at this time, sobering up in an instant, full of horror and alert. Father, Please leave this traitor to us to deal with it yourself, Babyard asked loudly. Then a quick fight. Newgate, Luo Feng calmly responded. The reason why he allowed the war to restart. The reason why I played the game with the General Akainu for so long. The reason is to wait for Blackbeard to appear and leave him to Newgate to clean up the door on his own. At the same time, listening to the brief conversation between Babyard and Luo Feng, the shock and horror in the hearts of Blackbeard and others swelled to the extreme. The natural daddy from Whitebeard deeply impacted their hearts. Even if it is unbelievable, this is true. The man standing on the bow of the sheep is really an old man with a white beard, an old monster who doesn't know the age, the heels, and the depth. ! Today's trouble is really big. If you are not careful, you may be overwhelmed. Just when everyone in the Blackbeard group was deeply immersed in the shock and horror, boom, the dull crash suddenly exploded. The surrounding wall on which they stood was shocked. Dyrus' Stitch a loud shout full of anger rumbling on the battlefield. It was the shout of the Whitebeard. I don't know when. Babyard has already stood on the surrounding wall. Kai because of the pressure of anger. The Whitebeard's skin seemed to be red at this moment. Pieces of scorching steam were emitted, just like Luffy's second gear form. Titch, the powerful General Guanyu Mission, holds two swords in his hands, with an astonishing aura. Immediately after the Whitebeard, he stood in the other direction of the surrounding wall. Feeling the horror-killing intent on the two top powerhouses, the Confession Beard and the Guanyu Mission. The Blackbeard screamed in embarrassment and fell straight from the surrounding wall. Then he was so scared that he ran away with his hands and feet together. Titchu, as your line of fire was drawn across the sky, and Marco, the captain of the first team wearing round glasses, suddenly fell from the sky, slamming heavily on the escape path of Heyu Wang Hao. Titch, the monstrous crimson sea of fire has caused the temperature of the atmosphere to rise. The air was distorted under the scorching, and the anger exploded like a Yan Emperor's man rushing out of the sea of fire. Firefist Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division team who had been defeated by Titch, came with murderous aura. Titch, the captains of the Whitebeard pirate group rushed in one after another, and blocked all the retreat strings of the Blackbeard gang from all directions. There was no extra words. Whether it was Whitebeard or the 15 captains including Marco and Ace, they just said 2 words from beginning to end. Titch, Titch, Titch. The shouts of Whitebeard and the captains to his name continued to echo in Blackbeard's mind like a curse. Blackbeard collapsed and screamed, P.S. Thank you KK who loves oranges for your reward. Chapter 175, Titch, Titch. Titch. Since the beginning of the Whitebeard, Guanyu Mission, Marco, Ace, until the end of the 16th Division Captain Yazang. A total of 17 tones, 34 characters. The anger contained in it is as endless as the sea. The roar of anger was like Thor's hammer, hammering Blackbeard's heart, making his face paler. In the end, his own Titch name seemed to have become his nightmare. As a result, he gave birth to the absurd idea of abandoning this innate name. Unprecedented fear spread like a tide over the whole body of Marshal D. Titch with the Blackbeard. This is our destiny. Destiny has made a big joke for us. The stage here today does not belong to us. Fano Ka, a faithful believer of the doctrine of destiny, has a sad expression on his face. Fuck by fate, Captain Titch. What shall we do now? The desperate fighting champion Kai Shazbashas screamed in horror. Titch, I really believe in your evil. I'm here to watch the show, not to be your thug. I'm not doing it anymore. The wicked King Abelo Pizarro noticed something wrong and wanted to disperse the gang. I didn't see the best performance, but fell into a desperate situation. Titch, this is your plan? This is the best stage you have prepared? Don't laugh so hard. Crescent Moon Hunter Katarina Dai Peng sneered, expressing her inner dissatisfaction. There were wolves before and tigers behind, and there were even infighting among the partners. Blackbeard's face was uncertain, his mind was greatly oppressed, and his spirit was tense to the extreme. Before the war started, he couldn't help gasping for breath. In the current situation, The situation in which their Blackbeard pirates is located can be called a desperate situation without life. Regardless of that man who can control life and death, the most terrifying man Whitebeard father. The 15 captains, including the 4 emperors Whitebeard, Guanyu Mission, and Marco, are enough for the people near them now. It's just that now he hasn't made the consciousness of fighting the Whitebeard pirates desperately. It would be fine if it was Whitebeard alone. Opposite now, the captains gathered. There is also the former Captain Mitsuzuki Mission, who is not weak. Such a double emperor team, how can they deal with it? Whether it is the old hatred of the 4th Division Captain Sachi or the new hatred of Ace in this war, there is absolutely no possibility that Whitebeard can let them go. If Blackbeard is still Kyu high, there is still room for change, and the Navy will still be his biggest helper. It's just a pity that Blackbeard went to Push City not long ago, and caused a riot. Even Magellan was almost killed by them, and the two sides had already torn their skins. The title of Kyu High is probably useless. If the horror of advancing the city reaches the ears of the Warring States period, I am afraid that the Navy side will also come to the ground. The Blackbeard pirates, which appeared in a high-profile manner as a winner, finally realized the seriousness of the problem at this moment. Before this they were too arrogant and rash. However, reality is not as good as they had previously imagined. If God could give them another chance, they would definitely not come to this battlefield today. Hey, Daddy, Mr. Brook, Ace and the captains, what are you doing so serious? We have known each other for many years, so can't we sit down and talk? Blackbeard forced a smile and opened his hands for granted. The whimsical wants to use the previous relationship to resolve some enmities and increase the survival rate. It was the moment when Blackbeard killed his companion on the ship. He and the Whitebeard pirates are already deadly enemies that will never be solved endlessly. The captains, including the most angry Ace, still did not speak, just looking at Blackbeard indifferently, as if looking at a dead man. How to do? In the end, how to do? Blackbeard's pitch-black eyes rolled around, and finally landed not far away on the body of the Admiral Sengoku, who was seriously wounded and unhealed. The news of advancing the city didn't reach here so quickly. There is still a chance to flicker. Mr. Warring States, don't look at me with such ferocious eyes. How can I say that I am also Kyu high now? We are regarded as grasshoppers on a rope. The most important thing now is to eliminate the Whitebeard pirates, isn't it? Originally, Blackbeard was only holding a trial mentality, and casually said that he had never thought of the Warring States period but solemnly nodded his head. Let me just say it, now the most important thing is Baby and Ace. Don't care too much about other small issues, let's join hands. Blackbeard laughed triumphantly. Blackbeard, I can recognize your identity as Kyu high, but there is a premise. Warring States spoke with a teasing look, and Ling's Blackbeard made a chuckle in his heart, giving birth to an ominous premonition. As predicted, Crescent Moon Hunter Katrina Dipping, Big Cask Bascot, Giant Battleship Wolf, and Traitor Hilliu, these 5 people will be sent back to me as you bring them out of Propulsion City. The Warring States period opened his mouth without a beak, with a playful smile on his face. The smile on Blackbeard's face gradually disappeared. Catalina Dipping and Abaro Pizarro, the King of Evil, stared at the Blackbeard. The blade of the demon sword in Xilia's hand showed a bloodthirsty edge. After finally leaving from the ghost place where the sky is not visible, they certainly wouldn't want to go back again. They had never doubted the character of Blackbeard. After all, a person who can kill a ship's partner for his own benefit can't do anything. It is normal to sell them now, which is not too surprising. Betrayal is always the daily routine of their pirate party. They had decided to themselves if Blackbeard had anything to say that didn't suit them, it is bound to be the first to take the lead and take the head of the Blackbeard group as a gift of surrender to the Whitebeard. A drop of cold sweat oozes from the Blackbeard's forehead. After a moment of silence, Pop really worthy of being a marshal and Warring States, worthy of the name of a wise general. A few words almost made my team collapse from the inside. Blackbeard applauded Pris Hilliu, Catalina Dipping, Bascot, Abaro Pizarro. I know very well what you are thinking. But in today's situation, we better continue to cooperate. The Blackbeard spoke sharply and restrainedly. Silly Ooh of Rain, Moon Hunter, Evil King and others narrowed their eyes, did not nod or refuse. The situation is still unclear, and no matter what decision is made, it is still too early. Blackbeard also knew that he couldn't rely on these few words to make these few big pirates who are fierce in nature come to his heart. The current desperate situation can only be passed by himself. Now that the Navy side has completely torn the skin, it is impossible to have a breakthrough. Then look for a breakthrough from the Whitebeard on the other side. Of course, this breakthrough was not a way of surrendering to Babyard's own death. It was he who killed the Whitebeard alone. Then took the opportunity to use the Dark Fruit's ability to swallow the Whitebeard's shaking fruit, becoming an unprecedented double fruit ability. By then, who can stop him? This idea is bold and crazy. If you let others know about Blackbeard's thoughts, you will inevitably scold something that is overwhelming. But at this moment, Blackbeard himself is full of confidence, because he is no longer who he was before. He has already obtained the means to confront Whitebeard head-on. He has already acquired the most ferocious and evil nature secret fruit ability. Babyard's strongest means of shaking could no longer threaten him at all. Whitebeard, in this case, let us have a break. 1-to-1. Chapter 176. Father, let's have a break. 1-to-1. The irresistible Blackbeard desperately issued a crazy singled invitation to the Whitebeard. Titch, on my ship, you are the only one who is not qualified to call me daddy. The 4th Division Captain Sachi and the souls of all the partners who died in this war need your blood to pay homage. The Whitebeard's low voice contained endless anger. The whole person's momentum became more and more terrifying, and Blackbeard couldn't help but backtrack again and again. Just say you can fight. Stop talking, Whitebeard. I won't be scared by you. Blackbeard became angry with embarrassment. It's so courageous, Titch. After becoming a captain, he has become more and more arrogant. Whitebeard sneered. It's nothing. After you have been with you for so many years, you have learned a bit, the Blackbeard said sternly and introverted. Then I will teach you how to write dead words again today. The Whitebeard waved his hand. Meter, Marco, don't take any action. This is my account as the captain to everyone. Papa, what Ace wants to say. Before the exit, he was stopped by Gwenyu Mission raising his hand. Listen to Baixioji here. Junior Kagetsu Meter vocal tract. At the same time, the captains headed by Marco retreated tacitly, set aside a large enough battlefield. Thieves, ha 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 ha, you really deserve to be the king of the sea. Young ones, stand back and don't interfere. Seeing that Whitebeard had taken the bait, Blackbeard suddenly became proud. A big hand waved like a Whitebeard, causing Lafayette and others to retreat. In full view, he wouldn't let the old Whitebeard single out a group of them, at least not right now. Come on, Babyard, today I will know how strong you are in the world. Blackbeard grinned confidently. Boom. Whitebeard said nothing. His right hand was raised high, his fingers spread out, and then he made a fist suddenly. On the surface of his fist appeared a white shockwave with a diameter of about 30 centimeters. The shock of horror rushed toward the Blackbeard. Father, be careful of his dark ability. Ace, who had suffered a big loss in Blackbeard's hand, yelled to remind him. Thief, ha 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 ha, it's late. Darkwater. Blackbeard gave a triumphant laugh. Darkness appeared in his hand, turning into the shape of a leafy windmill, absorbing all the shockwaves on the Whitebeard's fist. How is it, Daddy? My darkness, even the power of the devil fruit can absorb and weaken it. You can no longer cause an earthquake. Blackbeard screamed triumphantly, and while Whitebeard lost his senses, he hit Whitebeard's abdomen with a fist. After so many years in the Whitebeard pirates, Blackbeard's strength is definitely not weak. At the beginning, he could almost break Ace's bones with one punch, which shows how powerful he is. Only the strength of strength is also relative. Blackbeard's punch that could break Ace's bone landed on Whitebeard's body. To be precise, it was not worth mentioning that it fell on Whitebeard, who was at the peak of his heyday, without injury. This. Blackbeard froze. Titch, I thought you had a backup for challenging me with boldness. But that was the end. The Whitebeard's old face raised a teasing arc, and his right hand clasped the Blackbeard's neck. Whitebeard, a look of extreme horror appeared on the ugly big face of Blackbeard, like a duck stuck in its neck. Ah! Let me go down. The Blackbeard, who was raised by the Whitebeard's neck with one hand, struggled violently. A second ago, he was still complacent about absorbing and restraining the Whitebeard's ability to shake fruits. The next moment, he was carried by the Whitebeard in his hand like a little chicken, struggling ugly. The contrast between the front and the back is so great that it is beyond your eyes. Even the old members of the Blackbeard crew, Devil Sheriff Lafayette and others, couldn't help but look down on the ugly state of their captain. As for the villainous King Abelo Pizarro and other murderers who pushed the city, they couldn't help but reflect on why I followed such a arrogant fool. Oh, Daddy Mighty. On the other side, the pirates of the white group in the field yelled in excitement, cheering for Father Babyard. Middle dot 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 fine flowers 00 Titch. Still the same. You haven't changed at all, Gwenyu Mission said coldly. Who do you think you are facing? Our father is the strongest man in the world. Idiot Titch, even with a third rate like you, is delusional to challenge Dad. It's really overwhelming. Marco, Jaws, Beast and other captains all sneered. Cough. Blackbeard's black face rose to the color of pig liver, and the blue veins on his forehead seemed to burst. At the reminder of Marco and others, he finally recalled the horror of Whitebeard. The Whitebeard of the four emperors is known as the world's strongest, relying on the ability to shake fruits. It's that he himself is a complete monster. Titch, you've been like this since before. Ego and rashness, this is your biggest weakness. Babyard spoke indifferently. A white seismic wave slowly spread out from the right hand holding his neck, enveloping the Blackbeard's head. Do not want. Blackbeard's struggle became more intense. Under the long-term lack of oxygen, he could not even cause darkness, to be sure. It's so ugly. Titch, Gwenyu Mission said coldly. Old father, I am your son. No. Yes, are you really going to kill me? Blackbeard's intermittent hardship happened, and pitifully begged Whitebeard for mercy. Until this time, he still didn't forget to play an emotional card that was no longer useful in order to survive. The only response to his begging for mercy was the more vigorous and terrifying vibrating light, which made his ugly big head deform and twist at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! Whitebeard pressed Blackbeard Titch's head and slammed it on the ground of the square. Nature is the dark fruit. Is this all your whole cards? It's really ridiculous. Titch, who do you think you are facing? The Whitebeard's glaring eyes were wide, and the aura of extreme horror was surging. Old Zik, yes, Bay who? Rumble! Exclamation mark 0. Chapter 177. Old Zik, yes, Bay who? Whitebeard's angry roar blasted over Malinfodo, making the people on the battlefield awe-inspiring. Yes, that's the Whitebeard, the strongest man in this sea. Originally, Grandpa was the existence that made their navy the most feared in this war. A Kiwusi, a Blackbeard. How could a mere person who swelled to the limit because he mastered a certain special ability could rival the emperor of this sea? After all, the devil fruit ability only determines a person's lower limit power. The real powerhouse is still incomparable even without ability, just like a Whitebeard. Even from beginning to end, Babyard just used his right hand. Only one hand can easily suppress the arrogant Blackbeard Titch. This is also a matter of course. On the original plotline, there was no instruction from Liu Feng, an extraordinary person, and the Liuku immortal thief was not learned. In various injuries and illnesses, the body was penetrated by the Red Dog's ghost dog, and the Whitebeard who was fatally injured could press the Blackbeard with the hammer. Not to mention the Whitebeard who is now at the absolute peak. No. Blackbeard screamed in horror. However, it failed to reduce the strength of Whitebeard's hand by half. Boom, rumble. A terrifying roar blasted over the Navy headquarters. The vibrating force accumulated and Babyard's right hand exploded. Ka-ka-ka. The already crumbling and dilapidated headquarters square cracked and collapsed again under the blow of Whitebeard's full force. After the long buzzing sound, everything was calm. In the huge hole 100 meters in radius, the Blackbeard was bloodied. His head was bloody, and the corners of his mouth were constantly overflowing with black and red blood foam. But he is not dead yet. Still alive. Under the close-range shockwave of the Whitebeard, the Blackbeard's head did not explode like a watermelon. He still survived tenaciously, like an immortal Xiaoqiang. Damn, what a stubborn bastard this is. I was hit by my father's big move at close range, but my head didn't explode. Tick. This guy really underestimated him before. Has he been hiding his strength all the time? The nearby Baituan pirates, and even the captains such as Fozu and others, were frightened and angry, and at the same time they were even more afraid of fear in their hearts. If he is not dealt with here today, the Blackbeard gang will inevitably become their enemies of the Whitebeard pirates in the future. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. In the pit, Blackbeard Titch held his head and screamed like a pig. Although the cry was miserable, the wounds healed on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is the abnormal physique that Blackbeard possesses. The special physique of a person who can withstand the unprecedented ability of 2 devil fruits. Coupled with the damage absorption of the natural dark fruit ability, Blackbeard's vitality is already extremely tenacious. This kind of resilience is comparable to an awakened animal capable of. Titch, you bastard. You can barely get past the vitality. Babyard spoke indifferently. Thieves. Thief. Thief. Blackbeard struggled to stand up from the ice pit. Although his face was bloody, he laughed triumphantly. What's wrong, Daddy? Go on. It's not enough to tickle me at this level. Blackbeard provocatively said stiffly, trying to save his image. Whitebeard smiled. What's so funny? Blackbeard's face sank. The previous punch was for the dead Sachi, and then there are Ace, Oz and all the friends who fell on this battlefield. If your vitality can't be tenacious, how can I help them one by one? Get it back, Whitebeard said murderously. Listening to the cold words of the Whitebeard, the smug smile on Blackbeard Titch's face no longer. What emerged in turn was a deep sense of horror and fear. He has heard the meaning of Whitebeard's words. Babyard didn't even think of a trick to kill him. He wanted to beat him to death with one punch. Let him die with endless pain. Thinking of this, Blackbeard couldn't help but feel cold all over his body. Who do you think you are? Blackbeard screamed. Whitebeard, Whitebeard. Your Whitebeard is nothing but a loser of the last era. Don't think it can scare me, bastard. Blackbeard screamed, dispelling his inner anxiety in this way. However, his behavior is completely contrary to what he said. Instead of taking the initiative to attack, he stepped back several tens of meters to keep away from Babyard. He was previously blocked by Whitebeard and beaten up, leaving a deep psychological shadow on Blackbeard's heart. Secret Point Road, Blackbeard yelled, and the right hand that emerged from the darkness slammed on the ground. Wow, darkness hits like a sea tide. Endless darkness spread out from the feet of Blackbeard, covering a radius of hundreds of meters. Babyard watched this scene indifferently, lifted his right foot and stomped fiercely. The power of the shaking fruit shook the darkness under his feet. Become a safe place like the eye of a typhoon. As for other places that have been eroded by darkness, what can be called catastrophic changes has taken place. This is. The ground is sinking. No, it's not right. What the hell is this? No. Do not want. This is the scream of people unfortunately affected by the dark gravity of Blackbeard. Within the scope of darkness, whether it is a living person or another dead thing, they all fell into the darkness indiscriminately, and finally retracted into the darkness behind Blackbeard. The various weapons scattered on the battlefield, the marine elites who will be able to evacuate in the future, and various rubble fragments. At this moment, all was swallowed by the darkness of Blackbeard. Thief. The real good show is yet to come. Let you see. Whitebeard, and the world. This is the true power of my dark fruit. Chapter 178. Thief. Ha ha ha, let you see the true horror of the most fierce and evil nature secret fruit. Blackbeard laughed wildly and wildly. The arms folded in front of him suddenly opened. Darkness, spiral, falling down with the loud shout of Blackbeard. A dark tornado of unknown length rose from behind him, twisting like a long worm. Finally, he rushed straight towards the Whitebeard in front of him. In this tornado, there is more than darkness, and everything that had previously disappeared into the darkness. All kinds of weapons, debris and rubble were released again at this moment. He rushed towards the Whitebeard and the white team leaders behind. Under the acceleration of the dark storm, the power of the various small wood chips in the dark is not even under the bullet. Seeing the terrifying dark storm controlled by Blackbeard, the expressions of the people watching the battle in the square inches the bay changed drastically, especially Ace. The decisive battle on Banaro Island that day. 28's strongest method of burning the fruit, Yanji, was defeated by Blackbeard's move. Thief. Ha 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 ha, Whitebeard, don't underestimate me. Blackbeard laughed a few times, and raised the tearing force of the dark fruit to the highest limit. If the other party only pays attention to the gravel things in the dark, that would be a big mistake. The real ultimate move of his trick is still darkness. The terrifying gravity and tearing force from the darkness is enough to tear the flesh and blood body into countless pieces. Go to death for me, Blackbeard yelled in excitement and excitement. Boom! A huge dark tornado rushed in front of Whitebeard. Just then, Whitebeard finally started to fight back. Cool la 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 la, but it's just a trick. Babyard laughed confidently and domineeringly. The right fist, which was tightly clenched around his waist, shook suddenly, slamming down towards the void in front of him. Boom! The land of Marine Fodor, the headquarters of the Navy, trembled. The sea was dead first, and then there was a big wave. Crack, click. The atmosphere shattered like a mirror under the extreme shock caused by the Whitebeard. Irregular cracks, with endless terrifying seismic power, faced the dark storm of Blackbeard heads. Boom boom rumble. The white seismic force of the Whitebeard and the darkness of the Blackbeard had the most terrifying collision. Dissipated shockwaves and dark gravity blasted one big pit after another on the earth. The ensuing horrible impact even set off the land one after another. Countless hundreds of kilograms of stones rushed to the sky under the impact of the gust of wind. Then it broke silently under the power of terror. I don't know how long it has been. There seems to be only black and white left in the world, each occupying one side. Fight against each other and confuse each other. Crack. Click. The overwhelmed clicking sound rang again. But this time it was not the atmosphere, but the darkness. The dark spiral triggered by the Blackbeard was eroded by the terrifying vibration. White cracks suddenly lit up on the surface of the spiral. Eventually it exploded. What? Blackbeard's screams recurred. His body flew out under the impact of the last aftermath of darkness and shaking. A large mouthful of blood spurted out of her mouth unconsciously. On the other hand, the Whitebeard on the other side did not retreat. Secretly, and Zenzen are strong and weak. Perhaps it is unknown. However, the gap between Blackbeard and Whitebeard is a judgment. Cool la 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 la. Babyard laughed a few times, strode forward and took the initiative to attack Titch, the regret of Sachi, captain of the 4th Division. The pain Ace has suffered, and everyone who fell here. All must use your blood and your life to pay homage. The Whitebeard waved his punching bag fist and greeted the Blackbeard's body. The fist is like rain. One after another clear fist marks were left on Blackbeard's body. Earlier, Whitebeard said that he was going to punch Blackbeard to death with one punch. Now is the time to practice. The screams resembling a slaying pig recurred, originating from Blackbeard. Under the pressure of Babyard's domineering physical skills and strange power, his dark fruit has no effect at all. No matter how strong his physique is and how fast he recovers, he can't stand such a series of heavy blows. If you continue, you will really be beaten to death. Blackbeard flashed this idea in his mind, and extreme horror unconsciously appeared on his face. Hey, father, don't continue. It will not be good for you and me to continue like this. It will only make the Navy pick up the bargain in vain. Let's take a step back and stop here. Blackbeard begged for mercy. Whitebeard didn't move at all. He still greeted Blackbeard's whole body with one punch and one punch. Damn Whitebeard, really dying. Little ones, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and save me. Blackbeard screamed in horror, finally couldn't help but ask for help. Captain Titch, hold on to. We are coming. Fighting Champion Chises Bashers, Otoyosi Vanokar, Devil Sheriff Lafayette, and the 4 old members of the Blackbeard crew of Grim Reaper Q were no longer silent. They violently wanted to rescue Blackbeard. In this regard, the captains of the Whitebeard pirate group would naturally not stand by their eyes. Don't bother father cleaning up the door. Little devil. Diamond Jaws, the captain of the 3rd division of the Whitebeard pirate regiment, has a diamond body, shining in the sun. Although his body is huge, his speed is not slow at all. Before and after, it was only a short time before he could breathe, and he had already stopped in front of the fighting champion of the Blackbeard group, Chises Bashers. Fluctuating elbow blow. Seeing Jaws, who suddenly appeared, fighting champion Chises Bashers couldn't help being shocked. Without considering the time, Chises Bashers did not hesitate to play his strongest strength. Ling's slightly rippling terrifying elbow hit directly on Jaws' diamond body. Boom! The fierce shockwave spread instantly. The ground under their feet cracked. Next second, the cracking sound of caca sounded, derived from the bracer of the fighting champion Chises Bashers' elbow, and the bones within its flesh and blood. He did his best to hit Jaws. Not only did he fail to hurt Jaws, the ensuing reaction force completely shattered his arm. Boom! From Jaws' counterattack, the fighting champion Chises Bashers screamed and flew thousands of meters. Still far away. Kid. Chapter 179. The Square Inches. The Navy headquarters. The culprit of the war started between the Blackbeard pirates and the Whitebeard pirates. After the captain Blackbeard Titch was beaten by Whitebeard's punches, he screamed and screamed again and again. The initial member of the Blackbeard gang, fighting champion Chises Bashers, was also killed by the White team's 3rd team captain Diamond Jaws. The remaining 3 people can't afford to overcome any storms in front of the powerful Emperor team leaders. Boom! A gunshot sounded. Otoga Vanoka's domineering sniper hit Marco's eyebrows. With a domineering sniper, the strength is really good. But you have found the wrong opponent. Marco, in the form of a phoenix orc, grinned. The blue flames on the center of the eyebrows were raging, and the wound healed instantly, without a trace of it. This is the terrifying resilience possessed by the Udman's phoenix. The captain of the 1st division of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco, the phoenix. This is all fate. Otoga Vanokar put down the sniper rifle in his hand, stopped struggling, and calmly accepted his destiny. Phoenix seal. In the form of a half-orc, Marco kicked and smashed his weapon, sniper rifle, and kicked Vanokar more than a kilometer away. Fire punch. Ace roared in anger. Endless fierce flames engulfed the Devil Sheriff Lafayette with the makeup of the drama actor. The White Wings behind him are grilled and charred. The Devil Sergeant Xihai, who is most good at hypnosis and bewitching people, was seriously injured and fell into a coma, unable to fall to the ground. Rose Flurry. The 4th Division captain's foil beasters, double swords and sword skills burst. The sword aura raged like a flurry rose, sweeping death poison Q into the sky with the sickly white horse under his seat. Oh, what a pity. I was preempted. Marco, Ace, Jaws, Vista, you are too fast. Grave accent. Grave accent. Can't you keep one for us? We don't want to keep watching like this. Bramonk, Legio and other White team leaders who failed to get their opponents spoke. Ha ha ha, Izang, everyone, and there many more over the Mitsutsu mission's sword pointed directly at the 4 people who were watching coldly not far away. The evil King Abelo Pizarro, the Crescent Moon Hunter Catalina Dipping, the Barrel Bascot, and the advance guard of the city. The Guardian of the Long Reign, Hilyu. Hey, bastard samurai, what are you talking about? The old lady is not Blackbeard's partner. Perceiving the unsightly sight of the White team leaders, the Crescent Moon Hunter Dai Peng's complexion changed abruptly, and he quickly clarified his relationship with Blackbeard. "It's still annoying as always, the Roger Pirate's guy." The wicked King Abelo Pizarro's forehead blue veins jumped wildly. Gudong, it's not a wise choice to provoke our powerful enemies for no reason. The Whitebeard pirates. Bucket Bascott threatened. "If I can, I also think it's safe to do so. Maybe we can help you in a surprise attack from the navy." Uziliu wiped the demon knife thunderstorm in his hand. But the next second, Uzilia's face was no longer calm and calm. What turned out to be a deep anger and horror. His words were only finished, and a bullet with domineering had already arrived in front of him. "Go, brothers. These four must not let Marco and the others grab it again. They also came with Blackbeard. Absolutely can't let it go. Fuck it." The captains of the Whitebeard pirate group, who were anxious to get angry, hurriedly rushed to the four evil kings. The scrambled posture is like a grandma and aunt who encountered a big price reduction in a supermarket. This is also a matter of course, for Blackbeard's resentment. They were no less than ace. Since Blackbeard had left the captain's father to clean up the door, they could only retreat and vent from the rest of the Blackbeard crew. Plus it has been on the sidelines for so long. The white team leaders have long been itching, and their hands are unbearable. Can't wait to find the opponent to vent. Abominable Whitebeard pirates, this is the battle you provoked, and I will definitely make you pay the price. Uziliu gave a vicious word. Ahaha, I really want to see it, kid. Gwengayu mission casually stopped Xilia's demon sword thunderstorm. Kozuki Mita Uzilia's pupils shrank suddenly, and infinite jealousy grew in her heart. He also knew the power of Gwengayu mission. "Let's do it for a long time." Mitsuki Mida grinned. Mida second sword style. Taoyan 10 punches. Diaresis, don't underestimate me! Hilliu roared. "This is the end of the matter. There is only a battle." The dazzling swords and shadows intertwined. After dozens or hundreds of fights, Xiliu was defeated with hatred. It flew out fiercely for Gwengayu mission's big sword and two swords. Abelo Pizarro, Catalina Dipon and Bascott are not much better. Even if the evil king, Crescent Moon Hunter, and Big Wine Barrel are indeed first-class powerhouses, they are hard to beat with four hands. Facing the Whitebeard pirate group captains not martial ethics besieging, they really couldn't hold it. Except for the huge battleship Wolf that was hiding far behind. The Blackbeard group was wiped out. Damn it. Seeing the partners lose one after another, Blackbeard's bloody face was full of despair, resentment, and unwillingness. Hilliu of Rain, King of Evil, Crescent Moon Hunter, and Big Wine Barrel are all good. Anyway, I just met today and came together because of interest. Wang Hozhao, however, the four of Chisha's Bashers, Lafayette, Vanokar, and Duke are like-minded partners that he has found one by one. Even if it is as thin as a Blackbeard, he can't remain indifferent at this moment. Damn it, hate it, hate it. It's you who forced me. Whitebeard. Blackbeard roared desperately like a sleepy beast. Boom! The endless darkness rushed to the sky like the waves of the sea. People everywhere on the battlefield of Ling couldn't help but look shocked. Even the Whitebeard's complexion couldn't help changing. Not because of the deep darkness blowing, but because of the 7 dark dragon balls floating in the darkness. Thief! Thief! Ha 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 ha! Blackbeard gave out the most invigorating laugh in his life. Come out, the black dragon of the Endakanarokia. Rumble, hold head high! Exclamation mark. Chapter 180. A dark waterfall lies between the sky and the earth. As the darkness passed, the aura of destruction was boiling and surging. People everywhere on the battlefield of Ling's Navy headquarters were shocked by it. What people horrified is not the dark wave caused by the Blackbeard. It was the 7 Dragon Balls floating in the deep darkness. According to legend, the collection can summon the inky Black Dragon Ball that will end the world of the Black Dragon. That's the Dragon Ball we brought. Why is it in the hands of that bastard Titch? What's going on? Why does Titch hold the old man's Dragon Ball? It's not good. Does that bastard Titch want to? The white group pirates who guessed that Blackbeard's intentions were all horrified. Broken. How could I be intercepted by that bastard Titch? Foil Beaster, the 5th Division captain, frowned. "Sorry, it's all my responsibility." Joz, the captain of the 3rd Division, blamed himself. "I am also responsible. Dragon Ball was originally kept by me." Marco gritted his teeth bitterly. "Marco, Joz, don't blame yourself, both of you. Everyone is responsible for this matter. The captain of the 16th Squadron is to hide the way. Originally, one Dragon Ball was taken away by the Navy, plus Roger, Mission, and others. Grandpa is here. We were too careless." Foil Beaster shook his head helplessly. "Unexpectedly, that bastard Titch took not only our 6 of us, but also the one that was snatched by the Navy." The 7th Division Captain Lakio was halfway talking, and turned to look at the Navy not far away. "Hey, Navy, what do you eat?" "I don't know if such an important thing is taken away." The pirate, who has always been unreasonable, shakes the pot decisively. "For this pot, the Navy side will naturally not follow it obediently." "What are you talking about, bastard of the Whitebeard pirates? This is your responsibility in the first place. Aren't you unguarded? Besides, if you didn't bring such a dangerous thing here, could this happen?" The Marines in the square inches the bay counterattacked without showing weakness. "Enough until the Navy Chief General Staff Lieutenant General," he intervened. The curse war finally came to an end. "Carp, what the hell did you guy do?" "Ahem." The anxious Sengoku glared at Carp beside him. "Puff, ha 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 ha. This is not to blame in my hand. I just lost it." Carp scratched his head embarrassedly. "You lost it? If you say you lose something so dangerous, you lose it?" The eyebrows of the Warring States period should be raised. "One Buddha was born and 2 Buddhas ascended to heaven," by Carp's understatement. "Mr. Warring States, now is not the time to quarrel. Please give instructions quickly." The General Green Pheasant brought a ticket to the head Lieutenant General to meet in an emergency. "By the way, will that Dragon Ball really summon a world-destroying black dragon? Has anyone seen it before?" Lieutenant General Darmesier questioned. "Don't say silly things. This is what Luo Feng teacher said personally. There can be fakes." Carp decisively refuted. Cough cough cough. The Marshal coughed fiercely again with an air of Warring States. "Puff, ha 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 ha. But don't be too scared of you guys. Relax. Even if the black dragon really comes out, it doesn't matter. After all, the teacher is still watching from the sky. Nothing big will happen." Carp pointed to Luo Feng on the bow of the Golden Merry. The Marshal Sengoku, the General Green Pheasant and all the lieutenants all raised their heads. Looking at Luo Feng in the sky, the expressions on each of his faces were complicated. For their navy, Luo Feng is the biggest evil party and their biggest enemy, bringing them endless despair. But now he still counts on Luo Feng, the enemy, to save them. What irony is this? At this moment, the deck of the Golden Merry, when he saw the last hole card that Blackbeard offered, the girls on the boat couldn't help but panic. What the hell is that? Why is it so ominous? Why hugged her lotus arm in an uneasy manner, and the little fluff all over her body stood up unconsciously. Whether the legendary Dragon Ball summons the wishing dragon or the exterminating black dragon, the answer is about to be revealed. Robin whispered in shock. That Xiaki's gaze fell on Luo Feng at the bow of the ship. "Teacher Luo Feng, that Dragon Ball should be the teacher's handwriting?" Xiachi asked. Luo Feng nodded calmly. "Will it really summon a black dragon?" Summer anxiety. "This can be fake." Luo Feng took it for granted. "Then teacher, don't you stop it? It seems a bit bad." Xiachi tentatively spoke. "No need to be afraid." Luo Feng spoke calmly. Under Luo Feng's reassurance, the girls on the deck only felt confident, and no longer had the slightest fear. "Next, let me see as a teacher. How far have you 4 boys grown in these 50 years? Luo Feng grinned with interest. In addition to wanting to see the progress of Roger, Cap, Rawley and Whitebeard, Luo Feng also wanted to see old friend Akane after a long absence. Thief, ha 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 ha. Feeling the horrified sight of people from all over the battlefield, Blackbeard seemed to have obtained the greatest satisfaction, and once again laughed wildly. "Come out." Finally, the black dragon Akane, under the horrified gaze of countless people inside and outside the battlefield, Blackbeard slapped his hands violently. The 7 Dragon Balls scattered in the darkness suddenly gathered. The first is connected to form a circle. Ding! The ominous dark light that was deeper than the dark realm of the dark fruit suddenly burst. The 7 Dragon Balls the size of a human head melted suddenly and became one piece. A hideous black dragon head of blue and black took the lead in breaking through the darkness and appeared in people's sight. Hold head high. A high-pitched, loud dragon roar suddenly sounded between the sky and the earth, shaking the fields. Representing the ceiling of the fairy tale world, Black Dragon King Akanarokia officially descended into the world of pirates. Out appeared, whether it was the navy or the pirates on the battlefield. Their eyes widened in horror, and they couldn't help screaming in horror. Titch, you are really a hopeless bastard, Babyard said coldly. Thief, ha 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 ha. Now even if you regret, it's too late, Whitebeard. Just use your Whitebeard pirates, navy and the whole world to bury my friends. Blackbeard laughed wildly. The mental state of the whole person is crazy to the extreme. Come on, Black Dragon Akanarokia, first bite this Whitebeard bastard to me. Blackbeard waved his hand and gave an order to Akanarokia. However, the next moment, something unexpected happened by Blackbeard. A dark shadow suddenly covered it. Panicked and looked up. What Blackbeard saw was the hideous mouth of the Black Dragon Akanarokiana. Pouch. Chapter 181, Hold Head High! Exclamation mark. The high-pitched, loud dragon roar shook the sky and the sea. The terrifying long way overwhelmed the world, changing the color of the situation. The ceiling of the power of the monster tale world. Black Dragon Akanarokia officially descends to the pirate world. Looking at the hideous black dragon head protruding from the darkness, the tens of thousands of seamen and pirates on the top battlefield all lost their voices in horror. The reporters and onlookers in the live broadcast square of the Chambord Islands are no exception. Out appeared. It really appeared. The black dragon that brought the end to the world. The feather of End Yan. That is the incarnation of disaster. It turns out that the 7 Dragon Balls summoned are really not a wishing dragon. It is a world-destroying black dragon. It's not good. It's not good. This is really bad for a big deal. The world is going to be destroyed. When the Navy headquarters is destroyed, it will be our turn to the Chambord Islands next. Run away. Run away now. The entire Chambord Island is chaotic to the extreme at this moment. You can't escape. If it is really a world-destroying black dragon, it will be useless no matter where you escape. This may be our last report. Hurry up and act to convey this last big event to the world. This is our mission as journalists. The conscientious reporters are still working hard, desperate to tell the world the last big news. Marine headquarters, Marine Fodor. Is that the black dragon that brought the end to the world? Even the Admiral Green Pheasant's Adam's apple couldn't help rolling hard, only feeling dry for a while. This is the real dragon. In contrast, the fish and fruit of the 4 emperors Kaido is just a joke. Lieutenant General Juru, Chief of Staff of the Navy, murmured in shock. This is really terrible. The black dragon Akanarokia. Above the high altitude, General Huang Yuan was tense, ready to run away at any time. Gudong sizzling. The captains of the Whitebeard pirate group, who were only a few hundred meters away from the black dragon, couldn't help but breathe in the air. A look of extreme horror appeared uncontrollably on each face. They knew the most about the legend that 7 Dragon Balls could summon a black dragon. However, they never thought that the black dragon summoned by the Dragon Ball would be so terrible. Just feeling the devastating breath is a sense of despair. Previously, in the speculation of Marco et al., the black dragon peak summoned by Dragon Ball is also a top 4 emperor combat power. Being able to fight 2 generals in one go is already incredible. But now, they knew it after actually seeing and feeling it. My previous speculation was too conservative. The legend turned out to be true. No exaggeration at all. This black dragon can really destroy the world! Exclamation mark. At this moment, the only thing they were fortunate was Liu Feng, who made these 7 Dragon Balls, and their grandfather is here today. If not today, I am afraid it will be really bad. Shirokokichi Papa Mitsutsumitu and the captains looked at Babyard subconsciously. Hopefully, Babyard can ask Luo Feng for help. Babyard did not respond to the desire of Mida and his sons. Just looking at the Blackbeard and Black Dragon not far away indifferently, the whole body's fighting spirit gradually boiled over. The thief, ha 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 ha, everything is over. Akanarokia, come on. Bite him. Blackbeard arrogantly ordered the Black Dragon. Think of yourself as the master of Akanarokia. Such an act is grossly wrong. After all, the 7 Dragon Balls are just a seal. The Black Dragon in the seal is uncontrollable from beginning to end. Blackbeard's arrogant thoughts are destined to be countered. Next second, on the battlefield, people watched in horror. The Black Dragon Akanarokia opened his mouth wide, biting towards the Blackbeard who had ordered it wantonly. It was too late when Blackbeard noticed. The big mouth of the Black Dragon's blood basin has already bitten him tightly, and the blood is flowing like a shot. Blackbeard's upper and lower body almost broke. A heart-piercing screams recurred. Arsehole Black Dragon, what the hell are you doing? I have summoned your master. Middle dot 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 find flowers 00. Even though his body was torn apart, Blackbeard still hadn't completely died. At this moment, he shouted with distortion and horror on his face. I am the Black Dragon King Akanarokia, the supreme existence that has destroyed all dragons in the world. But even a mere human, I also want to be my master. I can't help it. The Black Dragon form Akanarokia uttered a word. The sound exploded like thunder, and the king was full of majesty. The people on the battlefield of Ling were silent. A remorseful scream of the broken Blackbeard recurred. Next second, the scream stopped abruptly. The Black Dragon Akanarokia raised his head and swallowed Blackbeard straight into his abdomen. 0 In general, Akanarokia, who was once a human, is also resistant to cannibalism. But this time it was an exception. His instinct told him the natural dark fruit ability that Blackbeard has mastered is consistent with him, and after eating, his power will be further enhanced. As predicted, the moment Blackbeard ate his body and died for him, the dark fruit ability of the natural type was then boarded on the body of the Black Dragon Akanarokia. Needless to say, the relationship between the dark attribute of Akanarokia and their dark fruit is self-evident. Only in an instant, Akanarokia has mastered all the power of dark fruit. The understanding of the abilities of the natural secret fruit is even far better than that of the Blackbeard. Boom! The dark waterfall that lies between the sky and the earth is getting deeper and deeper. The dark gravitational force emanating in the meantime makes the atmosphere and even the space seem to be distorted. The power of darkness is constantly emerging. It is really an outstanding power. My darkness has gone further. The Black Dragon Akanarokia muttered to himself in intoxication. Boom! One of his dragon claws stepped out of the dark waterfall and fell on the ground of the square inches the bay. In a flash, the earth was torn apart under his power. Boom boom boom, 3 loud noises in succession. The Black Dragon Akanarokia walked out of the dark realm and showed his true body to the pirate world. Hold head high! 0. Chapter 182, Rumble. The huge naval headquarters was shaken by the arrival of the Black Dragon King Akanarokia, as if it might collapse at any time. I am the King of Dragons, Akanarokia, and I will bring an end to this world. Akanarokia will be suffocated and humiliated by being sealed for a long time, and will be absorbed into this long roar, which resounds through the sky and the ground. A final prophecy was given to the pirate world. This is the world-destroying Black Dragon that the teacher sealed back then. It's really extraordinary. Roger and Raleigh escaped from the battle with the world government powerhouse and joined Whitebeard. Is it the time to talk about this? It's all your responsibility. Roger, Babyard. If you two hadn't gathered these ghosts together, how could this stall be troublesome? Car, who could not bear the trouble of the warring states widened his eyes, and decisively transferred his anger to Roger and Whitebeard. Idiot Carp, this is what the teacher brought to our world. You have the ability to blame the teacher. Roger squinted at Carp. Carp clenched his fists and was speechless, borrowing his 10 courage. He did not dare to challenge his teacher. Okay, let's stop both of you for a while. Since the teacher indulged that Blackbeard to release the world-destroying Black Dragon, He has no intention of taking care of things now. I am afraid that I want to use this to test our strength. Prepare to go. Rawly analyzed. Cool la 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 la. This is really great. Let me show you my 50 years of growth. The Whitebeard laughed, and his fighting spirit suddenly rose to the limit. Come on then, my fit with this body is almost the same. The only thing I lack is a handy weapon, but I can feel that it is very close, and it seems that Shanks is about to arrive. Roger grinned. Puff ha 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 ha, don't try to get out of the limelight alone. The old man is also burning up, and it's been a long time since I met an opponent who can let me open the door. I don't know how many doors this black dragon can let me open. Carp also laughed loudly. The 4 great legends of the old age, the strength of the 4 powers above the generals and the 4 emperors, are fully integrated, and their oppressive power is naturally terrifying. So strong. Roger and Baixioji are going to make real moves. Mitsuki Mida spoke solemnly. Oh Master Mission. Didn't Captain Roger and Daddy Whitebeard use all their strength before? The chubby cat viper said in surprise. Of course not. As the disciples of Senior Luo Feng, Roger and the others just showed the tip of the iceberg. Guangyu Mission's faint way. SSSSSS. Hearing that, Inulan, Hisong and even Marco, who is familiar with Whitebeard, could not help but take a breath. Thinking about it carefully, Marco, Joz and others found that they hadn't seen Whitebeard's true posture in a long time. It works. The 4 of them are absolutely fine. Although I don't want to pin my hopes on the pirates, I am afraid that only they can stop this Black Dragon King at the moment. And our Lieutenant General Carp is there, not just the pirates. Looking at the backs of the 4 Rogers, the people who were in despair of destruction could not help but give birth to great hope. However, the Black Dragon Akanarokia hadn't heard of the horrible aura of the gathering of the 4 legends. From start to finish, I didn't even look at it. I smell the smell of dragons. There are dragons in this strange world too. No matter which world you are in, all dragons will be killed by me. The Black Dragon Akanarokia whispered to himself, and his killing intent gradually became stronger. The head of the blue and black ferocious dragon suddenly lifted up and looked at the position of the Golden Mary. He smelled the dragon slayer's breath from the ship. However, it is not waiting for Akanaroki to find Vivi. His long eyes, like a copper bell, caught the man sitting on the bow of the ship first. I couldn't take it away when I looked over. Why is it you again? The black dragon Akanaroki's pupils shrank suddenly, and his voice increased more than 80 degrees, and in the end he even approached the edge of the sound breaking. Yo, long time no see, Akanarokia. Luo Feng grinned. The sun was shining brightly. Asshole, Ang. The black dragon Akanarokia's excited dragon roar sounded like thunder, and it exploded again in 9 days. The atmosphere swayed under his roaring sound waves, ripples visible to the naked eye. It can be seen how excited Akanarokia's emotions are at this moment. Even the huge dragon body could not stop shaking. Although it has been true for many years, you don't need to be so excited, Akanarokia. Luo Feng smiled at the bow of the mealy. The words are like greetings from old friends who have reunited after a long time. Looking at the disgusting smile on Luo Feng's face, listening to the understatement, the black dragon Akanarokia's inner roar instantly resembled a volcanic eruption. He was out of anger. It turned out to be you again, a human being. The black dragon Akanarokia gritted his teeth. His big eyes, like a bell, seemed to breathe fire. In those days, dominating the Dragon King festival, he who killed countless dragons finally gained the ultimate power, invincible in the world. It is the most proud time in life. However, it was at that time, just when he was ready to take advantage of the victory and pursue, to wipe out the remaining dragon clan remnants, a certain human suddenly came to him. After saying a lot of inexplicable reasons, he began to beat him. Naturally, Akanarokia would not stand and be beaten. However, what horrified him was that the man was strong like a ghost. Even the Black Dragon King, who had evolved into a complete body, was invincible. What made the Black Dragon Akanarokia more angry was that Luo Feng didn't kill him after beating him. Instead, he used a strange magic to peel off his body from the seal. Has been confined like a domestic animal. Now it's hard to regain freedom. However, he unexpectedly once again saw the man who had brought him countless shadows. What is this joke? Is he going to become Seven Balls again? Can't be allowed. How could this kind of humiliation happen a second time? Absolutely not allowed. Wow, the dark wings on the back of the black dragon Akanurokia suddenly instigated, bringing up two fierce tornadoes and carrying his body upright. Go to hell. The black dragon Akanurokia furiously shot. Exit. The roar of the black dragon. Chapter 183. Wow. There was a violent wind between the sky and the earth. It was the dark wings of the black dragon Akanurokia instigating. Two horrible dark tornadoes supported his body soaring into the sky. Go to hell. Humans. The black dragon Akanurokia roared, and the terrifying killing intent was overwhelming. Thinking of the past, thinking that after finally regaining his freedom, he might once again be sealed in the Dragon Ball like a plaything, Akanurokia was out of anger. Driven by extreme anger, Akanurokia temporarily suppressed his fear of Luo Feng and took the initiative to attack. Black dragons. Akanurokia's head was raised high. A pitch-black dark magic ball formed between his mouth in the blood basin. Roar. Accompanied by the roar of Akanurokia, the dark magic ball, which was originally only the size of a human head, suddenly rose dozens of hundreds of times in response to the storm. The energy ball containing endless ominous and destructive auras covered the entire Golden Merry. This is the strongest attack of the Black Dragon King Akanurokia. Once Akanurokia used this trick to instantly kill the powerful Fire Dragon King Igna. Even aftermath 28 is enough to destroy an entire island. How can this level of power be resisted? If this kind of attack falls on the Navy headquarters, not good. The entire Navy headquarters will be destroyed. No one can survive. If this is implemented, the whole army will be wiped out. Even the green pheasant of the Navy headquarters was so nervous and frightened that even his hands trembled. It will be fine. There is that man. Lieutenant General He of the Navy's General Staff spoke tremblingly. Unblinking eyes looked at the man standing on the bow of the Golden Merry. It's not just Lieutenant General He. At this moment, there are hundreds of thousands of people in the entire Navy headquarters, whether it is the Navy or the pirates. All eyes are on Luo Feng. That is their last hope. Xiao Hai, you still don't have a long memory after all these years. On the bow of the Golden Merry, Luo Feng shook his head helplessly, facing the black dragon roaring that could destroy the world. The look on his face was always the same. It is still so calm. Damn human. Let's break your bones in the dark. The black dragon Akanurokia roared wildly and frantically. Further increase the magic output of roar. When the dark, ominous energy was only the last 10 meters away from the Golden Merry, Luo Feng finally moved. He just poked out his right hand calmly. Then, the world is solidified with his actions. Also frozen was the black dragon roar of Akanurokia. Damn it, break it for me, the black dragon Akanurokia yelled. However, no matter how he enhances the dark magic power, his attacks will never make any progress. Want to challenge me? You are still far away, little black dragon. Luo Feng said quietly. Tap your right index finger lightly. Next second, bright lines interlaced vertically and horizontally appeared out of thin air on Akanurokia's dark energy ball. Not long before it covers the entire sphere, only a soft bang was heard. The dark energy ball with a diameter of more than 100 meters exploded. Countless fragments of dark elements then escaped to all directions. A magnificent rain of black light rained over the Navy headquarters. It dissipates between heaven and earth without waiting to touch the ground. This moment, the whole world fell into absolute silence for it. After a brief silence, the hustle and bustle of the sky erupted. The rest of the people on the battlefield were all cheering and shouting. Too strong, too strong. That man is really a god. This power is simply unparalleled. Even the Navy can't help but cheer for Luo Feng who saved them. Ha 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 ha, really worthy of being the old man's daddy. Grandpa is mighty. Navy bastards. Have you seen it? This is our grandpa. You guys can thank you very much. Thank you grandpa for his mercy. and for saving you, shake under the mighty power of Grandpa God. The people of the Whitebeard Pirates are all extremely excited at this moment. Then came a series of novel names for Luo Feng. TSK Tusk. How tall is our teacher? One Piece. Roger couldn't help but sigh. I'm afraid it's even higher than this day. Rawley looked up at the sky. Puff, ha 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 ha. Really worthy of being a teacher. Cool, la 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 la. Really worthy of being an old man. Carp and Whitebeard laughed together. If there is no Master Luo Feng. On the deck of the Golden Mary, Robin was also eclipsed and frightened. Master Luo Feng. Empress Hancock's beautiful eyes are full of admiration. That's the real dragon roar. It's too scary. In contrast, mine, Wai and the girl Mli hugged tightly, their delicate bodies trembling uncontrollably. At the same time, there is a huge sense of depression and powerlessness in my heart. Compared with the black dragon roar of Akanarokia, her sky dragon roar is like a child playing house. It's not a level at all. Monster human. Also deeply shocked by Luo Feng's hand was the black dragon Akanarokia. When his strongest attack method was easily resolved by Luo Feng, the whole dragon of Akanarokia was agitated, and gradually recovered from the angry mood. When the initial impulse has passed, Akuna Lokia once again recalled the fear once dominated by Luo Feng, recalling the original scene of Luo Feng beating him like a grandson. You monster human, I won't play with you anymore. For the first time in his life, Akuna Lokia gave birth to a retreat. The moment the voice fell, his dark wings did not hesitate to instigate, and he took his body into the sky suddenly, wanting to escape from this dangerous place and find a place to hide and recuperate. However, Xiao Hai, pretending to be like running, did I allow you to go? Luo Feng's calm words sounded like a thunder in Akuna Lokia's ears. Ling's Akanarokia couldn't help but look terrified, looking up in a hurry. A piece of brick suddenly enlarged in his pupils. That was the bronze coffin that Luo Feng carried behind him. At this moment, Luo Feng used it as a weapon to smash it, and smashed it down heavily. Boom rumble! Exclamation mark. Chapter 184. Scared my terrible disciple still wants to run, let me go down you. Above the sky, Luo Feng took off the bronze coffin he was carrying behind him, shook it abruptly, and slammed down the black dragon Akanarokia's head fiercely. Boom! It was dull as if the sound of a heavenly warrior drum resounded across the sky, followed by a loud bang that resembled the collapse of the earth. There was indeed a huge gap in the sky. That was the trajectory of the black dragon Akanarokia's huge body falling straight down. The land of Marine Fodor, the headquarters of the Navy, was also capsized. Centered on the place where the black dragon Akanarokia fell, the entire Navy headquarters was completely divided into two under the huge impact, and endless seawater was poured in. On the battlefield, people shouted in panic and panic. After a good moment, the Navy headquarters finally returned to calm. People all over the battlefield stood still hard, staring dumbfounded at the almost collapsed Navy headquarters, unable to speak for a long time. The black dragon is gone. Father, that huge black dragon is gone. In the form of a phoenix, Marco, who hovered in the air, suddenly yelled in shock, and instantly attracted the attention of the strong men in the square inches the bay. Really? Missing? Where can such a large body hide? Did it fall into the sea? Or maybe it has been blown up by the old man's old man. The Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy headquarters and the captain-level powerhouses of the Whitebeard pirates have speculated. No, grave accent, grave accent. The Whitebeard suddenly yelled. That black dragon is still alive. Carp also perceives the breath fluctuations in the center. Wow! The gust of wind blew past, dispelling the heavy smoke and dust that filled the whole world. Reveal that hit the most central scene. The ferocious black dragon whose original body was more than 100 meters long no longer exists. Instead, a black-skinned youth of the size of an ordinary person appeared. That is the black dragon just now? It can turn into a human? Is he the one who ate the dragon fruit or the dragon who ate everyone's fruit? When seeing the human form of Akanarokia, the strong on the battlefield were once again shocked. Damn it, my head is going to explode. For the people's uproar, Akuna Lokia was unheard of. At this moment, he just hugged his head with a painful expression, only feeling a splitting headache. Not only the head but even the spirit seemed to explode. Luo Feng's previous coffin board was too heavy and too heavy. It was so heavy that Akuna Loki couldn't help thinking that Luo Feng was pressing a whole world on his head. What the hell is going on with that monster? It's unreasonable. Is he still a human? Damn it. Besides, why does that bastard keep holding on to me? Akuna Rokia, whose mind and spirit were in a mess, couldn't help thinking wildly. Hi, Akanuroki. Luo Feng's voice came from high above the sky. Hearing this sound like a nightmare, Akanuroki couldn't help but feel excited. The body is subconsciously tight, guarding against the coffin boards that may come from nowhere. Speaking of which, Akanuroki, there is actually not much enmity between me and you, Luo Feng said calmly. You guy only knows. I don't even know you. This is the second time we met today. Akanuroki was madly complaining in his heart, and his face couldn't help but twitch. Well, let me give you a chance. As long as you can beat my 4 disciples today, I will let you go free. Luo Feng smiled. Really? Akuna Loki's eyes lit up suddenly. I only felt that my head no longer hurt, my legs and feet were also sharp, and the future was extremely bright. He had already planned to be sealed again, and he didn't expect to be able to escape from Luo Feng. Never thought that happiness came too suddenly. This strong hates humans too much, and occasionally pleasing to the eye. Thinking that he was about to be free, Akuna Loki's eyes looked at Luo Feng no longer resented as before. This is the typical Stockholm Syndrome. Ha 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 ha. Akuna Loki laughed several times. Without waiting for Luo Feng's response, he leapt forward and jumped onto the broken wall, facing the entire battlefield. Who is his disciple? Come forward quickly and let me kill him. Akuna Loki spoke impetuously. Cool la 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 la, what a big tone. Whitebeard smiled lowly, stomping the ground with the supreme sharp knife in his hand. Wang S. Domineering and awe-inspiring. It seems that we are going to slaughter the dragon again today. Roger and Riley grinned together. Puff ha ha ha, teacher Luo Feng, please watch, I am the strongest now. Carp laughed and roared. It's the 4 of you. Akuna Loki swept across Roger's 4, and sneered in disdain. Just 4 people are not enough for me to fight. You dare to say it? Baby Ard's face suddenly became cold. Sorry. I'm not targeting anyone, except for that guy. Everyone here is ants. Akuna Loki spoke arrogantly. Chapter 185, I'm not targeting anyone, except for that monster. All of you here are ants. The corners of Akuna Loki's mouth turned slightly. The words are full of arrogance and arrogance. Viewing the presence of more than a dozen general-level combat power as ants, such remarks are maddeningly boundless. However, as Akuna Loki's mockery fell, no one in the audience refuted it. Because of this person, no, this dragon does have its arrogant capital. The previous black dragon roar that destroyed the world and the earth. Except for Luo Feng, no one can take it with absolute certainty. Cool la 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 la, then let me first understand how much your black dragon is capable of. The Whitebeard's laughter broke the silence on the battlefield. Papa Shirokokichi. Without waiting for what Gwengayu mission and the captains of the White Regiment said, the Whitebeard had already attacked fiercely. There was a gleam of silver in the left eye. The tall Whitebeard suddenly disappeared. Taking a step forward, he came to Akuna Loki in front of him in a thunderous manner. Kong Yunch, the sharp supreme sharp knife, slashed down towards Akuna Loki without mercy. The power of space, interesting, but Akuna Loki sneered indifferently, and raised his right hand to take Whitebeard's slash in an understatement. At this moment, Whitebeard's right eye flashed with golden light. Time jumped here. Akuna Loki's right hand has not been raised yet. Kong Yanki's blade fell abruptly. Starting from his right shoulder, he slashed downwards obliquely. Kai sparks are flying everywhere. Even the blade of the supreme big knife King Yuncut was unable to break through Akuna Loki's dragon-scale defense. It just made his figure slid back more than 10 meters. I see. Akuna Loki indifferently patted the pale white marks on his body. It's not just space, but also the power of time. Even I can't react to it. There are indeed 2 attacks, But is your attack only this level? Akuna Lokia grinned coldly. Humphrey Whitebeard snorted coldly. The 5 fingers of the right hand are wide, then suddenly squeezed. The distorted atmosphere was held in the hand by the Whitebeard. It's like holding a white lightning bolt. Akuna Lokia's body was tight, and he wanted to see through the Whitebeard that was jumping in time. However, how can the flash power of Hit, the top killer in the 6th universe of Dragon Ball world, be so easy to crack? This time Akuna Lokia was still inevitably hit by the shock of the Whitebeard's straight punch. The force of the horrible spiral vibration drove Akuna Lokia more than 100 meters away. But that's all. Even with the high-level armed color domineering with internal destruction attached to the fist, it still couldn't cause much effective blow to Akuna Lokia's tough dragon body. It's just a mere human. The veins on Akuna Lokia's forehead soared. Arsehole Black Dragon, 1 punch is not enough, then 100 punches, 10,000 punches, I think how long you can bear. Whitebeard spoke domineeringly. And Akuna Lokia's face was cold and frosty. However, before he could put down more cruel words, the shock of the Whitebeard hit again. It hit him in the face for the 3rd time, and beat him away fiercely. Oh, Daddy Mighty, Arsehole Black Dragon. Realize it. My father is the strongest man in the world. The people of the Whitebeard pirates screamed in excitement and excitement. They couldn't see how much damage Whitebeard's fist could cause Akuna Lokia. But Akuna Lokia was beaten to flies indeed, a real deal. Looking at Akuna Lokia, who was arrogant before, and regarded all beings as ants, he shrank one after another. How can people who hold their breath not cheer for it? Arsehole Akuna Lokia, who had been passively beaten repeatedly, had a gloomy expression on his face. Even though Whitebeard's attack did not cause him much damage, it was extremely insulting. As the arrogant Dragon King, how can he endure repeated provocations by others except Liu Feng, of course? Wow! An endless storm of darkness suddenly spread from Akuna Lokia's body. Boom! The shock fist followed by Whitebeard touched the darkness of Akuna Lokia. The power of the shock was instantly absorbed. This is Ditch's ability. The Whitebeard frowned slightly. In a flash, he recognized the power of the natural dark fruit ability attached to this piece of darkness. However, it was such a momentary loss of consciousness. But Akuna Lokia seized the opportunity. The sharp claws of the dragon that had been pitch black came out from the bow of the ship in the dark waterfall, and dig into the heart of the Whitebeard. When the sound of gold and iron suddenly exploded, Akuna Lokia's dragon claw failed to pull out the Whitebeard's heart, and was stopped by a sharp, pitch-black long knife on the way. Don't just think of being a limelight, Newgate, and let the brothers play a trick. Roger's heartwarming words. Yes, junior brother Newgate, Rawley echoed. The old face of the Whitebeard was black. Roger and Rawley are certainly grateful for their rescue. But the words of these 2 old guys really made Whitebeard coop. Who do you think I am? I am the Black Dragon King Akuna Lokia. Akuna Lokia couldn't help but become very angry about the small chat of Roger and the 3 people. However, what makes him even more angry is, yes, we know who you are. I have said it several times, no need to emphasize it. Roger and Rawley interrupted Akuna Lokia's high-profile self-introduction. You crack. The power between Akuna Lokia's palms erupted. The long knife in Roger's hand shattered at the sound. Even with the most advanced armed color domineering, it is unable to resist the Black Dragon's terrorist force. At the same time, endless dark power radiated from the Black Dragon's body, condensing into an illusory dark dragon body. The roar of the dragon shook the world. 3 of you, don't even want to run. All of you will be killed by me. Akuna Lokia said coldly. Arsehole Black Dragon. At this moment, another violent shout suddenly exploded. What do you mean by the 3 of them? Are you an airman when you are an old man? That was Carp's roar of dissatisfaction. Around, Akuna Lokia turned his head subconsciously. Roger, Rawley, Newgate, you 3 guys get out of the way and let the old man give him a punch. Carp's right foot slammed on the ground and his waist sank suddenly. The 7th gate of the 8-gate dungeon, a shocked gate open. Chapter 186. Boom rumbled, the ground sound exploded abruptly without warning. It shook the entire square inches the Navy headquarters. At the same time, it also attracted the attention of the people who had been paying attention to the Whitebeard's battle with Akanarokia. What happened? What's the matter with the ground sound this time? Look over there. It's Lieutenant General Carp. A seaman yelled and pointed to Carp's location. His face was full of shock. That blue steam ... What the hell is going on? It's like Marco's Flame of the Phoenix. It's like Diamond Jaws, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, jerked his eyelids. No, that's not flames. It's steam. The blue steam produced by the evaporation of sweat. The first team captain Marco yelled in shock. That guy Carp is finally going to make a real move. Gwingayu Mission said solemnly. Meter, do you know, what is the old guy Carp going to do? Foil Vistu asked. Of course I know that. When I was on Roger's boat, I had to escape from his posture more than once. Kagetsu Mita vocal tract. Whenever I think of those past experiences, I can't help but get out of a cold sweat. Of course, the people of the Whitebeard Pirates are not very clear about Carp's proud moves. After all, for so many years, the senior brother Carp has never bullied the small, and has never been troubled by the Whitebeard. In contrast, it was the big brother Roger that was stared at by Carp. During the 2 years in the Roger Pirates, Mitsutsu Mita had a lot of dealings with the Lieutenant Admiral Carp. The killer feature of Carp is the most clear. Every time Carp made the killer, even Roger couldn't stop it, and Rayleigh's cooperation had to be added to stop it. And the other members of the Roger Pirates group, including him, will decisively run away and will never die with them. I can feel the rising momentum of Hero Kapu. Kiwuhai Jinping looked more solemn than ever. This is the power of a naval hero. Luffy, how did your grandpa do it? Raise the power to such a terrifying level in such a short period of time. Kifat the ladyboy King Ivankov kept fighting between his upper and lower jaws. I do not know. Straw Hat Luffy shook his head. Silly master, I didn't expect this kind of power to be hidden. Ace grinned, also shocked. Mr. Carp today is as handsome as ever. The General King Pheasant Tut amazed. Okay, this can be regarded as saving a bit of face for our navy. Ahem. Under the excitement of the warring states, the injuries in the body were affected, and he coughed again and again. I hope it's better to open to the 7th door. Lieutenant General He of the Navy's General Staff said quietly to himself, with a little worry between his eyebrows. Plaza in the bay. Seeing the blue steam steaming all over his body, the imposing naval hero Carp, everyone on the battlefield was shocked. The people on the Navy side are even more excited. After all, Carp is the hero of their navy. After all, Carp didn't realize their shock and excitement of the people. He didn't care at all, just focused on opening the door of power in the body. 8-door Dungia array! Exclamation mark. This is exactly the trick Liu Feng taught Carp 60 years ago. The Navy hero Carp beats the world with a pair of iron fists. He is the pinnacle of physical skills in this world. How much will this powerhouse grow up after blessing the 8-gate Dungia? Liu Feng was very curious about this. So 60 years ago, Liu Feng didn't add any other bells and whistles to Carp. It is only a dedicated teaching to enhance his physical skills. The monsters in the pirate world are many times higher than the ninjas in the Naruto world in terms of physical talent. In terms of basic physique talents, Carp is more than 10 times better than the strongest Naruto technique Konoha's Blue Beast. In terms of hard work, Carp's level of hard work will never be lower than that of Met Ki. Coupled with Ryuku Immortal Th's it to become stronger. Today, the strength of normal Carp is enough to surpass the Met Ki who opened 7 doors. On this basis, plus the 8-door Dungia array that Liu Feng has improved to suit Carp, how strong can it be? Even the Ani Punch Man in Pirate World is not impossible. 8-gate Dungia 7th gate shocking gate open in the square inches the bay. Carp suddenly yelled and opened the 7th door directly. Middle dot 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 fine flowers 00. As soon as the door was opened, Carp's physical potential was greatly released. Like a wild beast that opens the gate, it is about to show its edge to the world. Roger, Rayleigh, new gate, All three of you guys get out of the way. I don't care if I was injured by mistake, Carp shouted. That guy Carp is really impatient. Rayleigh's complexion changed slightly. That's the 8-door dungeon that Dad taught Carp. Babyard's gaze condensed, and he felt tremendous pressure from Carp at this moment. God avoid! Roger shouted violently. Use the broken knife in his hand to perform his own proud stunt. God avoiding. The extremely sublimated armed color, seeing and hearing color, and domineering color are perfectly integrated. Unleashing the power of heaven and earth, Akanarokia, who was caught off guard, flew a dozen meters away. It didn't hurt much, but it was still very insulting to Akanarokia. You ants, give me enough. Akanarokia was completely angry. Just about to chase, they saw Roger and the three running around like rabbits. At the same time, an aura of terror that even Akanarokia felt threatened suddenly shrouded. For a moment, Akanarokia couldn't help but suspect that Liu Feng was about to make another move. Suddenly turned around. What he saw was Carp surrounded by blue steam. Boom! Carp takes a step. The sky trembled. Boom! The second step falls. Captain rises to the sky. The atmosphere is shattered. The third step. The fourth step. 8 steps down. Even the solid void is cracked for it. It's just Mia. Akanarokia spoke in a cold voice. Before he finished speaking, Akanarokia's pupils shrank suddenly. Carp, who was still 100 meters away, suddenly disappeared, reappearing, already in. Boom! The endless darkness gathers, guarding the back of Akanarokia. Opposite to the darkness of Akanarokia was a bright blue meteor. That is Carp's Iron Fist! Meteor Iron Fist. 0. Chapter 187. The fist is like a shooting star, bright in the sky. Rumble! The world is shaking. Thousands of waves were rolled up by the sea. The blue sky is like washing. The sun is blazing, but it's no match for the brilliance of a hero. Iron Fist Meteor. The roar of the legendary Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy hero Carp was earth-shaking. Swish! A bright blue meteor passed over the Navy headquarters and violently collided with the dark energy barrier of Akanarokia. Crack! Only in a flash, the dark energy barrier of Akanarokia made an overwhelming click. Irregular cracks crisscrossed horizontally and vertically. Eventually it exploded. Around, Akanarokia's left eye jerked. At the same time, his right hand blatantly swung out. A hideous black dragon phantom opened its mouth wide and swallowed towards Carp. In this regard, Carp still has no dodge. His speed increased further. Straight into the black dragon's blood basin and mouth. Die! Akanarokia slapped his hands together. At the same time, the open mouth of the black dragon phantom suddenly closed, trying to bite Carp's body. Eula under the increase of unknown sentence patterns. The scorching blue steam around Carp grew stronger. At the same time, his power level is also promoted. Akanarokia's left eyelid jumped wildly again. Don't wait for him to do anything. Carp, whose power level has been upgraded again, passed through the blood basin of the energy black dragon phantom. The Iron Fist, like a blue meteor, fell straight on Akanarokia's belly. Boom! This moment, it is as if there is a drum of supreme war between heaven and earth. It seems that the heart of heaven and earth is beating. The world seemed to freeze at this moment. Next second, the unparalleled shockwave is centered on Carp's fist. Disperse in all directions. Waves like waves emerged from the void. The darkness lingering around Akanarokia was dissipated by the extremely powerful fist. The bright light bloomed and then burst. Merely a drop of fist power that escapes, falling into the sea, makes the sea explode one after another. Huge waves. The waves are surging and thrust into the sky. Between the sky and the earth, there is an extremely chaotic convection in the atmosphere. Oh, under Carp's Meteor Iron Fist, even Akanarokia couldn't easily deal with it anymore. This blow, the damage is high. The terrifying punch invaded his dragon body through his belly. It raged between his internal organs. Akanarokia's eyes widened unconsciously, and his mouth widened. A mouthful of dark blood mixed with internal organs spewed out. Boom! Akanarokia's body finally flew upside down fiercely, flying across most of the island from the front of the Navy headquarters. In the end, It fell heavily between the towns on the back bank. Rumble. The earth of Milinfodor rang fiercely again. The entire town was completely destroyed under the horrible impact and turned into rubble. Endless dust rose to the sky, covering the sky and covering the sun. At this moment, the huge Navy headquarters fell into a dead silence. Whether it is the Navy or the pirates of the White Regiment, the people on the battlefield just opened their shocking eyes, staring at the tall and burly figure in the sky. The legendary Navy Lieutenant Hero Carp! I don't know how long it has been. The extreme hustle and bustle that accompanies the extreme silence. At this moment, more than 100,000 Marines from the entire Navy headquarters screamed in excitement and excitement. Hero Carp! That's the hero of our Navy. Even if it is that man's disciple. But Mr. Carp is Mr. Carp. Pirate bastards, have you seen it? This is the power of our naval hero. The people on the Navy side shouted in unison. Cheer and jump for the strongest power Carp has shown. To this, the people of the Whitebeard Pirates group only pouted their lips for a while, speechless. After all, the strength of the previous 7-door Carp is really extraordinary. Even the invincible Black Dragon King was beaten to vomit blood and fly upside down. The previous punch, even their father Whitebeard could not be 100% sure to take it. That Carp bastard is really a monster. But no matter how powerful it is, he is also a younger brother in front of our grandpa. Yeah, what's to be proud of? No matter how great Carp is, he is also a disciple of my daddy's daddy. The people of Baituan can only comfort with this. Wow. Brother Carp is amazing. On the deck of the Golden Mary, Huawei's eyes widened, subconsciously amazed. This is the strength of a naval hero. Robin whispered in shock. 36 years ago, Carp used this trick to end the Battle of the Island of Gods. She only felt a wave of ups and downs in her heart. That Lox bastard was beaten to death by Carp with this punch back then. Tusk. Roger was surprised. I haven't seen him for more than 20 years, and Carp's shocking iron fist is really getting more and more perverted. Rawley grinned involuntarily. This is the power of Bayman Dungier, and I am a little moved. Whitebeard is eager to try. You pull down Newgate. I still envy your power of time and space. Rawley glanced at Newgate obliquely. Your eyes are also good, Whitebeard retorted. Ahahaha, I seem to be the one who is the poorest and the most innocent. No, I will mention it to the teacher later. Roger rubbed his hands. The result was a double roll of eyes from Rawley and Whitebeard. After all, Roger's see-through-the-future eyes were also a real bug. If Roger wants to dodge, no one can beat him. Hua in the sky. Carp gasped heavily, and the blue steam around him gradually converged. What are the three of you still wandering around? The battle is not over yet. Carp yelled at Roger and the three. Yes, the battle is far from over. A roar full of breath suddenly came from high above, resounding throughout the Navy headquarters. Everything has just begun. The face of the world government for 800 years cannot be humiliated. All evil parties must be driven out. The void, which is about 300 meters above the ground, rippling with circles of space. 5 old people with different shapes and postures filed out of the space. That is, they are the 5 old people are 5 old stars. Chapter 188. Navy. The war is far from over. What are you guys relaxing? A void channel emerged out of nowhere above Mary Jaioa. 5 old people with different shapes and postures filed out from the passage, appeared in the sight of everyone on the battlefield. When seeing the 5 old people appearing out of thin air in the sky, many people across the battlefield couldn't help but their eyes widened. They already recognized the identity of the person who came. They are 5 old stars. The 5 elder stars with the highest power in the world have actually appeared in person. The people who recognized the identities of the 5 old stars were all shocked. What did you say? The 5 old men are the 5 old stars. The Baituan pirates who learned the identity of the visitor from the Navy could not help but scream in surprise. Every face is filled with incredible. Also caught in the extreme shocking emotions are the people remaining in the Shampoo live broadcast square. The 5 old stars, the highest authority in the world government, have appeared. The war is about to change again. Even Wu Laoxing 28 has appeared. How many big figures will appear in this war today? Sure enough, because of that man, even the 5 old stars can't sit still. It's just that what happens even if the 5 old stars come? No one can beat that godlike man. Yes, only that man is absolute. Anyway, at least the black dragon can no longer destroy the world. This is already a blessing in misfortune. The Navy headquarters, on top of the battlefield. With the arrival of the 5 old stars of the world's highest power, the battlefield situation is once again confusing. Kai kai kai, suddenly there was a sneer in the sky. Endless smoke covers the sky. A little bit of dazzling light lit up in the smoke. After a while, one after another uniquely shaped mecha weapons shuttled out of the smoke, appeared in front of the world for the first time. This is one of the 3 major forces of the world government, named ISK! Created by the genius scientist Big Unk. At the beginning of the study, it was to be able to ban the power of Kyuhai. This shows its power. Although the technology of SSG mesh weapons is far from fully mature and complete. However, at this juncture, it is necessary to pull it out for a walk. 5 old stars of the world government. What else do they want to do? The Whitebeard's complexion was dark, and his pale golden eyes gradually narrowed. Those scientific weapons seemed to be worse than clone bears and pacifists. Rayleigh's expression was also slightly solemn. Ah, this is really a wave of unrest and another wave. Roger smiled carelessly. The line of sight looked toward the direction of the sea outside the headquarters. Seems to be waiting for something. 5 old stars, what are you doing now? The trouble here hasn't been resolved yet, so I can't wait to jump out. It's ... to add to the chaos. Carp frowned slightly and whispered. 5 old stars, SSG is in place. A world government official reported. The old star Ferdinand in the dark blue suit nodded. His gaze swept across the battlefield. Warring states. What are you still hesitating? Ferdinand, the veteran star in the dark blue suit, snapped. Green pheasant and yellow ape. The sharp gaze of the samurai old star holding the supreme sharp sword of the first generation of ghosts fell on an unusual white cloud in the sky. I know. The golden light flashed, and the General Huang Yuan appeared helplessly, unable to watch from the sidelines anymore. The admirals on the battlefield gathered their teams and assembled the front. The remnants of the world government cloned forces brought by Gangakong were also assembled under the direct orders of the 5 old stars. This top war continues to this day. Although the Navy has always been the suppressed side, its basic combat power is still strong. Under the deployment of the world's highest power 5 elder stars, the Navy has already reorganized its posture and once again surrounded the Whitebeard pirates. But before attacking, they still have the last most important problem to solve. Even the 5 old stars of the world government appeared. Robin looked solemn. Whether it's the 5 old stars or the 5 old men, they won't be Lord Luo Feng's opponent anyway. The Empress Hancock said calmly. Oh, the world government, you can't wait to jump out. Want to die? Luo Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the 5 old stars. Their gazes gradually became indifferent. After all, it is now Luo Feng's trial time for his disciples. It's only halfway through the good show when it's been interrupted. How can it be done? Under Luo Feng's gaze, the 5 old stars who were originally aloof and arrogant were all arousing spirits. The expressions on the 5 old faces changed drastically, and they could no longer remain calm. After all, they are now being watched by godlike figures. The deterrent force from Luo Feng made their bodies tremble, and they wanted to kneel to surrender. And many more. The sweaty bald old star hurriedly yelled. Do you have any last words? Luo Feng said indifferently. And many more. Your opponent is not us. The 5 old stars of the curly-haired nobleman waved his hand quickly. Patient versus soldier, and general, your opponent is the existence above us. The old blonde star also quickly added. Our 5 opponents are your disciples. Roger the One Piece, Rawley the Hades and Whitebeard. The 5 old stars in the dark blue suit are also flustered excuses. Seeing the reactions of the 5 elder stars who were almost frightened by Luo Feng at this moment, all the people on the battlefield of the Navy headquarters looked weird. The pirates of Baituan laughed and mocked wantonly. The people on the Navy side really couldn't find any good reasons to excuse the 5 old stars at this moment. After all, the performance of the 5 of them is really embarrassing. For the ridicule of the pirates, even though the 5 old stars were extremely angry, they had nothing to do. After all, they were really afraid of Luo Feng. Even if they killed them, they didn't want to confront Luo Feng, an extremely terrifying monster. This is not in their script. Hey, these old things are still as spineless as ever, exactly the same as they were 50 years ago. Boring. Luo Feng sneered. I really don't have much interest in these spineless old guys. Since they want to play with Roger, Rawley and Whitebeard, then let them play. Anyway, it's a good thing to die. Luo Feng ignored it. Rawley, did you hear that? The 5 old men of the world government are going to challenge us. Roger was full of interest. If you hear it, hit it. It's not bad for them anymore. Rawley grinned. Cool la 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 la. How capable the 5 old stars are, let me try it today. Whitebeard is also full of fighting spirit. The atmosphere of the battlefield was suddenly tense again. At this time, boom, an extremely terrifying dark atmosphere suddenly rose from the town on the back bank of the Navy headquarters. Those 4 people are my prey? What do you want to do? Chapter 189. The 4 people are my prey. What kind of things do you dare to eat from my mouth? The most terrifying breath of darkness rises from the town on the back bank of the Navy headquarters, making the clear sky suddenly clouded. Listening to the familiar Mori shouting coldly, the people on the battlefield couldn't help but change their colors. Isn't it dead yet? That black dragon is still alive. Lieutenant General Karp didn't kill him with such a stunning punch. Sure enough, it's impossible for a monster to die so easily. The battle that Lieutenant General Karp said before has not ended, so I was referring to this. Damn it, it's all because of those 5 old men. Yeah, if Dad and the others could go up and make up for the knife at that time, I'm afraid there would be nothing like this. The people of the Navy and the pirates of the White Regiment started to talk in a gossip. The whole battlefield was full of commotion. Looking at the suddenly chaotic battlefield, the 5 elder stars in the sky are all clueless performances of Monk Chang. I don't know what the people below are talking about. Black Dragon? What Black Dragon? Is it the 4 Emperors and 100 Beast Kaido? Up to now, even the 4 Emperors will not have the slightest influence on the battle. What is? The 5 old stars are all confused. In the past half an hour, the 5 of them have been integrating the SSG forces to prepare for the expedition. There is no spare time to send people to pay attention to and pass on the news of the war. It is precisely because of this. They didn't even know that Blackbeard summoned the ultimate black dragon Akanurokia with 7 dragon balls. Just when the 5 old stars were secretly wondering, a dark storm suddenly raised in the area behind the Navy headquarters. The wind screamed. It didn't take a moment. The human form of Akanurokia returns to the battlefield. Majestic. No more injuries were seen all over his body. Aware of this, the people on the battlefield couldn't help taking a breath. On the other hand, the 5 old stars, although they were quite surprised by the appearance of Akanurokia, they didn't care too much. In their opinion, Akanurokia was nothing more than a little devil who seemed a little imposing. Is that you? I want to fight for my prey. Akanurokia's sight fell indifferently on the 5 old stars. Inexplicable kid. Kill it. The old star in the dark blue suit spoke calmly. They were so ugly in front of the world just now, they desperately wanted to save the faces of those who belonged to the highest authority. Let me do it. The samurai star nodded in a white exercise suit. The figure disappeared in an instant. The speed is so fast that even the domineering of seeing and hearing can't be captured. Even the shining fruit of the general yellow ape is a bit inferior in speed. In the next second, something more terrifying happened. Under the extreme speed triggered by the old samurai star, time seems to freeze at this moment. At this moment, the whole world turned into a grayish-white color. Countless creepy ghost claw ghosts suddenly appeared in the void, exuding an extremely demonic atmosphere. At the very center of that patch of hell ghost claws, there is also a weird blue light hidden, which is a sharp edge. The ultimate sharp blade of the first generation of the supreme big knives. With countless ghosts, he stabbed at Akanerokia's heart mercilessly. Arrogant kid, regret it slowly after going to hell. The samurai old star spoke faintly. The blade of the first generation of the supreme sharp knife stabs down fiercely. There was only a soft tink. What happened to the old samurai star of Ling was astonished. He was so proud of the original Unitoru who failed to pierce Akanerokia's skin. How can it be? The old samurai star yelled in disbelief, and he stabbed down again with extreme speed without hesitation. Speed is power. The penetrating power caused by the extreme speed combined with the extreme sharpness is unparalleled. However, the end result was that the old samurai star was dumbfounded. The blade of the original ghost still failed to pierce the tough dragon body of Akanerokia. Worthy of bad luck for the samurai old star. If it is for other body parts, I am afraid that his concentrated attack on a point can really make Akanerokia bleed some blood. It's just that the heart position he aimed at happened to be the strongest place in Akanerokia, where his reverse scale was. The hardness of the dragon's scales is even far higher than that of diamonds. Something's wrong. This kid is weird. After realizing that his strongest attack method failed to make Akanerokia lose his blood, the old samurai star had already realized the seriousness of the situation. Say nothing. The samurai old star decisively draws a knife and retreats. However, I don't know when. His first generation ghost is already deep in the darkness. It was firmly restrained by the dark energy of Akanerokia, unable to move. Human, who are you calling kid? Akanerokia turned around, staring at the old samurai star with murderous intent. Under the deterrence of Akanerokia's dragon, the samurai old star was shocked, decisively and without hesitation, abandoning the first generation of ghosts, and retreating at a speed that almost affects time. This is a dangerous escape from the dark trap prepared by Akanerokia. Hateful once again, Akanerokia was stunned to the extreme. That's it for Luo Feng's 4 disciples. After all, it was taught by the monster Luo Feng, and it was natural to have 2 things. However, now this old thing who ran out from an unknown corner dared to be so presumptuous. In front of him, the king of dragons, he repeatedly jumped horizontally and arbitrarily provoked. Even call him a kid? How to bear it? Akanerokia stared at the 5 old stars angrily. The other side. After uniting people's discussions and marine reports on the battlefield, the 5 old stars finally knew the identity of this weird little ghost. Black Dragon Akanerokia. Bring the world's last dying dragon to the world. What the hell is? The legend turned out to be true. When I learned the identity of Akanerokia, the old faces of the 5 old stars suddenly turned green again, especially when they felt the strong killing intent from Akanerokian. The 5 old stars were shocked once again. However, compared with the horror of Luo Feng that they had personally experienced, their horror of the Black Dragon still remained above the concept. What Black Dragon? Let me try. The golden blonde and golden bearded 5 old stars shook, and 3 pairs of light wings appeared out of thin air, shining sacredly, setting off it like an angel in mythology. Ha ha, ha ha. There are so many ants in this world. Who dare to provoke me? Akanerokia also broke out. Suddenly, his body changed from a human form to a huge black dragon form. Go to hell. Akanerokia opened his blood basin and mouthed the roar of the black dragon. Tent. Boom! Exclamation mark. The extremely terrifying dark energy rushed past the Wu Laoxing and the SSG troops behind him. GG. Cool. Carry it away. At this moment, people on the battlefield of the Navy headquarters all had the same idea in their hearts. 5 old stars, it's over. Chapter 190, Black Dragon, Roar. Roar! Exclamation mark. The black dragon form Akanarokia opened his blood basin and opened his mouth. The dark roar that can easily obliterate the island reappears. Boom rumble. The sky and the earth suddenly boiled at this moment. The extremely terrifying dark energy rushed past the 5 old stars in the sky and the SSG mecha troops they brought. Without warning, there was no sound. The SSG fuselage made of special alloy material collapsed in an instant, was torn into countless fragments by the terrifying darkness, and then further shattered into nothingness. There is light blooming in the darkness. That was the violent resistance and defense of the 5 old stars who had suffered a surprise attack. However, under the strongest attack after the black dragon Akanarokia charged up, their defense was broken in a moment. The power of darkness rushed past, straight to the end of the world, as if to penetrate the world. I don't know how long it has been. The Navy headquarters returned to calm. The blue sky is like washing, clear and transparent. The secret weapons of the world government, the SSG troops, and the 5 elder stars of the world's highest power who led the army have disappeared without a trace. GG. Cool. Carry it away. This is a common thought in the hearts of all the Navy and the pirates on the battlefield of the Navy headquarters. 5 old stars, it's over. Under the world-destroying roar of the black dragon Akanarokia, no one could be spared. That is simply not a force that humans can resist. Only a god-level powerhouse like Luo Feng can easily suppress and counterattack. Another round of battles set off by the world's most powerful 5 elder stars has not yet begun or ended. The 5 highest powers in the world died before they were ready. If it is known in advance that this is the result, the 5 old stars will definitely not come to this battlefield if they are killed. Killing will not provoke the black dragon Akanarokia. It's just that it's too late now. Now that the 5 old stars are collectively GG, the situation on the battlefield of the Navy headquarters is back to the beginning. Without the order of the world government, Marshal Sengoku, the highest commander of the battlefield Navy, would naturally not easily restart the war and further expand the casualties of their navy. Continue. Luo Feng calmly spoke on the bow of the Golden Mary. The black dragon Akanarokia didn't speak, but his body turned back to Roger's for honestly. In the end, his eyes were fixed on Cup. I have to admit that, as a human, you are much stronger than those ants. The previous punch really made me suffer, but it was not enough. Let's continue now. Let me enjoy it more. The black dragon Akuna Lokia's hideous dragon head raised a weird smile. Then as you wish. Cup took a deep breath and strode forward without showing weakness. Wait, Cup. Roger raised his hand to stop Cup. Cool la 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 la, we are really underestimated. The Whitebeard laughed deep. Kapu, you've already performed, and it's my turn to appear next. Rawley grinned. Take a few steps forward first. Well, is Uncle Rawley going to start this time? Straw Hat Luffy looked forward to it. The legendary Pluto. Will his true posture finally be fully revealed? Kyuhai whispered very flatly. Ahahaha, Rawley, come on. Gwengayu Mission shouted loudly. Deputy Captain Rawley, Deputy Il, Hanulan and Cat Viper also cheered loudly. Ha 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 ha. Let's start. Rawley laughed a few times. Under the attention of the audience, L's pupils that were originally indistinguishable from ordinary people have undergone a wonderful change. First, it turned into a pair of 3 gooey jade writing round eyes. Immediately afterwards, the 3 gooey jade writing round eyes are connected end to end, converging into a kaleidoscope. Kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Open. Next second, countless purple-black hair currents rushed out of L's body. It is a product of the fusion of armed color domineering and another chakra that comes with the kaleidoscope. The purple-black arm chakra condenses into shape. In the end, it turned into a fierce war god who seemed to be steaming with purple and black flames. There is only one upper body, and the roots of the bones in the body are clearly visible. An aura of terror like the Pluto radiated, making those who saw it involuntarily give birth to a heart of fear. Appeared. The legendary great pirate Silba's Realis Hades form. The Navy and White group pirates who witnessed this horror scene all subconsciously screamed together. In the records of their navy, The form of Lis Susano can be clearly recorded. The Navy clearly knows how terrifying Pluto is. How exactly did that happen? Is that Raleigh called Pluto because of this? This form is just like a ghost. The new members of the Whitebeard pirates in the new era screamed in shock unconsciously. Ahahaha, newcomers. This is just the beginning. Next is the real Valkyrie Pluto. Mitsuzuki Mitalol. As Gwenyu Mission's voice fell, the figure of the skeleton ghost and god who enveloped Lee changed drastically again. The surface of the skeleton, which had only bones, gradually grew strong muscles and clear meridians. Immediately afterwards, the god of war who had only the upper body suddenly stands up. The lower body condenses and enters the third stage of Suzuo Nenu. The transformation is still going on. Following the flesh and blood and the meridians, a layer of bright purple-black armor appeared and covered the huge body of the god of war. While a pair of blue wings covering the sky and the sun stretched out from behind, blowing up a raging gust of wind. Full body must be Zuo Nenu at this moment, appeared on the battlefield. Sizzling looking at the huge mountain-like figure of the demon that appeared on the battlefield. I don't know how many seamen and pirates in the audience took a breath, and they were enveloped in a deep chill. That's the real Pluto. Marco and others, who had seen Lis' body before, murmured in shock. This is really, really scary. The General Huang Yuanren, who had fought with Lis' first stage of Suzuo, was stupid, and only felt afraid for a while. If the day in the Chambord Islands. If Raleigh uses this form, he can only run away in embarrassment. Oh, what kind of shape is Uncle Lily? So handsome. Straw Hat Luffy's eyes are full of little stars. To deal with the big guys, you need to go to the big guys. Come on, Black Dragon Akanarokia. Then let me play with you. With a full body and a capable eyebrow, Lee embraced his arms and looked very energetic. It's kind of interesting. Okay, I'll play with you a little bit, Akuna Lokio answered. Rumble! Exclamation mark. Chapter 191. Rumble. The ground of the dilapidated Navy headquarters trembled under the footsteps of the tall purple-black Valkyrie like a mountain. Following the Whitebeard and Cup, the legendary great sea pirate Hades King Raleigh is once again showing his edge to the world. Once again, it reminds the world of the true reason why he was named Pluto. It's so big. Uncle Raleigh is so handsome. Straw Hat Luffy's eyes lit up, and his face was full of excited expressions like seeing a new world. That's the legendary Pluto. This posture couldn't be more appropriate. Hifap Shemal King Ivankov screamed in shock. Oh, 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 oh. Did you see it? Little ones, that is the true power of my deputy Captain Raleigh. Bucky, the clown still stubbornly leading the team alive, laughed proudly with his hands on his hips. Just like the giant Valkyrie walking on the ground and shaking the mountains, he is himself. Impressive. Really worthy of being the former deputy captain of Captain Bucky. The brain circuits of the young prisoners in the city are as peculiar as ever. Are you making a mistake about someone who needs to be worshipped and admired? Candle 3 Galdino couldn't help but complain. Ahahaha, I finally saw it again. Lis' complete body must be Sano. No matter how many times I have seen it, it is still as shocking as ever. Mitsuzuki Mita feelings. Yeah, still so shocking. Marco echoed the murmur. I unconsciously recalled the shocking memory of seeing Raleigh showing this posture for the first time more than 20 years ago. This ability is simply a bug. It can't be beaten at all. Diamond Joz's face was bitter. Ha 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 ha, look at it, Joz. After all, Lee is our father's senior, and also Grandpa's disciple. Foil Beast too enlightened. Ah la la, that's the case. I finally know now why our Navy knew he was in Chambord but never went to encircle him. The Admiral's green pheasant's always lazy face was full of shocks at the moment. The power beyond the General and the 4 Emperors. Why is that man's disciple always so outstanding? The Marine Marshal Warring States smiled bitterly. He was not to existence that could be inferred by common sense. He is a god above the world. Lieutenant General He of the Navy's General Staff spoke quietly. The elite lieutenants of the Navy headquarters in the vicinity of Lincoln can't help but feel awe-inspiring. It has been able to open the full body, and also added the change of armed color domineering, qualified. At the bow of the Golden Merry, Luo Feng looked at blissfully armed Suzuo and nodded in satisfaction. Senior brother Lili is really amazing. Wei's eyes are shining. I witnessed the teacher and the seniors successively suppressing the black dragon Akanarokia. Wei's natural fear of the black dragon has disappeared. Come on, senior brother Lili. Teach him severely. Wai clenched her small pink fist and shouted for Li to cheer. Ha 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 ha. Orly laughed a few times, and walked straight to the black dragon form Akanarokia with swaying steps. Boom! In the center of the battlefield, the black dragon and the purple black warrior, two mountain-like behemoths, had the most violent conflict. The extreme turbulent power storm shockwave spread, so that people watching the battle on the battlefield were evasive. Boom! The souls of the purple-black Valkyrie giant slammed on the ice battlefield. Suddenly, the battlefield of tens of meters thick ice is torn apart. 3 whale boats belonging to the Whitebeard pirates group were ups and downs in the broken ice waves, as if they were about to capsize at any time. In this scene, the white group pirates in the square inches the bay were all shocked. Hey, Rawley! Pay attention. You stomped on my Moby. I can't spare you. Whitebeard couldn't help shouting loudly. I know. When the Valkyrie giant raised his eyebrows, Lee replied angrily. The purple-black wings behind him abruptly inflamed, with a raging wind whistling, carrying his huge figure straight into the sky. Keng! There was a thunderous sword unsheathing sound. Rawley controlled the Valkyrie giant backhand to draw the chakra sword behind him, and met the black dragon claws of the black dragon Akanarokia. The sky of Milinfodor suddenly swayed in circles of thrilling ripples. The battle is getting fiercer. This guy Rawley, that's not bad. I haven't seen him in 20 years. He's getting better and better. Roger grinned. Then I won't be able to watch the theater anymore. Roger looked towards the sea outside his home. I can feel it. It's close. Middle dot 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 middle dot. Fine flowers. 00. Roger closed his eyes. The smile on his face gradually deepened. At a certain moment, Roger opened his eyes suddenly. The right hand is held high. I yelled in my mouth, Katana. At this moment, 1 kilometer overseas from the Navy headquarters, 9 pirate ships arrived one after another. That is the group of 8 supernova pirates from the islands of Chambord, and the red-haired pirates of the 4 emperors all the way from the New World. What the hell is going on? What is the situation with Milinfodor now? The Longhand clan Diayinapu hugged his head with his hands, shouting to vent his inner fear. What the hell is that black dragon? What's the matter with the giant fighting the black dragon? The strange monk Uurgi said, with cold sweat on his forehead, and he no longer smiled calmly. Bringing the world's final extinction black dragon. Is the legend true? The 7 Dragon Balls summoned the extinction black dragon. On our way. Who summoned that? Kapenberg, the leader of the Flame Tank Pirates, was so horrified that he lost his voice. Where is the bastard? He actually summoned that dangerous thing. Big stomach Gilgely Bonnie bit her thumb tightly and yelled angrily. That giant fighting the black dragon can't be wrong. That's Pluto. Trafalgaro, the death surgeon, screamed in surprise. Pluto? Is it that Pluto Rawley? Baixan Bieber breaks the sound. There can be no mistake. That is the true posture of the legendary great pirate Rawley being named the King of Hades. The magician Hawkins was shocked. Monster. 1 or 2 are all monsters. Captain Eustaskid clenched his teeth, resisting the throbbing in his heart, and squeezed the word monster from between his teeth. It's not just supernovas like Kid and Luo. At this moment, the pirate ship Red Forth, which was steadfastly sailing to the Navy headquarters in the stormy sea, was also unstable and in great chaos. Except because of the battle between the Black Dragon and the giant in the sky of the Navy headquarters. At the same time, it was because of the amazing changes on the ship. The source of the change is a simple wooden knife. Sword named Senju Lake Toya. Belongs to Roger One Piece. 0. Chapter 192. Marine headquarters. Marine Fodor is offshore. A large three-masted sailing ship with a double knife flag was undulating in the stormy sea. The name of the ship is Red Fourth. They are the Redhead Pirates, one of the 4 sea emperors who dominate the New World in the second half of the Great Route. At this moment, even the world-famous Imperial group can't help but be deeply shocked by the scene in front of them. On the deck of the Red Fourth, the screams of the Red Group pirates came one after another. What the hell is going on? That incredible black dragon is 10 times more terrifying than the beast Kaido we saw yesterday. Compared with that black dragon, Kaido's dragon form is completely like a younger brother. The little fat man Lazilu and other Red Group cadres yelled in an uproar. Subconsciously compared the black dragon over their navy headquarters with Kaido the beast. Ah, I found it. The legend turned out to be true. Jesus Boo, the sniper in a star cloak, seemed to have discovered something and suddenly yelled. What did you find? Jesus Cloth. The senior cadre of the Red Group with the orangutan asked. The true identity of that black dragon. There is nothing wrong with it. It is the exterminating black dragon summoned by the 7 Dragon Balls brought by the Whitebeard as reported in the newspaper before. Jesus yelled confidently. What did you say? That's the final black dragon. Where is the good wishing dragon? I have thought about a lot of wishes. Don't think about it. It's said that it is the black dragon of exterminating the world. People on the deck screamed in shock or wailed in frustration. Predecessors, if that is really an exterminating black dragon, then the giant fighting the black dragon now. What the hell is that? The rookie of the red-haired group, Rockstar, who is offering a reward of 94 million Bailey, screamed in shock, with a deep horror on his face. That's Pluto. On the mast, Ben Beckman, the deputy captain of the Red Hair Regiment, breathed out the smoke ring, revealing the identity of the Valkyrie giant. Nanny, what did you say? Deputy Captain Beckman, are you serious? Is the Pluto referring to the former deputy captain of the boss, the Pluto Rawley? There was an uproar on the deck again. Boss, is this true? Is that really Mr. Rawley? The members of the Red Group on the boat looked nervously at the red-haired Shanks on the bow. Ahahaha. The 4 emperors' red-haired Shanks laughed several times. That's right. That's vital. That's the real reason why Vice Captain Liz named the Pluto. I haven't seen it in a long time. The red-haired Shank's face was full of nostalgia. As his voice fell, there was an absolute silence on the deck. Next second, Boss, a Red Group pirate suddenly yelled in panic and stumbled over with a simple box. What's wrong? The redhead asked with a smile. Boss, this. Something is wrong in this box. It seems to be running out. The Red Group pirate who took care of the box pressed the lid tightly. Yeah, that's the case. Leave it to me. Redhead took the box and opened the lid. A simple wooden knife lay on the fine silk cushion. A line of nature. 5 small characters are engraved on the handle of the wooden knife. 1,000 hands toil ache. You feel it too. The redhead smiled. The wooden knife groaned softly. Yes, yes. You want to return to Captain Roger's side quickly. Red-haired Shanks understood the meaning of the wooden knife. Base the wooden sword stood up voluntarily. Then go. Well, be the later. The redhead nodded. Swish. The wooden knife is like a flood that opens the gate, and like a beast that comes out of its cage, it swiftly sprints in the direction of the Navy headquarters. Even the turbulent waves can only give way obediently in front of it. At the same time, Navy headquarters, above the sky, the battle between the Black Dragon Akanarokia and the armed Suzorili is in full swing. The situation of the battle gradually heated up. For a while, there is no difference. The other side, Roger on the surrounding wall still raised his right hand and waited quietly. Roger, what kind of pose do you guys pose? Are you stupid? The old enemy Kapus squinted. Is coming. Roger didn't even hear of Carp's provocation, still posing his own pose. What? Carp was taken aback. I see. The Whitebeard on the side condensed his eyes, and he already saw the white line on the distant sea. Ahahaha. Roger suddenly laughed happily. Katana. Accompanied by his voice fell. People finally noticed something that was flying from overseas. That is in a corner of the square, the world's second largest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, whose pupils shrank like a falcon, subconsciously looked at the wooden knife in his hand. One piece is the same style demon sword and star broken. Hawkeye Mihawk murmured in shock. The look in the eyes of the wooden sword in his hand suddenly changed. What is that? It looks like a knife. Could it be that? That's right. It's Roger's Zanpaku. Mitsuzuki Mitsudo. Wow! Under the gaze of people from all over the battlefield, the wooden knife swept straight towards Roger. Old man. With a smile on his face, Roger just wanted to catch it and tell the old story. However, he didn't wait for him to finish. Next second, the speeding wooden knife wiped his fingers and passed. Then he soared into the sky without looking back. The people who were expecting Roger to get his exclusive weapon to show off his power were immediately dumbfounded. Turn around and take a look, but saw that the wooden knife had already gone to the Golden Merry. Luo Feng happily danced around the bow. Well, seeing this scene, Roger suddenly whimpered with grief. Puff ha 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 coola la 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 la. Carp and Whitebeard leaned forward and backward with a smile. Alright, let's go back. Luo Feng also waved his hand dumbly. The wooden sword made a humane nod, and then turned back and held it firmly in his hand for Roger. Old man, naughty. Roger flicked his right hand from the blade of the wooden knife, his face full of nostalgia. Ah ha 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 ha. Then let us have a long-lost riot. Roger grinned. Chapter 193, Ahahaha. The heroic and cheerful laughter echoed over their navy headquarters. It was Roger, the Pirate King, laughing, full of spirits. 24 years ago, on the day the Roger pirates disbanded, Roger entrusted Shanks with the weapons he had been with for 36 years for safekeeping. He had helped red-haired Shanks more than once. Now 24 years later, the Zanpaku that Luo Feng specially tailored for Roger 60 years ago returned to Roger's hand again. Old man, let's fight shoulder to shoulder again. Roger grinned. The wooden knife shook slightly, seeming to respond to Roger's heart. Then without further ado, let's start. Roger held the handle of the wooden knife with both hands and pierced it towards the surrounding wall alloy under his feet. Puff, a soft sound. The surrounding wall made of special memory alloy was easily pierced by the seemingly fragile wooden knife. Birthday, 1,000 hands, flower and tree world. Roger shouted violently. With his raw 28 fell. The world is quiet first. Then an amazing scene happened. The majestic green light of life suddenly gleamed from the blade of the wooden sword. The wooden knife, which was originally just a finger wide, rose up against the storm. It's like turning into a tree with vigorous vitality. At the same time, the tip of the wooden knife that pierced the surrounding wall extended the root system of the big tree and spread to the depths of the surrounding wall. Crack! Click. The surrounding wall made of special memory alloy emits an overwhelming clicking sound, and a series of horizontal and vertical cracks are cracked on the surface. Then it burst in the unbelievable gaze of the Navy. At the same time, the root system extending from the tip of the knife has already invaded below the ground of the square. If this broken island is not reinforced, it will really fall apart. Roger smiled slightly. The true power of Zanpaku Sword Senju Toyaku Hajime is fully exploded. Boom rumble. The land of the Navy headquarters made a loud bang. The whole island is shaking at this moment. The land of the island that had cracked during the battle split further. There seemed to be something huge breaking out of the ground. Those are plant seeds hidden deep underground. At this moment, under the impetus of the huge vitality that Zanpo began to unravel, those seeds dormant in the ground grow and grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the shocking shouts of both the Marines and the pirates, the big tree uplifting from the ground broke through the ground and through the rocks, turned the dilapidated Navy headquarters into a dense primitive flower and tree boundary. Countless fine branches stretched out. At the top of the thick branches of the trees, bright and dripping flowers are in buds. This is exactly the power of Luo Feng's special forest Zanpakuto Senju Lake Toya. Every world has its boundaries. If you want people in the pirate world to use the power of other worlds, it will naturally require some transformation. For example, The 8-door array taught by Luo Feng to Cup is a version that he has researched and improved himself. In addition, there are Rayleigh's kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes and the power of Suzuo Nenu. In the pirate world without chakra, there is no power to urge even if it is replaced by the writing wheel. But after Luo Feng's improvement, this is no longer a problem. The same goes for Roger's Zanpaku. At the very beginning, Luo Feng didn't think about what kind of weapon he wanted to build for Roger. Luo Feng finally found some clues until Lee was equipped with a kaleidoscope to write round eyes. Now that Rawley was equipped with Uekiha's power, then just give Roger a hand at the wooden escape from the Kaienzu family. It is not difficult to directly transform Roger's body so that he has the same physique as Senzu's Yuma. Only in that way, Roger is just a mirrored column. So in the end, Luo Feng decided to lodge the power of the wood escape from the Senjujuan in the toy Arco wooden sword captured from the world of Gintama. This created this unique forest Zanpaku knife, and named Lake Toya Senju. Its initial solution is the strongest wooden escape between the normal pillars, the birth of the flower and tree world, the D solution above this. At this moment, when Roger's flower and tree world suddenly came to the Navy headquarters, the entire battlefield was once again in chaos. People's shocked uproars and shouts came and went one after another. What exactly is going on? Where did these huge trees come from? Is it someone who is naturally capable of wood and fruit? No, it is the handwriting of Pirate King Roger. Could it be said that Roger, the Pirate King, is a natural tree capable of fruiting? The New Age Marines of the Navy side were directly stunned by Roger's hand. In contrast, Navy veterans who have experienced Roger's time are not too surprised by this. After all, I have had many encounters as early as more than 20 years ago. Every time the Roger pirates did not want to fight with their navy, they would release such a forest maze, then took advantage of the cover of the dense forest to retreat quietly. In addition, the flower and tree world made by Roger is still a dangerous dragon pond and tiger's den. As long as Roger thinks, even thousands of troops can easily kill them. The mass destruction is huge. Ace, look, this forest is really spectacular. In a corner of the battlefield, Straw Hat Luffy climbed to the top of the tree and looked at the dense forest covering the entire island. Ha ha ha, Ace smiled reluctantly, not knowing what to say for a while. This is the power of One Piece. Very Pink said with emotion. It's not right. This is also the strength of that senior. Shemal King Ivankov seriously corrected. The other side. Hawkeye Mihawk, following Roger's example, pierced the wooden knife into the surrounding wall. However, nothing happened. Hawkeye Mihawk closed the knife in embarrassment, looked up at the sky solemnly, pretending that nothing had happened. Monsters. All monsters. This place really can't stay. At the corner of the battlefield, Kyuhai Moria shouted angrily, preparing to get out of the battle. Flamingo laughed as always. However, there was no sound after laughing. The shameless words that had been blurted out in the past, but now they can't be said anyhow, are already exhausted. Boom rumble. Just when people's attention was deeply attracted by Roger's flower and tree world, suddenly, there was a thunderous rumbling from the sky. Roger, don't be pestered. Come and help me quickly, I can't stand it anymore. Chapter 194. Roger, don't dawdle, come and help. I can't stand it anymore. This yelling roar came from the sky. I don't know when. The situation in the sky battlefield suddenly took a turn for the worse. Lee, who is completely sturdy and capable, is certainly strong, but it was far from strong enough to be able to brush the Black Dragon King on the ceiling of the Demon Tail world alone. It was scattered by the dark laser of Akanarokia, the Black Dragon. Even the armed Suzuo couldn't completely block it. Rayleigh's complete body has been penetrated through dozens of large holes. The situation is critical. Roger, Carp, and Whitebeard looked at each other and nodded together. Rawley, try to throw that black dragon where no one is. Roger shouted loudly. Good. Rawley gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and forcibly dragged the Black Dragon Akanaroki to the town on the back bank of the unmanned Navy headquarters. Just listen to the loud bang of the boom. Endless smoke rose into the sky, covering the entire sky. Roger, if you still have some conscience, you know you can't start a fight here. Carp grunted with a snort. Tau uffer. Cool la 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 la, you can let go of your hands and feet if you are there. Whitebeard is also laughing. Ah ha ha ha, no time to chat, let's go. Roger waved the wooden knife in his hand. A huge, lifelike wooden dragon suddenly rushed out of the flower and tree world, carrying Roger, Carp, and Whitebeard straight to the town on the back bank of the Navy headquarters. Rawley, hold on, here we are. Roger shouted. Come on, just to solve you all at once. Shamelessly, Akuna Lokia said with awe-inspiring murderous intent. Between his mouth, Lee fully armed Suzuo's arm and pulled off his awe-inspiring expression. Black Dragon, Hugh is rampant. Roger yelled violently, and jumped high from the top of the wooden dragon's head first. The wooden knife in the right hand points to the sky. The bright green light burst again. It represents the full liberation of the boarding power in Lake Toya with the wooden sword. That is the advanced solution of Zanpaku Dod solution! Exclamation marks in Luo Wongxi and thousands of hands. Grave accent, grave accent. It fell with Roger's loud shout. A loud rumbling sound came from the land of the towns on the back bank again. A statue of Avalokitesvara with 1,000 hands that is hundreds of meters tall suddenly rises from the ground. At the same time, 9 huge wooden dragons rushed out of the flower and tree world, entwining and fixing all the limbs, tail, neck and body of Akuna like chains. The wood dragon is really boring. Not to mention these wood dragons, I even killed the real forest dragon. Akuna said coldly. A terrifying darkness overflowed on the body, swallowing all the wooden dragons tied to it. Rawley, are you okay? Under Roger's control, the huge 1,000 hands Buddha statue protruded several big hands, and pulled the broken lily up from the ground. Ah! Barely okay. Rawley wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and took a deep breath. Physical and mental strength are highly concentrated to repair damaged parts. Hold head high at this moment. A scream of pain and anger resounded throughout the world. Damn human beings, so courageous. The black dragon Akuna let out an angry roar. The source of his anger was naturally the Whitebeard and Carp who moved to his back with the wooden dragon. Yula Carp, who had opened the 6th gate, continued to greet the black dragon's body with an iron fist machine gun attached with high-level weapons. The fist is so fast that even the atmosphere is rubbed into a scorching flame. One after another deep fist marks were left on Akuna's back. The other side, Whitebeard is not idle either. Swinging the supreme sharp knife to cut through the clouds, slashing with a terrifying force enough to cut through the atmosphere. Compared with the solid humanoid posture, the body firmness of the huge black dragon is also differentiated. The dragon scales on the black dragon's back shattered under the blade cut by Kong Yun, revealing the dark flesh and blood inside. When the Whitebeard stabbed Kong Yun fiercely on the back of the black dragon, the muscles of both hands are bulging, and there is a terrifying vibration between the palms and fingers. He grabbed the cut he had previously cut, and was about to tear off Akuna's belt. Hold head high perceived a sharp pain in the back. Akuna's cry became more stern, and at the same time, it became more and more angry. His head turned 180 degrees. A dark energy ball was formed out of thin air between the big mouth of the blood basin, and it was about to bombard Whitebeard and Carp. But at this moment, Rawley and Roger, who drove Gundam, also arrived. Fully armed with Suzuo, Liss hands stuck tightly on Akuna's neck. Roger on the 1,000-hand Guanyin statue slapped his hands. Suddenly, the delicate hands of the huge Guanyin statue are as black as ink. All are entangled with high-level armed colors that are sufficient for internal destruction. In this scene, the General Huang Yuan, the Marshal Warring States and the senior Navy generals all had their eyelids jumping wildly. The hand of a giant entwined with a high-level armed color. Just one is difficult enough. However, there are 1,000 of them now. If these 1,000 senior armed hands were swept down together, who can stand it? At least in their navy, I am afraid that only Carp, who is also a disciple of Luo Feng, can resist Roger's move. Dionysus take it. People all over the battlefield watched in shock, fear, or amazement. Roger finally made the move. The palm of your hand is like rain. Thousands of giant wood hands entwined with high-level armed colors relentlessly launched a stormy assault on the head of the black dragon Akanurokia. Boom wang, zow rumble rumble, a loud sound like the extinction resounded in the sky. At the same time, it echoed in the mind of the black dragon Akanurokia. Under Roger's onslaught, Rao is Akuna Lokaya and his head is buzzing. I just felt that the whole head was about to explode. In addition, on the back, 2 small points focus and a little bit of digging reports. His back is already bleeding. Although it is not a fatal injury, the pain is not light. And if you leave it alone, you will really be beaten into the body by Carp and Whitebeard. For the 3rd time in his life, the impossibly black dragon Akanurokia felt the threat of death. The first 2 are from Liu Feng. The 3rd time was from Liu Feng's disciples. Damn it, but it's just a mere human. Under the threat of death, Akanurokia finally broke out! Chapter 195, Hold Head High! It was loud and loud. And at the same time a stern dragon chant with endless pain resounded over the Navy headquarters. The backshore town of Malan Fodor, a rare sight for thousands of years, is being staged. The 4 legends of the last era, at this moment, join forces to slay the dragon! Baby and Carp focused on one point and dig deeper. In the roots of the 2 wings of the black dragon Akanurokia, 2 shocking and bloody big holes were dug into the black dragon, and he wanted to remove the 2 dark wings of the black dragon. Even the black dragon king Akanurokia couldn't calmly endure pain of bone digging. The other side, the 2 legends of the resurrected pirate King Roger and Hades Riley are driving 2 Gundams. Riley, who is fully armed with Suzu, is responsible for suppressing the Black Dragon's riots. Roger is responsible for using the thousands of hands armed with high-level arms to greet the Black Dragon Akanurokia's head non-stop. From thousands of hands like raindrops, continuous heavy blows, coupled with the high-level armed color domineering internal destructive power, Akanurokia's head was buzzing, and his headache was splitting. What a horror is this? The Black Dragon King has been completely suppressed. The Black Dragon that wiped out the powerful secret forces of the world government and the 5 old stars in one blow was actually being beaten. Father, they are going to slaughter the real dragon. Everywhere on the battlefield of the Navy headquarters, people have climbed up the thick trunks of the flowers and trees. Looking at the wonders of the towns on the back bank in the distance, everyone could not help being shocked to the point of dullness. Yeah, awesome. It's really amazing. Grandpa and the others, as well as Uncle Roger's posture, are so handsome. What do you think? Ace the Vitality Straw Hat Boy yelled like a monkey, his eyes full of small stars. Ahaha, yes, Daddy. They are really amazing. Ace nodded. The other side. It's great, Mr. Sengoku. The General Green Pheasant breathed a sigh of relief. What is good? What is good? The Marshal Warring States was not angry. I have already told the above many times that I don't know how many times this war has 100 harms and no disadvantages. As a result, no one listens to it. It's all right now. After this battle, the face and prestige of the Navy and the government have fallen to the bottom, and the world government has lost even the 5 old stars. I am afraid that for a long time to come, the pirates on the sea will inevitably become more and more rampant, and the world will not be too peaceful. Warring States spoke with a worried face. For the benefit, at least, the world will not be destroyed. The General Green Pheasant said optimistically. Hail Long was originally made by their master and apprentice. Warring States Road. By the way, now that the pirate King Roger has been resurrected, the pirates who are targeting the One Piece and the Great Secret Treasure have now become headless flies. Maybe they will go home to farm when they are disappointed, Green Pheasant hypothesized. How many pirates in this sea are for so-called dreams? All they want is for nothing. Lawless freedom. Nothing will change. Warring States Road. Call the Green Pheasant's eyes widened. Why don't Mr. Carp discuss with his teacher? Anyway, now the 5 old stars are gone, Just change the sky and let that one be the king of the world. Green Pheasant Road. Do you know what you are talking about, Kuzan? The Marshal Sengo opened his mouth in shock. I think Kuzan's proposal is not bad. Lieutenant General Chodo, Chief of Staff of the Navy. Little Crane, even you. Teacher, the yelling of a girl was heard on the deck of the Golden Mary. What's wrong? Why? Robin asked. Something has happened. I just heard General Kuzan and them say. They said they would recommend teachers to be the highest authority in the world government. Wei's eyes widened, her face full of surprise and incredible. Let Master Luo Feng be the king of the world. This is not a matter of course. It's a Navy whit. The corners of the Empress Hancock's mouth were crooked. Is the Navy serious? Xiaoqi shook her head subconsciously, speechless. Master Li, the girl in the raincoat, looked at Luo Feng on the bow of the boat. The king of the world? Too much trouble. Not interested. Luo Feng said calmly. It's indeed the style of Master Luo Feng. Robin let out a laugh. It's almost the final battle. The corner of Luo Feng's mouth raised an arc. Accompanied by his voice fell. The stunning dragon-slaying battle in the towns of the back bank of Melanfodor changed drastically. Hold head high! Exclamation mark. In the dragon's roar full of anger and pain, the black dragon Akanurokia finally broke out. Even Rayleigh, who was fully armed with Suzuo, could no longer contain his strange power. The Valkyrie giant retreated again and again under the power of Akanurokia. At the same time, Roger's thousands of hands on top of the Buddha were also defeated by the roar of the black dragon of Akanurokia. The darkness with terrifying gravity covered Akanurokia's whole body, tearing Carp and Whitebeard into the darkness, forcing the two of Carp and Whitebeard to withdraw temporarily and retreat. Damn it. It's just 4 human ants. Who do you think I am? I am the Dragon King, Akanurokia. The black dragon Akanurokia's angry roar shook the world. Let this island pay for the humiliation I have suffered. Akanurokia spoke quietly. The voice fell. There was a hole in the sky without warning. The endless darkness turned into a hanging waterfall pouring out towards the land of Melanfodo. Boom rumble, the earth is sinking. It didn't take long for Roger's flower and tree world to be swallowed by darkness, breaking every inch. The deep darkness is still spreading. After engulfing the entire town of Huan, he began to head towards the square inches the Motobu Bay where the crowd gathered. There are more than 100,000 Navy members and 10,000 Whitebeard pirates. This darkness is not comparable to that kid Titch. Whitebeard screamed in anger. It's not good. It's not good to go on like this. This gravitational force can't even hold my armed Suzuo. Rawley took a difficult step. There is no time to get better. A decisive blow must come. Roger looked solemn. Let the old man come. Carp stepped forward, the look on his old face firmer than ever. Kapu, do you want to? Are you serious? All 3 of Roger were taken aback, already aware of what Carp was going to do. Carp did not answer to Roger's 3 yelling. Just use actual actions to show your will. The 8th gate of the 8-gate Dungeon, the Dead Gate, open. The formation of the 8-gate Dungeon. Chapter 196. The 8th gate of the 8-gate Dungeon. Dead Gate open. The array of 8-gate Dungeon. Carp spoke every word, stepped calmly and firmly, stepping into the deep darkness. Boom! The extremely powerful aura that seemed to collapse even the sky suddenly liberated and burst out of Carp's body. The darkness, as deep as a black hole, escaped under Carp's feet. A circle with a radius of 10 meters shrouded Carp's body. At this moment, Carp in the circle is already invincible. Kai. A large amount of steam suddenly evaporated from Carp's house body. It is different from the blue steam that the sweat evaporates before. The color of the steam this time is vivid blood red. What transpired is the blood and majestic vitality in Carp's own body. Open the 8-door dungeon that hides the potential and power of the human body. The last dead door is originally at the cost of the vitality of the operator. If you want to gain huge power, you must pay a corresponding price. This is an everlasting iron rule. Even Luo Feng can't completely eradicate the side effects of 8-door full open, and can only improve as much as possible to reduce the impact. Hey, Carp, don't be impulsive. Roger was worried. Don't worry, I won't die. Carp spoke calmly, just like Roger 20 years ago. Just let this old guy go crazy for one last time. No matter how bad, there will still be a teacher. Riley nodded. Thank you in advance, brother second. Whitebeard spoke solemnly. Shut up, Newgate. I'm just for the 100,000 Navy in this department, and to prove that I am better than any of you. And don't call me the second brother. Cap angrily scolded. Even at this time, he was particularly repulsive of the title of second senior brother. Cool la 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 la. Good brother second. No problem brother second. Whitebeard laughed. Newgate, if you continue, your second brother is going to go crazy. Rawley smiled and agreed. Rawley, Newgate, you two bastards, believe it or not, I will punch you both first. Carp gritted his teeth. The eight-door horror suddenly locked on Baybeard and Rawley. Ah ha 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 ha, it's okay, that's all for the fun. Finish everything quickly, and then go for a drink with the teacher. Roger waved his hand. The big brother is full of demeanor. Oh, then let's start. Rawley and Whitebeard nodded together. Rawley, Newgate, the three of us will do our best to contain the Black Dragon and create opportunities for Carp. Roger said. Oh, the voice fell. Roger flicked his right hand. 3 wooden dragons rushed out of the remaining flowers and trees, carrying Roger, Rawley, and Whitebeard into the sky. For the 3 Rogers who were approaching again, the Black Dragon Akanurokia didn't even look at it. From beginning to end, when Carp's boom seed opened the 8-door Dungier formation, Akanurokia saw Carp alone. Just looking at the bloody breath rising from Carp's body, it was stronger than Akunurokia's heart that unconsciously gave birth to great heart palpitations. A thick death threat looms over his heart. Intuition tells him, now Carp, the human power, has improved dramatically. The next blow was more than 10 times more powerful than the previous blue form. Even his dragon body, I am afraid he can no longer hold it. As the king of dragons, although it is extremely disgraceful to escape, it is natural that one's own life is more important than saving face. For an instant, Akunurokia had the thought of running away again in his mind. Once this idea appeared, it occupied all his thinking power. Arsehole Black Dragon, where are you looking? The loud voice of the Whitebeard exploded in Akanurokia's ears. While talking, the Whitebeard placed his hands on the right waist. The highly compressed vibration energy condenses between his hands. What in the roar full of momentum? Baybeard played the long-charged Gapai gong. The terrifying vibration penetrated the atmosphere and shattered the space. A shining vibration channel was created in the sky, and it finally landed on Akanurokia's chin. Hold head high! Exclamation mark in the cry of pain. Akanurokia's head rose sharply. Middle dot 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 fine flowers. 00 dragon teeth mixed with black blood shot out from his big mouth. Rayleigh Roger yelled. Coming Rawley leapt high. In the high altitude, the body of Suzuo gathered his arms in an instant, and then smashed down heavily. The terrifying impact from the sky caused Akanurokia's huge body to turn upside down 180 degrees. God avoid? Roger finally made a move. See and hear color, armed color, domineering color. The 3 colors are perfectly integrated. Plus the true meaning of the sword taught by Liu Feng turned into this blow that even God must evade. Even God cannot evade. The light of the 2 crossed swords shinned in the world. Following the point of Roger's wooden knife, it stabs towards Akanurokia's heart. 0 pouch. The hard dragon scale collapsed under Roger's attack. The black dragon blood rushed high, causing Akanurokia to roar in pain again. But this is not enough. Even Roger's full evasiveness failed to cut off the most important heart protection scales. That was the only inverted scale on Akunurokia's body. In terms of firmness, it is more than 10 times more than diamond. Kapu, leave it to you next. Roger, who marked a good position, used all the wooden dragons and Rayleigh to suppress Akunurokia with all his strength. Stop it! Whitebeard's right eye flashed. The time of Akanarokia was frozen. Boom dong 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 dong. There is like a drum of war between heaven and earth. That's the legendary Navy hero Carp stepping forward. It was also the sound of his heartbeat. Come on, Black Dragon King Akanarokia. This is all the old man has. Carp yelled. Next second, a blood-red meteor flashed across the dim world. Beyond time, across space. It is like the first thunder at the beginning of the opening of the world. Turned into the only one in the world. Iron Fist Yaka. Boom! Exclamation mark rumble. Exclamation mark. The blood-red thunder from heaven and earth fell. Black Dragon Akanarokia. Collapse. 0. Chapter 197. Iron Fist Night Card. Exclamation mark. The 8 strongest attacks belonging to the legendary Navy Lieutenant hero Carp burst. The magnificent blood-colored shooting stars crossed the sky with the ultimate power of breaking the earth. Hit the Black Dragon Akanarokia's heart protector against scales. Boom, rumble. This is the sorrow of the earth. The most violent collision blasted the sky. The heads of hundreds of thousands of people in Ling's Navy headquarters were buzzing, and there was no other sound. The dazzling bloody light became the only one in the world. Nothing is visible. Asshole human. I am the Black Dragon King. How could it be possible that you humans ... The screams of the Black Dragon Akanarokia stopped abruptly. Crack. The only inverse scale on his huge dragon body shattered in response. The mighty force from Carp's 8-door ultimate punch penetrated his body, shattered his heart. At the same time, most of his body collapsed for it. The Black Dragon's blood stained the sky. The invincible Black Dragon King Akanarokia has come to an end here. Wow! The rocks pierced through the air. The turbulent waves hit the shore. The turbulent waves thrust back 3 kilometers. The huge Navy headquarters shattered every inch under the impact of the aftermath. I don't know how long it has been. The darkness dissipated. Heaven and earth returned to King Ming. The breeze is not dry. The sun is warm. It shines on people, but it can't make them feel the slightest warmth. Seeing that most of it disappeared, only the Navy headquarters in the square inches the bay remained. The more than 100,000 Marines on the battlefield were all shocked and lost their voices, unable to speak a word. Where, Father? Where are they? Where is Lieutenant General Carp? What happened to Mr. Carp? The White Group pirates, such as Marco and Jaws, as well as the people on the Navy side, were yelling anxiously for searching, and their faces were full of worries, especially the few people such as Marshal Sengoku and Lieutenant General He. They knew the most about the state of red steam that Carp broke out at the end. That is the ultimate killer Carp hides. It will cause unimaginable terror, backlash to the body, and even direct death. There, Baixioji and the others are there. Suddenly, Gwengayu Mission shouted in surprise, pointing to the half-broken Black Dragon corpse that gradually emerged from the sea in the distance. On the remnant of the Black Dragon, Roger, Cap, Rawley, and Whitebeard all survived, sitting or lying down. They succeeded in slaying the dragon! Exclamation mark. Oh, the square inches the bay, which had been silent for a long time, burst into loud cheers, and there were more than 100,000 seamen with the Whitebeard pirate group. It's great. It's really great. Lieutenant General Carp is still alive. Lieutenant General Carp is the hero of our Navy. It was Lieutenant General Carp who gave the Black Dragon the last blow. The people on the Navy side cheered and shouted. Q's and the Marshal Zengo looked at the General King Pheasant. Ice Age. The General Green Pheasant knows. Frozen Fruit's big move comes out again. Freeze all the turbulent waves. It is also paving the way for the return of Carp and others. Great. Grandpa and they are all fine. Straw Hat Luffy let out a happy voice and jumped onto the ice first. Ace, Marco, and the people of the Whitebeard pirates were also unwilling to lag behind, and rushed to meet the old man Whitebeard. The same goes for the people in the G3 branch of the Navy. Go to meet their chief and return of their heroes. It's really great, brothers, and all of them are fine, right? Teacher YY clapped her hands happily, turned his head and looked around. But Liu Feng is no longer visible. At this moment, it is about several kilometers overseas from the remaining square inches the Motobu Bay. The legends in the history of the 4 great pirates lie in a row, each breathing heavily. TSK TSK. it is indeed the eight-door Dungier who even praises the teacher. The previous last punch was really strong. Roger sighed. Yes, just the incidental shock made my arm Sazu almost burst. Rawley also shook his head with emotion. Cough cough. A slight arc of triumph appeared on Carp's face. However, the next second he coughed violently. Even the wounds all over his body were torn open. The blood couldn't stop dripping, and it dyed Carp's body red. When the dead door of Bayman Dungier was opened, how could it be unscathed? After killing the Black Dragon Akanarokia in a single punch, Carp is already seriously injured. Rao has exercised Carp for 7 or 8 years, and a body comparable to a diamond cannot withstand the backlash of 8. Both bones and flesh and blood are crying. But compared to Naruto World, Maki will die after opening 8 doors. Carp is obviously too strong. Can even speak. Asshole Roger, I knew you guy would definitely come alive 20 years ago. The previous punch night card was meant to be a gift for you. Carp Giang said in pain. Aha. Roger was dumbfounded. Thinking of the power of Cap's previous punch, his eyelids twitched. Carp, how can I be worthy of your thoughts? Roger couldn't help grinning his teeth. Ha, now you know you're afraid. If you know you're afraid, call senior brother, and you will get rid of this punch. Kath hummed triumphantly. Don't even think about it. Roger decisively refused. This is a matter of principle. Furthermore, if you say this, I will talk to you. Your 8 disciplines are indeed very strong, but the side effects are also great. As long as I open the flower and tree realm, I can hold you casually. Roger dissatisfied. If you say that, Carp, your fist will not be able to beat me. Who knows how to do it? The Whitebeard cut in. Riley opened his mouth and just smiled awkwardly, because he found out that if he is really going to match Bayman Carp, Suzuo's own armed forces really couldn't stop Carp's punch. Will definitely be killed instantly. Asshole Roger, Newgate, if you are not convinced, you have the ability to touch it. Carp was furious. Come on. Who is afraid of whom? You have the ability to stand up first before talking. Baybeard and Roger stood up first, relying on the provocation of Carp, who can't afford to be seriously injured now, winking. But the next second, Roger couldn't laugh anymore. Only 2 muffled sounds were heard. Roger and Baybeard lay back obediently. Papa Baybeard held his head, grinning with aggrieved teeth. You guys, do you still have the strength to quarrel? How about I set up another trial for you? Luo Feng said with a smile. Aha, hey, don't. No need, no need. 198. Chapter 198. Cack. There was a crisp sound. A few seconds of silence followed. 5 seconds later. Resurrection. The legendary naval lieutenant hero Carp's energetic yelling resounded across the sky. Under the powerful effect of fairy beans, the injuries accumulated in Carp's body disappeared instantly. The scars all over his body healed. The right fist that was close to being scrapped also recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The pale body gradually rose to blood. The sequelae of the 8-door full opening were all smoothed under the action of a small fairy bean. Puff ha 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 ha, bastard Roger, what did you say before? Let's touch it again. If you have the ability to see the old man kick over your flower and tree world, leaving you nowhere to escape. Carp returned to the top with his hands on his hips, looking at Roger, who was holding his head and squatting on defense. He couldn't help laughing proudly. But Carp's pride did not last long. Next second, his head was also hit by Luo Feng. In pain, he quickly hugged his head and squatted defense like Roger, and continuously sucked in cold breath. 28. Ah ha 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 coola la la bon. Seeing this, both Roger and Whitebeard couldn't help laughing. Their hearts finally balanced. The only one of the 4, Lee, who was not robbed, shrank his head quietly, thinking silently in his heart that he would never participate in it. Grandpa Straw Hat Luffy called out happily. Well, Luffy, it is rare to hear his grandson's grandfather, who is so pleasant to hear. And Carp also smiles and hugs Luffy, who is flying in his arms. Luffy, how is it? Grandpa was handsome just now, right?" Carp laughed. Straw Hat Luffy nodded. The smile on Carp's old face suddenly became brighter. However, it was brilliant for only 3 seconds. "But I think the moves of Uncle Rawley and Uncle Roger are more handsome," Straw Hat Luffy rode. "Ah ha ha ha, Luffy has vision." Roger and Lee laughed together. Straw Hat Luffy smiled sly. "Luffy, you idiot. I am your grandpa." Carp suddenly changed his face when he was run. An iron fist full of love fell on the head of Straw Hat Luffy. "Stop it. Don't hit Luffy anymore. Come at me if you have the ability." Ace hurried forward, guarding Luffy as a guardian. "Kapu, I want to fight Ace and pass our level first." Whitebeard led Marco and the white team leaders to stand up together. Snap your fingers softly. The noisy ice surface suddenly became quiet. Whether it was the pirates or the marines, their eyes were all falling on Luo Feng's body. "Let's go." Luo Feng, Dao, Babyard and others all drank. "Ah ha ha ha, let's go." "Next comes the best banquet session." Roger laughed. Banquet. Straw Hat Luffy's eyes lit up and he returned to life in an instant. At the same time, the edge of the flower tree boundary of the square inches the bay. Bucky the Clown floated in the air. Seeing Roger, Rawley and others who are about to return, they sighed and missed their faces. It's been a long time since the banquet with Captain Roger, Deputy Captain Rawley, and Mr. Meter. Bucky sighed to himself. "Ah ha ha ha, yes. The banquet with the captain and them is simply the best." A sunny voice echoed. Yeah, Bucky the Clown nodded in sympathy. Suddenly, the next second, Bucky's body suddenly froze. The head turned 90 degrees like a machine. "When I saw a young man who didn't know when he appeared not far from him." Looking at the disgusting smile of the young man and the flying red hair, the expression on Bucky's face gradually distorted. A pair of eyes are also gradually flushing. In the end it was even redder than his nose. Fragrant KS. Bucky's angry roar suddenly exploded, attracting people's attention. "You redhead bastard!" Bucky the Clown swooped down and grabbed Shanks by the collar, showing a gritted expression as if to eat people. Oh look. Hurry up and look over there. The man caught by Captain Bucky. That man is the 4 Emperors red-haired Shanks. It's amazing. Even the 4 Emperors can be caught. Really deserve to be our Captain Bucky. Sure enough, Captain Bucky deserves to be a member of the legend. Yes, Captain Bucky has just kept a low profile. Otherwise, the 4 Emperors must have a place for Captain Bucky. Seeing this scene strengthened my determination to follow Captain Bucky all my life. Me too. Seeing Bucky grasping the red-haired collar of the shocking picture, the boys of the prisoners in Advance City regained their leadership collectively again, and they all showed expressions of extreme admiration in unison. Not just them. When the gap reached another Sea Emperor, the 4 Emperors red-haired Shanks appeared. The people on both sides of the Navy and the Whitebeard Pirates group also couldn't help but shook together. And after seeing that Bucky was not afraid of the 4 Emperors and provoked the red-haired Shanks, the seaman's eyes on Bucky suddenly became more and more solemn. Bucky the Pirate Clown really is not an ordinary person. For the brainless flattery of the little brothers and the solemnity of the Navy, at this moment, Bucky has already ignored his leisure time. Only the 4 red-haired Shanks were left in his eyes now. The big red nose is stunned to the red-haired face. "Oh, isn't this Bucky? I'm very happy to see you so energetic." Shanks tilted his head back slightly, avoiding the excitement under Bucky's red nose. "How happy are you?" "There is still an unsolvable hatred between us in a lifetime." Bucky went crazy. "Ah ha ha ha, let him pass the past. Please give me more advice in the future." The red hair casually made a salute gesture. "Who wants?" Bucky's refutation came to an abrupt end before it fell. "It hurts." Next second, Bucky and the 4 Emperor redheads shrank their heads together. "You two get along well with me, especially you, Bucky." A gentle voice came from behind the two. Just as before, the two fell and patted them lightly on their shoulders. Naturally it was Roger One Piece. Feeling the deja vu scene, a little excitement appeared on the calm face of the red-haired Shanks. "Captain Roger, welcome back." Red-haired Shanks looked at the familiar tall figure, his eyes gradually moistened. Chapter 199. Captain Roger, welcome back. The four emperors. Red-haired Shanks wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, grinning in a brilliant arc. Shanks, you really have grown up. You are already an indomitable man. Roger patted the red-haired Shanks on the shoulder with relief. Oh, Captain Roger, I am the same. Bucky pouted aggrievedly. Ahahaha, yes, Bucky, you are also an excellent captain. Roger laughed. With Roger's approval, Bucky smiled suddenly. The whole person is proud. Hey, Deputy Captain, everyone, look. The legendary One Piece Roger has appeared. He is a real person. The senior cadre of the red-haired pirate group, the little fat man Lazilo, greeted excitedly. It's really the One Piece. It's a miracle. The resurrection of One Piece. Boss, I am your fan. Please sign me. A group of optimistic red-haired pirates cadres shouted happily. Ahahaha, Shanks, you really found a group of good friends. Roger laughed and nodded. The red-haired Shanks nodded heavily. Little Shanks, little Bucky, do you remember me? A brisk and unrestrained voice came from not far away. The cadres of the Whitebeard pirate group, headed by Whitebeard, also gathered. However, Bucky and the red-haired Shanks did not fall on the Whitebeard, but firmly locked on the samurai beside the Whitebeard. Meet a sensei boss mission. The red-haired Shanks and the clown Bucky Kiki yelled. Ha ha ha, I haven't seen you for more than 20 years, and you have grown up completely, but your appearance hasn't changed much. Bucky, Shanks, Gwenyu mission happily stepped forward and gave Shanks and Bucky a big hug. Ha ha ha, Shanks, Bucky, don't forget the old man. Another hearty laughter sounded. Deputy the red-haired Shanks' eyes lit up again when she saw Lily approaching. Next second, Shanks' eyes turned to Luo Feng, who was beside Lee. Senior Luo Feng, this is the first meeting. The four emperors. Red-haired Shanks hurriedly straightened up, solemnly bowed to Luo Feng. Boy Shanks, get up. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. He was very interested in the red-haired Shanks' ability to save face. Perceived the appreciation from Luo Feng. The red-haired Xiang Kirsten, who didn't know the truth, lowered his head shyly, touched the back of his head subconsciously, and smiled naively. Fragrant chaos. A prolonged ending. A shout full of excitement and joy resounded across the sky. It originated from Luffy, who was entrusted with a straw hat by the red hair. After 11 years, I finally saw my idol again. How could Luffy be upset when he saw the guide of his pirate road? How excited Luffy is at this moment. How upset Carp, who hopes Luffy will become the king of the navy. At this moment, listening to Luffy's happy cheers, Carp's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. While holding down the grandson, who wanted to run to the red-haired, looking at the red-haired Shanks with a bad expression on his face. In my heart, he wondered whether he should send him a Bayman Yaker full of love and anger. Boss with a gun in one hand and big flesh and blood in the other, lazily looked at the excited Luffy with a smile on his plump face. Boss, look, where is Luffy? I haven't seen him for 10 years. That boy Luffy has grown up now. Little fatty Lazilo exclaimed happily. Fate is really wonderful. Shanks found me, Luffy found my son as a partner. Ha ha ha, it's a pity that Usopp is no longer, but my son must be fine. Jesus Cloth with a brown braided head said confidently. Luffy, it's really troublesome. The boy hasn't completed the agreement back then. After all, my crew is so good. It's a bit difficult to surpass, but if it's not completed, do I have to take that straw hat? Come back? One of the kings of the New World, the red-haired Shanks thought distressedly. Shanks, it doesn't seem to be the time to care about this. Look at that Carp's eyes. Deputy Captain Ben Beckman reminded. Wow, that's a cannibal look. TSK Tusk, boss. Do we have any deep hatred with Hero Carp? It would be bad if Carp came here desperately. The previous hero killed the world-destroying Black Dragon with one punch. It's really terrible. The newcomers of the red-haired pirates group all stared nervously, and their faces were full of anxiety. If it was before today, as one of the 4 sea emperors of the New World, they are naturally fearless. However, today they have witnessed too many miracles and horrors. Among them is the legendary Navy Lieutenant Hero Carp. Before that, They only regarded Carp as a slightly stronger veteran. But now they don't think so. The Scarlet Meteor Carp under the 8th door fully opened has already refreshed their upper limit of knowledge of the world's top combat power. Such fists can even kill the world-destroying Black Dragon, let alone them. If it were really targeted, it would definitely be very bad. Dyrus is ha 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 ha, Master Carp, don't you be so excited on such a happy day. Rao is the red-haired Shanks of the 4 emperors, and at this moment, he is also a little hairy by Carp's devastating gaze. That's right, let Luffy go quickly. Ace hurriedly started to get Luffy out of Carp's clutches. Wangless, the result of this behavior was that Ace himself fell into Carp's clutches and was arbitrarily manipulated. The other side, driven by the joy of meeting Shanks again, Straw Hat Luffy couldn't control anything else. Shanks Luffy slammed into the red hare's arms and hugged him. Luffy, I haven't seen you in 12 years. You have grown into an excellent pirate. Those of your friends are also very good. I saw them all in the newspaper. Shanks laughed. No, we are far from enough, so I can't pay you back this straw hat yet, Luffy said firmly. Shanks smiled, just so happy. Pop Roger clapped his hands. Then next, Roger didn't finish speaking. Next second, the strong men on the battlefield all felt the same, looking up at the sky in unison. 200. Chapter 200. The Myak-anticipated naval headquarters is on top of the war. Not long after the beginning, the direction of the war was deviated and went completely violent. In this war, there have been too many incredible super events. The legendary great pirate Hades, Raleigh, appears. The resurrection of One Piece God Roger and Samurai Mitsutsumito is back. Then came the teacher who taught the 4 legendary figures. For the pirate King Roger, Hero Kapu, Hades King Raleigh and the 4 emperors Whitebeard jointly respected as the god of the teacher. One by one, each is a rock-shattering event that is enough to make the sea tremble. After that, the Black Dragon with the power to destroy the world appeared. For a time, it cast a haze of destruction on the world. Fortunately, there is the legendary teacher Luo Feng and his disciples. With the concerted efforts of the 4 legendary figures, the final Black Dragon was finally killed and the world's crisis of extinction was solved. So far, it's over. The military commander Gang Gukong was seriously injured and unconscious, and the 5 old stars were killed by the Black Dragon in one blow. Even the world government can no longer organize any effective resistance. The war on the top of the Navy headquarters has come to an end. The remaining square inch is the Navy headquarters. The cheers of the pirates leapt into the sky. Regarding this, even if the Navy is unwilling to do so, it has nothing to do. They have lost the courage to fight. I could only watch the pirates leave the Navy headquarters swaggeringly as a victor. A huge shadow of war loomed over the minds of more than 100,000 Marine elites in the Navy headquarters. At the same time, a huge shadow suddenly fell in reality, covering the entire remnant island. The sky suddenly went dark. The original bright sunshine seemed to be blocked by something huge. Cast the next shadow that obscures the sky and the sun. The people on the remnant island plaza subconsciously raised their heads. What caught their eyes was a group of islands flying in the sky. When seeing the real body that covered the huge shadow of the sky, the faces of the Navy and the pirates in the Bay Square suddenly appeared extremely shocked and horrified. Look at the sky. What the hell is that? That's an island. An island floating in the sky. What happened to those empty islands? How did they float to the sky? Hey, this is not good. The big thing is bad. If such a huge island falls, this time the entire Navy headquarters will really be covered and sunk. Looking at the Damocles Island floating directly above his head, panic grew and quickly spread across the square inches the bay. All quiet. The shout of the martial warring states suddenly exploded. Stop the spreading panic and commotion. There can be no mistake. In this world, there is only one person with this ability. This is the handwriting of the legendary flying big pirate Golden Lion Shiji. Elite Lieutenant Admiral Doberman, Puo Shashan and others gritted their teeth and shouted, "Allah, what the hell is that old lion shed now?" But it doesn't matter. Don't worry about anything. After all, there is someone here now. The Admiral of the Navy headquarters, The green pheasant said casually to himself. Could it be that the wise Lieutenant General Juru of the Navy General Staff seemed to think of some possibility, and the expression on his face gradually became wonderful. The other side. When seeing the group of islands covering the sky, the people of the Whitebeard pirate group couldn't help but subconsciously panic. With the comfort of the captains and captains, this gradually settled down. Father, that should be Golden Lion Shiji. The captains, such as Marco, Jaws, and Beaster, looked at the Whitebeard. There is nothing wrong with carrying so many islands at the same time, only the fellow Shiji. Mitsuki Mida nodded affirmatively. Coola la 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 la. Whitebeard smiled lowly. The pale golden eyes stared at the sky island in the sky. Up to now, what kind of fun this old lion is here to join in, isn't it? Babyard thought to himself about his elbow. It's ski again, I really miss it. On the other side, the Pirate King Roger also looked up at the sky, with a look of nostalgia on his face. In the past few decades, they have had a great relationship with Golden Lion Shiji. Ha ha ha, yeah, after so many years, that guy Ski is still alive. Rawley also couldn't help laughing out loud. The memories of the past in my mind surface one by one. The four of their brothers are simply the nemesis of Golden Lion Shiji. Every encounter creates some interesting sparks. Another legendary big pirate has appeared. Shemal King Ivankov unconsciously became independent of the Golden Rooster. The line of sight is to look at Luo Feng subconsciously. One Piece, Pluto, Hero and Whitebeard are all disciples of Luo Feng. What about this legendary Golden Lion? Shemal King Ivankov is not the only one who holds the same idea. Except for the old people who know it. The other people on the battlefield secretly prepared themselves so that they wouldn't be too surprised later. Under the gaze of more than 100,000 pairs of eyes on the battlefield, a figure suddenly flew out from the edge of the island. At the same time, there was also a unique laugh of unruly, indulgent and unruly. Jai ha 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 ha, it's really lively here today. The old man shouldn't be late. The legendary flying big pirate, the Golden Lion, Shiji laughed and rushed over. In the end, the station floated over the square inches the bay. The sharp triangular eyes swept across the battlefield of the Navy headquarters. Golden Lion Shiji's eyelids couldn't help but jump wildly. I dropped a tortoise. This is too fierce. Who the hell is it? I killed most of the Navy headquarters. Sure enough, only Senior Luo Feng has this kind of power.